Yeah, got the some of the I think it's live anyway. So I don't know if you want to do like a little intro into that kind of okay, cool.
Before play starts, we ask that you are able to stand to join us on the
Good morning and welcome to Northamptonshire County Cricket Club, where we have just witnessed a moment of reflection and celebration to commemorate the 80th anniversary of VE Day, followed by the national anthem, which both sets of players attended in front of the heavy suite. We welcome Lancashire County Cricket Club to Northampton today for the day one of the Division 2 clash in the County Championship. My name is Dan Jadzovic, joined by Phil Rowe. How are you, Phil? It feels like it's been a while since we've been here.
It feels like the first game of the season again, doesn't it? Somehow. But yeah, it's good to be here. Weather's set fair. The sun is shining. Northampton won the toss. They're going to take first use of the strip. Looks a bit green.
It
but
does,
but it often does here.
Yeah.
And it doesn't really necessarily mean the ball's going to jag all over the place. It'll be interesting to see how that plays. A nice, strong move, I think. Bold move from Northampton to bat first. We'll perhaps talk about that more as the play unfolds. But in principle,
yeah,
I quite like that. Get the runs on the board early. First innings runs have been something that Northampton have struggled with in the four games so far. So what a great opportunity. Get yourselves in, get through the first hour, the sun's shining, and make hay. That'll be the plan.
Yeah, just 9 batting points for Northamptonshire so far this season. I dare say it's a toss that I'm sure Keaton Jennings wouldn't have been that upset with, being asked to bowl first here. We'll just run you through the lineups quickly. Northamptonshire will open the batting with Ricardo Vasconcelos, Luke Proctor, George Bartlett, James Sales, Rob Keogh, Safe Save, Lewis McManus, Calvin Harrison, Ben Sanderson, Harry Conway, and Liam Guthrie returns. Tom Bailey will open the bowling for Lancashire from the David Capelin. They will line up as follows: Keaton Jennings, George Bell, Josh Bohannon, Marcus Harris, Matty Hurst, Luke Wells, George Balderson, Tom Hartley, Tom Bailey, Anderson Phillip, and Will Williams. As Tom Bailey makes his way in to start the day's play. Starts on a nice length, 3 slips and a gully in place for Lancashire. As you say, on a lip-lickingly good pitch for a seam bowler, isn't it? I think you'll be excited if you could bowl seam, you'd be excited about this pitch.
Good toss to lose.
Yeah,
I think it might be in that category. I'm going to be very interested to see how Vasco shapes up. And there we go. He's on off stump. I'll come back to that.
Nicely played, nicely timed through the offside. Slightly over pitched maybe from Bailey, but Vasconcelos leans on it. Picks up a couple of runs in that vacant cover region.
Yeah, we saw Vasco in the Kent game and he was struggling. He was lining up on leg stump to the ball swinging back into him, which is unusual. And I think that was something he may have had a little dabble at over the winter, tried to take LBW out of the equation. And actually what happened was he left one and got cleaned up. So he's back to where he has been previously.
Oh, it's a beauty. Just come back and it's chopped Vasconcelos in half. Good take by Matty Hurst.
Yeah, good luck playing that. That's an absolute beauty from Tom Bailey. Oh, that has jagged.
It's gone a long way, hasn't it?
It has.
It's going to be one of those days. It's going to be one of those pitches that you are going to have to survive against those kind of deliveries, aren't you? I think from what I've been told, the setup here for the pitch for this game is identical to what was prepared for Kent. So length of grass and all of that good stuff that goes into making a good cricket wicket. And we saw that was good. There was pace on the ball for the batters. There was assistance. There was movement for the seam bowlers.
Mm-hmm. There's been movement under the seam bowler there by the looks of things. The umpires are signalling over to the groundsman. There's something happened to Tom Bailey's front foot on that last delivery. Actually, even Luke Proctor noticed it. He was at the non-strikers end, and we can see from here it's quite dark.
It is,
which suggests moisture, doesn't it?
Yeah, yeah. And I mean, you wouldn't. Well, I don't think you'd have to be a horticultural expert, would you, to have a look out and see there must be a lot of moisture out there with how green that square is. It's considering it's not rained for what feels like a couple of months now. It's lush out there, isn't it? It's still incredibly green.
Yeah, that was a bit of a slide, wasn't it? I think Vasco's having a look himself. He's come down to I'd say get at the other end and think about your batting, but he's going to have a look at the bowlers.
Yeah,
the bowler's front foot, and it looks like he might have slid quite a long way because it's attracting a lot of interest, isn't it?
It is, which is not exactly what you need, is it? 3 balls into the day.
As a bowler, that's not what you really want. You're relying on your front foot being solid. And when you land on your front foot as a bowler, something between 6 and 10 times your body weight is going through your system, and your front foot has got to stabilise all of that. Tom Bailey's been around the block. It's not his first rodeo, as they say. He will have encountered this sort of thing before. So Craig Harvey, the head groundsman, is coming out with a bucket of sawdust, which will hopefully sort of bind that earth together a bit, dry it out a wee bit, and give Tom Bailey the security on the front foot that he'll want.
Yep. We get the classic mound of sawdust as well, aren't we? Just behind the bowler. That feels quite quintessentially cricket, that, doesn't it? A nice mound of sawdust at the end of a bowler's run up.
It does. I'd want a bigger mound. I'm not happy with the size of that mound. That's not a mound, is it? That's a puddle.
That's more of a molehill, isn't it? There.
Yeah.
Anyway, 2 balls left in the opening over. Good work from Craig Harvey. Good work from his team, as always, preparing the pitches here at Northamptonshire. Vasconcelos defends into the offside. Both teams winless so far in the county championship, both playing their 5th fixture of the season. Surprised for both sides that neither have been able to put a win on the board?
Yeah, I am, for both sides. Possibly more so for Lancashire slightly, but for both sides, definitely. And Lancashire haven't picked up a huge amount of bonus points along the way either. That is surprising, but they're due, aren't they? Well played, Vasco.
Yeah, certainly both teams are due a number in the victory column. End of the first over, then 2 runs from it. Tom Bailey completes the first over of the day, which will put captain Luke Proctor on strike. So we have a look down out the window in front of us. And I think that's going to be Will Williams to open the bowling from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Yes, I mean, when you look at that top order for Lancashire, you'd think, how have they only got 6 batting points this season? Northants feel like they've been very close in games, but had key moments that have almost kind of felt like they finished 3rd in a 2-horse race in a game.
Yeah.
Look at that opening set, or that opening innings against Kent. 3 drop catches, you add another 100 runs on the board.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden you feel like you finished 3rd.
Yes.
I believe Josh Bohannon up at Old Trafford was dropped on 0, went on to score 155. So Northants have been close, but not close enough. It is Will Williams, and it is Luke Proctor on strike, and Williams starts with a beauty.
Yeah, I caught a bit of the interview with Darren Lehman ahead of this game, and he was, his main focus was the batting side of the balance sheet, and first innings runs in particular. You need that. That sets the game up for you. He was also very quick to praise the bowling effort in the last couple of games, 20 wickets, and been holding our chances. So that's going well, but it's the batting that needs.
Oh, it's gone straight up.
That's gone.
And it's gone. Will Williams opens the account for Lancashire. Luke Proctor just looks at his bat like there. I think it's got the shoulder of it. Maybe it's got a bit big on him. Maybe if there is that moisture in the pitch, has that just stopped a little bit and got a bit big on Luke Proctor? It's gone straight up in the air, caught a gully for a simple catch, and Williams has his first.
Proctor's play with quite low hands, and the ball doesn't need to bounce ultra significantly to look like it's got bigger. I'm looking at Keaton Jennings and the 2 umpires who are having a look at where that ball pitched, and Vasconcelos as well. So the indications from that reaction from those guys suggest it did bounce more than they were expecting. It caught the shoulder of the bat, I think. Oh, that did bounce. Proctor withdrew his bottom hand. He couldn't get the gloves out of the way. I think it caught the shoulder, the very kind of top corner of the bat, and flew up. And a good day, that goes over slips for 4. On a bad day, such as today, it just goes north, and was a very comfortable catch.
Yeah, simple for Luke Wiles at gully. Normally expected to be in there for a screamer, aren't you? Not a lollipop that floats up above your head. But 2 for 1 then. Lancashire have the early breakthrough on a pitch that Luke Proctor himself elected to bat on this morning. George Bartlett comes in at number 3 for Northamptonshire. He scored 158 runs so far this season, an average of 31.5, just 150, which came in the first home game of the year against Kent in that 4th innings.
What wickets do at this time of the year, when it's very hard to read exactly how wicket's going to play, but often they will dint early on. So the new ball will hit the surface and just leave a little cuppy shape on the wicket. That's well fielded. That's very well fielded. A lot of people have been run out there, actually. Bartlett sent Vasco back very quickly. So a good bit of cricket all round, actually. Well bowled, well played, well fielded. Yeah, so oftentimes a wicket at this time of year might dint a little bit. And so a little cuppy shape, indentation, a dint is left in the pitch. And as the game goes on, they harden up and they can be more difficult to bat on. So hence batting 4th, as Lancashire are likely to be doing if all things go according to plan, then that can become difficult because you get up and down. The ball hits the front edge of the dint nearer the batter and it goes north. The ball hits the back end nearer the bowler and it goes low. And you can spin the ball out of those things. And that does often happen. Grace Road in particular is one, and there'll be others. Not having to go at the Grace Road pitches, they're usually pretty good actually, but they do dint a wee bit at this time of year. So I wonder whether that's in the mind of Northants winning the toss and batting first. The issue with that decision, because everything's a compromise, is if you get that slightly wrong and it doesn't just dint, that it actually goes through the surface a little bit, then that can be an issue. So we'll see. But I suspect it's been a good call from Northants. They know the ground pretty well.
Yep.
They know the wickets pretty well. And that may be an outlier, that ball that Proctor just received.
Yeah, it's a positive decision by Northamptonshire. Williams outside the off stump, left well alone by George Bartlett, who's faced 3 balls and been pretty busy so far. So you can actually see, can't you, from our viewpoint in the commentary box, you can see a few of those just darker patches where the ball has landed, particularly with this 5 balls that Will Williams has bowled. He's also called for a bit of sawdust down at the crease mark as well. So moisture at both ends. Last ball then of the 2nd over. Oh, and it's gone into the pads of Bartlett. Appeal from the bowler. Quick shake of the head from umpire Lungley. 2 for 1. End of the 2nd. The man to go, the captain, Luke Proctor, off the bowling of Will Williams. Caught by Luke Wells at gully.
Only 12 balls in, but you know, this is that the dismissal again? Yeah, I mean, yeah, good luck playing that. In the trade known as the start the lawnmower shot from Luke Proctor as he tries to start the engine with his bottom hand.
Not dissimilar to Brett Lee's celebration, that was it?
That's right, yeah. I mean, one of the things to talk about is how well Lancashire have started with the ball. We're very early, but you've got to start well, you know, and then that becomes the sort of the template. And we're talking about the pitch and dinting and movement and so on because the ball's landing in the right place. Of the 12 balls bowled, probably 10 have been very aggressive balls.
Yeah. Oh, cut away by Vasconcelos, timed really well. It's going to race away, long pocket down towards the Jackson Grundy. It's going to be 4. Vasconcelos moves to 6, as does the score. The stream at Northamptonshire County Cricket Club is powered by Daffabet. Sweet.
Oh, it's a sweet shot, wasn't it?
Superb. As you said, I think it's something that we both noticed against Kent, that change of guard.
Yeah.
And it's nice to see Vasconcelos back on off stump where he has been so productive and successful in the past. Down the leg side by Bailey.
Yeah, the technical term is he's racked it off.
Yeah.
He's racked it. He did look all at sea against Kent. And, you know, as we said at the time, how well Kent bowled. So credit goes to the Kent bowlers as well for exploiting the uncertainty that was present in Vasco's footwork. But he's back where he has been. The key thing for him, and this sounds very simple, doesn't it, is if they bowl straight,
yeah,
you can't miss it. Because if you miss it, you're going to be LBW. So getting your head forward, getting good access to the ball is important. And he does that pretty well most of the time. As he misses one and it hits him on the pad.
Trapped on the crease there a little bit, wasn't he, by Bailey? Just got him up in the thigh pad. It has been a bit of a lean time for Vasconcelos. I think the average last year was good, but it was that game against Yorkshire in May 2024 when he scored his last first-class 100, which I mean, it doesn't need me to tell you or anybody else that you'd like a bit more of a return personally, wouldn't you, with your run scoring?
It's not just about average, is it? Opening the batting. I mean, that's important over a long career. That will probably tell you the story over a long career.
Yeah.
But it can be deceptive, you know, if you go, you know, a whole raft of low scores and then double up in a Kookaburra ball game with a double 100, that's going to give you something, you know, maybe a 30 average. Oh, okay, averaging 30 in England, opening the batting, not too bad. But actually, the job is to create the platform, as well as scoring big runs, is create the platform. And that means occupying the crease and facing a number of balls. So we used to have a key performance indicator of 60 balls.
Mm-hmm.
Opening top four, 60 balls each was what we looked at. Well fielded. And then going on from there, obviously, once you're in and converting. He is a very attractive player to watch, though, isn't he, Vasconcelos?
Certainly is. Just a team of stroke makers, really.
Yeah.
Northamptonshire. People that want to fill bat on ball. They want to play their shots. It's only really Luke Proctor that you would, I suppose, describe as nuggety, one that wants to hang around and occupy the crease. A lot of others want to get on, and Vasconcelos is no different to that. That's into the pads, into the thigh pad again of Vasconcelos. End of the over. 4 runs from it. 6 for 1 after 3. Vasconcelos and Bartlett at the crease.
Actually, even Proc, I say even Proc, I shouldn't really say that. It's a fine player. Someone I admire greatly. But his game has expanded in the last couple of years. I remember when we signed him, he played over at Grace Road, a championship game, got runs in both innings. And I was talking to him about his game, his all-round game, and he said, "I don't really drive, you know. I'm not a driver of the ball. That's not what I do." But he's certainly worked on that.
Yeah, absolutely. Williams continues then. Bartlett on strike.
We've been joined unexpectedly. He's just come in to watch by David Ripley.
Best seat in the house today, isn't it? Up in the commentary box.
Well, it's the best seat, but he has to sit next to us too. That's the
despite that,
that's the downside. How are you, David? Very good. We'll maybe talk to David at some point if we get him to chat. Nicely turned into the leg side by Bartlett. So, yeah, David, who's just joined just for a watch, really. He's not working, just for a watch, although he's always working, really. Head coach of the Northamptonshire women's team, and they're going pretty well.
Yeah, it's been a good start, isn't it?
It has.
Been a good start for Northamptonshire. One of the tier 2 counties.
And they're lucky to have him, I think.
It's a scalp, isn't it?
It is a scalp.
Great addition. Bartlett yet to get off the mark. We'll get off the mark on the 7th time of asking. Just drops it into the leg side. Anderson Phillip tidies up.
Yeah, and George Bartlett having a wander back down the pitch, just inspecting things, looking to engage his partner in conversation. He got donuts. Still looking to engage him, still getting donuts.
Just indicating there that should move away from Vasconcelos from Will Williams, or at least that's what George Bartlett has faced so far.
But he's coming around the wicket. He started over the wicket to Proctor, also left-handed, around the wicket to Vasconcelos.
Almost holds its line, doesn't it? Through to Matty Hurst, who has the gloves for Lancashire.
You could feel that leave from up here. There was a lot of that leave where I thought he was going to drive it. And I think he did too. Good discipline. The line of the ball wasn't particularly exciting, but it was a dangerous length. He wouldn't have been right on top of that. Drove one nicely in the first over. That was right under his eyes. That's the time to drive it, I think. It's nicely played, isn't it?
Covered up well. It's an interesting lineup with Lancashire, particularly with their seamers that they've used throughout the course of the season so far. Anderson Phillip and Will Williams kind of come into this game fresh. They haven't actually played a great deal for Lancashire this year. They had the loan of John Turner for, I think, played 3 games. Saqib Mahmood has played. So actually to go into the 5th game of the season and have 2 pretty much brand new seamers is a real bonus.
And it's, that's a really key. That's a big point. From within the game, that's a big point where Northampton are very, very low on resources in terms of seam bowling, if not overall. That you come across a team who haven't yet won a game, but actually can bring 2 new guys out of the stables, and they're ready, fit and fine, ready to go.
And they've got James Anderson to add.
He's quite good, isn't he?
Into this squad. I think he's taken a few wickets in his career. He was here, or he is here this morning. He was having a warm up, having a bowl on the practice strip over to the left-hand side of the square, which was something so special about watching.
We were right badgers, weren't we?
Yeah, I'm proud to admit it.
We were supposed to be doing some kind of readiness and preparation for this. And actually, we were just glued to the window watching Jimmy Anderson do some bowl throughs.
Jaws on the floor.
Sad are we. It was brilliant as well. It was good to see.
Really enjoyable. I've had worse Friday mornings, Rowie, that's for sure. 4 slips now for Lancashire. They've just tightened that cordon up as Tom Bailey starts his 3rd over from the David Cape lane. Got the right-handed George Bartlett on strike, so might be the reason as to why. That's just gone down the leg side. Going to be no run, though.
This will be interesting to see how Bailey tries to work Bartlett out. I think he prefers the ball coming into him, George Bartlett. He likes to play through the leg side. He gets across his crease. He's very good through that mid-wicket area. I mean, he's a good all-round player, of course he is. We saw Bailey move the ball back into the left-handed Vasconcelos, which suggests he can get the ball to go away from the right-hander.
And so far, that length, that good length from these seamers, I don't want to say it's easy to play, but it feels like there's time to play it. Maybe that's an indication of the ball just holding up a little bit, but
fuller.
Yeah.
I'm saying fuller, half a yard fuller is where they need to be. I kind of always say that, but I'd rather my bowlers be driven than defended off the back shoe back down the pitch at this stage.
Left well alone. George Bartlett on the move that time.
Yeah, that's interesting, isn't it? That was a very determined move to get forward and outside off stump. And it looked, I don't know, it'd be interesting to chat to him, but it looked like he just dragged his length back a wee bit at that.
I'm sure Tom Bailey would have noticed George Bartlett move. It was an early move, wasn't it? And would have adapted to it.
Look, if we noticed it.
Well, he's 6 wickets away from 400 first-class wickets, Tom Bailey. So he certainly knows what he's up to. That one, again, just a touch shorter.
Bit of an effort ball, that one, wasn't it?
Yeah, 2 left in the over. Bartlett doing a bit of gardening, as is Vasconcelos. Could be a pitch where there's a bit of that going on. Bits of turf flying off the boots of the fast bowlers. A few of these dints, as you've called them, might need kind of just softening out a little bit.
Sounded quite northern when I said that.
It did. Squared up George Bartlett. He does well in the end to get that down. 1 off 12 for Bartlett. 6 off 15 for Vasconcelos.
I've seen George Bartlett with the leading edge a few times. It's interesting. He's very strong there, right? So let's say that he scores a lot of runs off middle stump, working the ball into the leg side. Occasionally, he lets the bottom hand take over, and the bottom hand gets in front of the top hand. And if he's not perfect, then the leading edge will get involved. It's important to try and get your top hand in front of your bottom hand, and then the face stays open enough. It's well played. Yeah, good cricket.
Good shape on that as well, wasn't it? Through to Matty Hurst. To say we've got an absolute beauty of a pitch to watch on, at least for us this weekend. We're pretty much right behind the bowler's arm, so we can see.
Good, isn't it? Yeah,
we can see quite a lot, which is really nice. End of the over, good over again for Lancashire. 7 for 1 after 5 overs. Bartlett, he is a busy cricketer, isn't he? He wants to score, and I think we have seen in his career here at Wantage Road so far that actually, if you can dry him up, something tends to happen.
Yeah. Yeah.
Quite happy when the scoreboard's ticking along. What a shot by Vasconcelos.
He's so good
Not
at that.
a lot of room was there from Will Williams, but the length was just back of it, and Vasconcelos just cuts it away past backward point for 4.
Just look at, I want to look at the line of this ball. Okay, no, there was a bit on offer, wasn't there? It was about 5th. Just the previous over from Tom Bailey. Not a bad over, was it?
No,
but
not
he didn't make him play a forward defensive shot. And that's, for me, if I'm captain,
yeah,
I'm probably unpopular as captain because I'm running past him, tapping on the backside and saying, good effort, mate, get him forward. And he'll probably tell me to go mind my own business. But I wouldn't be able to resist it. That's a beautiful shot from Vasconcelos.
Yeah, timed absolutely fantastically. Got 150 so far this season, Vasconcelos. 148 runs at 24.5. That's down the leg side. A very optimistic appeal there from Keaton Jennings at second slip, I think.
Yeah, optimistic is, that's a generous word, I think.
Solitary.
Thought he'd hurt himself rather than appealing. He is a fine county cricketer in the Keaton Jennings. All formats. Just loves scoring runs. Oh, that's close.
That's a beauty
that's
from
close.
Will Williams.
That is close.
Close for full row. Not close enough for the umpire. Shake of the head quickly.
How you seeing that, Ribs? Oh, God, he's hating it.
Oh.
High and outside the line. Let's have a look at it. Ooh. I think that's umpire's call on contact, I'd say, Rips, on the replay.
Maybe a bit of height. Bit of height involved there that saved Vasconcelos. Otherwise, very good. And that's much better from Vasconcelos. Full face of the bat. Back to Will Williams.
I've seen them given. But yeah, benefit of the doubt should go to the batter. And there was doubt. And it did go to the batter. So normal service is resumed.
Yeah, 11 for 1.
Tell you what it was a very good appeal.
It was a fantastic appeal. It's good delivery as well. Just nipped back in, didn't it? So
there is that, yeah.
Rushed him as well, which...
Yeah.
Nicely played. Nicely fielded. I think that's Josh Bohannon.
He is one of the fastest cricketers across the ground that I've seen. He's amazing. And he gets down behind the ball, very rarely fumbles it, gets into a really strong, powerful throwing position. So it's not as though you can take him on because he's going to be off balance. You know, he gets into balance. He's only a little short guy, so that helps, but he is very dynamic. Well played.
Dot ball to finish the 6th over then. Vasconcelos on 10. Bartlett 1. 3 overs apiece for Williams and Tom Bailey, who is going to take his cap off and jumper, make his way down to the David Capeland to carry on.
So that was, for me, overall, that was a better over because it was bringing stumps into play a bit more. Made him play 3 forward defences. And yes, he did bowl a loose delivery that Vasco panned through the offside for 4, but you want early wickets, don't you? That's you've got to be challenging the stumps.
It would be really interesting to get a steer and an opinion on the 22 yards from a Lancashire perspective with regards to what they would have done at the toss had they have won it. What those plans would have been as George Bartlett turns that one into the leg side off the glove, I think, looking at the ring of the fingers. What they would have done had they have won the toss. Would they have batted because of that same logic? Would they have bowled because of obviously the visual grass that's on there?
I'm gonna get off the fence and say what I think they'd have done.
Yeah, please
and I'd like to. I'll perhaps, if I get hold of Keaton, I'll ask him. And Bohannon as well. I think they'd have had a bowl.
Yeah, I think it would be a.
That's not to say Northamptonshire was wrong.
Yeah,
but by any means, and that will only be proven at the end of the game. I'm certainly not saying that at this stage, but I do think that Lankies would have had a bowl.
I think a lot would. I think
Yeah.
a lot of captains and a lot of teams would have looked at that and elected to have a bowl first.
Oh wow, that's an interesting decision.
Tom Bailey and I think it was Josh Bohannon there in conversation, wasn't it? Just making the decision to drop out Tom Hartley at deep backward point. Vasconcelos takes a quick single into the leg side.
That's the decision to put Point back onto the boundary is a very interesting decision at 13 for 1. I can't be having that. Sorry.
Hey, you already got told if you'd have told your fast bowlers to have pitched it up a bit, you might have been told where to have gone on that call as well. But yeah, it's an interesting decision. Whether they want to bowl at George Bartlett, I don't know. But as you say, the game's so early that you'd think they would want to just bowl at whoever was on strike. Vasconcelos, he's not in. He's 11 off 22. Yes, he's played that shot well a couple of times in this innings of 11, but to cut it off at 13 for 1.
There are plenty of captains who would say to Tom Bailey, well, why don't you not bowl him a cut ball instead of moving the fielder out there?
Is that a nod of we, i.e. Lancashire, think this is a 150 to 200 a good score kind of pitch? I don't know. It's into the thigh pads.
I'll ask you this. How does the ball get to that fielder on the boundary?
Well, it's a back of a length ball with a bit of width, isn't it?
So it's a bad ball, right?
Yeah.
The trouble is, if I was him a good ball and he blocks it into the offside, he gets a single. No. It's not for me.
No.
It's a game of opinions.
It certainly is.
Rips, you got an opinion on that? Rips is with me. That's fantastic. It's taken many, many years for that to be the case. This is good news.
Vasconcelos is back on strike. Hartley is still out there at deep point. That's a short ball, and it's pulled away this time. I think that's gone all the way for 6. It has. It's a short boundary on the leg side for the left-handed Vasconcelos, who picks that up off his hip, really. Straight over backward square, just clears the rope. Goes all the way for 6. Wasn't that short, was it, when you look at the replay? It was almost waist height, Vasconcelos, but he's so quick on that short ball.
It was dragged down, wasn't it, rather than banged in? So it gave him time.
Pitched up that time to end the over. Inside half of the bat for Vasconcelos. Dot ball up to mid-on. 7 overs have been bowled. It's 20 for 1. Northamptonshire having won the toss and elected to have a bat first.
Yeah, so an interesting first half hour, isn't it? With the ball that got Procky, you thought, oh no. That bounced significantly off back of a length and caught the shoulder of the bat. And there were some quizzical looks at where the ball landed. Actually, that's the only ball that's really misbehaved. It's gone through quite nicely so far. Vasco looks like if you bowl him a bad ball, he's going to jump all over it. I think just grouping, I'd say, from Lancashire, they just haven't perhaps grouped as well as they'd want to in that first 7 overs. Williams has been, I think, slightly the better of the two for that. And there's another example of that. Bartlett sort of anticipating that Williams is going to hit the top of off length, gets himself forward and across. He's bounced a wee bit, but he adjusted well. It's interesting, Bartlett. He not, it won't be random, but he occasionally does do that, and he shuffles forward and across his stumps. But it's not a consistent move.
Yeah, Will Williams, he's someone that you'd expect to do incredibly well in Division 2, wouldn't you? He's 36, 39, and then 16 wickets over the last 3 seasons for Lancashire in Division 1. You would expect him to do incredibly well. He's blessed with options that meant that I think this is only his 2nd game this year.
Well, I think that's right. Yeah, I think that's right. Stays fresh. We see a lot of that from Bartlett, don't we? Bowlers with their hands on their head thinking, I'm going to go through the roof with an appeal. If he misses that, he doesn't miss it. I think it was always sliding down the leg side. And there's a lovely little conversation between the bowler and the batter there. And I'll paraphrase it. Well played, George. Did you think that was quite straight to play that shot? No, actually, it was just sliding down there. Will, thanks for the feedback. All words to that effect. There are 4 catchers, 3 slips and a gully. Point has gone again back to the boundary. There's an extra cover, who's Bohannon, who covers about 5 positions on the offside there. A mid-on, a mid-wicket and a fine leg. And there's a half volley. And it gets what it deserves. It's punched back down the ground. Has it gone all the way? It has gone all the way. There was a half attempt to stick his foot out, but it was past him before he could do that. Nicely timed from Vasconcelos. There was a ball in his last over, Williams, where it went flying down the leg side, and I wondered whether that was an attempted Yorker, and I thought the same there. Whether that was an attempted Yorker, I'm not, who knows?
Certainly seems more willing, doesn't he, to get that ball a bit fuller of the two of them so far this morning.
He does. And I'd, much rather that than a cut for 4. They both go for 4, but I'd rather that. And he just bangs it in, and Vasconcelos smashes it. Beautifully balanced, pulls it just behind square on the leg side. It's a long boundary out there. There is a man out at long leg rather than too fine, and he had no chance. Tom Hartley, he just retrieves it and throws it back in. So 4-4 takes Vasconcelos to 25. He's raced along there. And actually, he has just played what's in front of him. They've just bowled him a number of 4 balls, and he's hit them for 4. It's not as easy as that, is it? But he's hit them beautifully, but he's not really looking overly aggressive as such. The Pleve. Yeah, okay. So that last ball there, the last ball of the over, sort of gives you an insight into where Vasco is right now in terms of confidence. He's just hit 2 4s, one off the front foot, one off the back foot. The next ball is sort of top of the stump's height, about 5th stump, and he didn't know quite whether to play or leave. So that gives you a little clue as to where he is. Where is my off stump? What do I play? What do I leave? He's not quite as in as it might appear, but he's so skillful. You bowl him a bad ball and he'll tuck it away. There's going to be a change, I think, at the far end. Or have I just invented that?
No, I think you're absolutely right.
George Balderson's replacing Tom Bailey after 4 overs. Yeah, he wasn't quite at the races, was he, Tom Bailey? Not quite. It wasn't terrible by any means, but he wasn't quite on it. So Balderson gets up to relieve him. That's bounced, and that's nicely played, actually. It did bounce. In the end, Bartlett played it with one hand, took the bottom hand off, but certainly hit the middle of the bat and raced away behind point for 4.
Yeah, that shorter boundary again. I think just going in the favour of George Bartlett there. It was close, wasn't it? There was a good chase on in the end. I think it was Will Williams giving chase.
There's a lot of skill in controlling that ball, having bounced the way it did. If I'm batting, that's just flying up in the air. Got it down and middled it. It's well played.
Inside edge onto the pad there. That nearly carried back through to Balderson. Yeah, it wasn't. It's funny, isn't it? Figures for Bailey and Williams, 4 overs, 1 maiden, 14 runs. Exactly the same for both of them. But one has felt like a much more challenging 14 runs than what the other had provided. Tom Bailey will be back. He's a fantastic cricketer. Yeah. He will bowl better in this game on this surface. But to have bowled 4 overs to get replaced by Balderson, I think is just a nod to it's not quite worked this morning, Tom. I suspect Jennings and Tom Bailey himself will be a little bit disappointed with what they saw in front of them and then what they did with that new ball in that first half an hour.
Will. Yeah, they will. They will, because they'll set themselves higher standards than that. There'll be somebody somewhere in the Lancashire setup recording, call it what you will, but the amount of challenging balls that have been bowled with the new ball. I'm not sure about that.
Wow. Well, George Bartlett has been given out, caught at second slip. It's another one of those balloon catches, and he's questioning with the umpire as to how that's been given. Vasconcelos offers his condolences, but I'm guessing the umpire there judges George Bartlett to have got an inside edge on that onto pad, which is then ballooned up to second slip, and George Bartlett
out very quickly
has looked at that and given the indication that he's not hit it at all. I wonder if that's gone pad bat slip.
He's not hit that. Basically, he's just not hit it. He's hit his, what he has hit, he's hit his front pad with his bat. But I think the umpire's been influenced by the previous ball a little bit, where he did jam it, as you said. He jammed it in his inside edge onto pad, flew up towards the bowler, didn't reach. That one's nipped back. He's hit his pad with his bat. It's hit the roll of the pad, gone through the second slip, and there was a half appeal. And the umpire's given it out very quickly. And I have to say, from here, I think that's not a good decision.
Yeah, it's not fantastic. Fantastic if you're a Lancashire fan. Fantastic if you're George Balderson. It's a change of bowling that has worked straight away for Keaton Jennings. Balderson gets his 9th wicket of the campaign. But yes, I think George Bartlett there has every right and every reason to be disappointed.
What I would say is good captaincy, because he's got a bowler on who's got the ball up there. Previous ball was bringing him forward, incurred the inside edge, and the next ball, okay, whether he hit it or whether he didn't hit it, it was a very challenging delivery in the right area, and you get your reward. But yeah, that's there's a unscientific phrase in cricket where it just didn't look right.
Yeah, it didn't. It was, well, the way that George Bartlett reacted as well, with the kind of the turn back to take his guard once again, it was either a fantastic bluff or it was
I'm getting a very old-fashioned look from David Ripley along the end of the box here, and he's suggesting that he's got a bad one there.
Yeah,
I think that's what he's saying.
Well, James Sales in at number 4 for Northamptonshire. He will have a couple of balls left for George Balderson to navigate. James Sales had a tough year so far. 108 runs. 92 of those 108 did come against Lancashire up at Old Trafford.
Yes. Yeah, we've just had a look at the super slow-mo on Rips's high-tech technology that he carries around with him, and that's, yeah, I think we're about right. Well, that's been a very good first over, by the way.
Yeah.
In amongst whatever else has got, that was been a very good first over, because he has brought all the batters forward and challenged off stump, or both batters, I should say. Here we go.
Yeah, unfortunately, we don't get the benefits of the big TV style live stream with snickos and hotspots and all of that good stuff. But yeah, disappointment from George Bartlett. Umpire adjudged that to be caught at 3rd slip. Off the inside edge, off the pad. And as you say, a good bowling change from Keaton Jennings.
It was a really good bowling change, absolutely. There's a lot to be said for landing the ball in the right place, isn't there? A lot to be said for that. That's bounced a wee bit as well. I felt, as the ball landed, I thought he was going to just work that down to fine leg. It sort of bounced and stopped on him a little bit. Yeah, so James Sales will feel under the pump a wee bit here. We're only at 33 for 2. The ball is only 9 overs old. But if he can get himself in, you'll have to run those, I think. Wasn't perfectly timed. Wow, fielded. What about that? Bohannon again. So quick.
Yeah, that's a jogged 2 on a Saturday afternoon, isn't it?
Yeah.
Bohannon has cut that down for 1. And to the point, there was not even a look for a 2, really. Sales turning Vascon Sales back straight away. But another good pitched up delivery from Williams.
Yeah, that's where you got to be. You have to be there. And over the history of the game, you kind of work out which bowlers are kind of too reluctant to be driven. They just want to have that safe length and pretty length. But Williams is not that man. He's getting it up there. That's nice cricket. James Sales playing from the crease a wee bit there. Played it nicely. There's no trouble at all. But maybe could have got over the ball a little more. You know, the difference is they're fine margins here. If you get right over the ball on it and it nips, you probably get enough bat on it. It might go down on occasion. Well, that's nicely timed, square of the wicket. What a great shot that is. That is not a shot of a man on 0. That's a shot of a man on 150. Beautifully played off the knee roll. Let's have a look at the line of this ball. It was quite straight, wasn't it?
That
It was
was
straighter than I thought it was.
middle of middle stump, I think, wasn't it? He does play under his eyes
Yeah,
incredibly
yes.
well, James Hales. It's actually quite surprised at the numbers that he's managed to return so far this year. Did have a handful of games in 2024, but a brilliant return with a couple of first-class hundreds in those fixtures. Just hasn't quite, with the exception of that innings up at Old Trafford where he scored 92 off 144, just hasn't quite figured it out so far
No.
in 2025.
Absolutely. Scored 16 of the runs other than that inning. So we know he's got some class about him. It's really been more consistent at this level.
You said, didn't you, in that pre-match interview with Darren Lehman about the importance of first innings runs, and that's where he felt that the side have been let down a little bit.
Yeah.
But then also as well, how brave and how bold of a call is it for Luke Proctor to win the toss and have a bat first on a pitch that looks green with a batting lineup that hasn't put those first innings runs together? It's you could forgive anybody for turning around and saying, do you know what, we'll get ourselves in the game,
Yeah,
and then we'll see what happens for that kind of third and fourth innings shootout, which
100%.
quite often you see with these pitches that offer that lateral movement for the seamers.
Yeah, it's a bold move. I think it's a bold move. It's a courageous move, but it is also saying to the batters, I'm backing you a bit as well. So there's a bit of psychology in that. So we're going to have first use for this. We're going to go out and we're going to lay down and we're going to play the game on our terms because we're going to get a good number in the first innings. That's what we're going to do. There's absolute clarity there, isn't there? And there's no second guessing. There's absolute clarity there. And I don't know which way I'd have gone actually had I won the toss. I don't know. I think it's a bold move. I'm not sure. I am on the fence on that.
Yeah.
I'll get off the fence in a minute because I don't like to sit on the fence too much. Obviously, we'll only tell whether it's been the right call at the end of the game.
Yeah, it feels like a 49-51% split, doesn't it, here? But Balderson's been, well, a fantastic 8 deliveries, hasn't he, from the David Capel end so far. I think the batters have played pretty much every single one of them, just really pushing it forward. They've still got Anderson Phillip up their sleeve as well for another seamer when Keaton Jennings elects to use him. The Trinidad and West Indies international.
Yeah, and it's interesting. We talked earlier about the field change that Bailey requested, which was the point field to go to the boundary. Well, there's a ring on the offside now. Balderson saying, "Oh, I'm going to bowl good balls. He's going to defend them, and I want to keep him on strike." That's good cricket for me. The gully has gone. The 3 slips. And a man, Tom Hartley, who fielded that just behind square on the offside. But you don't need too many fielders if you're bowling good line and length, You only need a couple. People particularly in red ball cricket, can get drawn into all sort of fanciful plans and setups and so on. Actually, you go away from the basics at your peril in this game. Keep it simple. Very, very long appeal from the bowler in particular. I didn't know whether I heard 2 noises there.
I felt like I did through our headset. It was a fantastic appeal again, wasn't it, from Lancashire? There was a fantastic piece of content that went out for the opening game of the season when Lancashire travelled to Middlesex.
Mm-hmm.
And they had Keaton Jennings. I don't know whether he was mic'd up, but they were able to kind of get what Keaton Jennings was saying throughout the course of the day.
Played.
And it was such a lively piece of content.
Okay.
It was very very vocal, very enthusiastic, very encouraging for his teammates. And that appeal there from Balderson with Hurst and the 3 in the slipcord, and just kind of made me think of that. And I thought, yeah, there's a bit about Lancashire. They're up and about. They want to be out there. They're supporting their team. Change of bowling, Rowie. We are going to get Anderson Phillip.
Excellent. Maybe my first sighting of him in the flesh, as it were.
Again, he's had one of these starts to the season. He's taken 2 wickets so far in 2025. It was 2 for 99 against Northants up at Old Trafford, and hasn't taken one since. I don't think he's had the opportunity to do so. But he picked up 15 wickets last year in Division 1 for Lancashire, an average of just under 24. Has played international cricket, red and white ball for the West Indies. Resides in Trinidad.
He attacks the crease. That's the first thing. My first sighting of him, I say, in the flesh, that's the first thing. It's a very aggressive attacking of the crease in terms of the pace he hits the crease at. There's not a lot of acceleration in this run-up. It seems to be pretty even-paced sprint. Something you might want to think about as he gets older. He's building a little bit of acceleration into that. Fairly front on, I think. The front arm goes early-ish. Oh, what a beautiful shot off the back foot for 4. That's a cricket shot, that.
Just sat up a little bit, didn't it, for James Sales? Just outside off stump. On the tiptoes. Punched through cover. Bit of extra pace here from Anderson Phillip, from what we've seen from the other 3 Lancashire seamers.
Yeah, that's just a poor delivery, isn't it? Beautiful shot though, James Sales. He's on 8, and it's been a very attractive 8. The 2 boundaries he's hit have been beautiful. That one through the offside, off the back foot, which was reminiscent of another man called Sales, who played that shot pretty well here over the years, and the one through square leg. And that is that. That's all she wrote, because James Sales has been kind of caught on the crease a little bit. It was a very good length ball from Anderson Phillip. James Sales didn't really shift weight backwards or forwards. The ball did enough, just held its line. The genuine nick, and carried low to second slip, who pouched it very comfortably. So there was promise there, but not enough. And yeah, the ball was just too good for him. That's what I'd say there. I don't think he did a whole lot wrong, but it was a very, very nice delivery.
Yeah, it's just come back in, isn't it?
Squared him up a little bit, hasn't it?
To James Sales. If he hadn't have nicked it, he'd have almost certainly been bowled. Had he not been bowled, he would have been given LBW. I think to that delivery. Good comeback from Anderson Phillip, having just been hit for 4 through the offside to pick up James Sales the very next delivery. Good for Anderson Phillip as well to get back into the wickets.
Yeah, my instinct is that he might have made more effort to shift weight forward, possibly there. It wasn't a short ball. It could, it was a bit. Was his movement forward? Was it backwards? And that's good bowling, isn't it? To land the ball in that space where the batter is uncertain whether to come forwards or backwards.
Yeah.
He did neither, and the ball had enough sort of attributes on it, just holding its line. It was very nicely bowled. As you said, Dan, a little bit quicker than anything else that's been bowled. Caught a finish edge, but carried nicely through to second slip, where Keaton Jennings, as he generally does, snaffled it. And at 42 for 3 in the 12th over, Northants are in a bit of a pickle. 26 of those to Vasconcelos, predominantly in boundaries. He's put the bad ball away very well. But otherwise, batting has not looked straightforward. And Lancashire have been pretty good. Rob Keogh will want to get a score. He's been a little bit short of runs, as we've kind of said, really, of much of, not all, but much of the Northants lineup. 132 runs this season so far, at an average of 22. He's got 250s, the top score of 64. And if ever his team needed him, needed a partnership, this is the time. He's not going to be very happy about that first ball, which hit him amidships.
That's badged him, isn't it, early from Anderson Phillip, who just looks like he's got... I mean, I thought he was quicker than the others on show. That wicket just seems to have given him an extra 3, 4, 5 mile an hour on there as well, which is... West Indies fast bowlers are good to watch. Really,
They
are fantastic to watch, and it's so good to see. Say West Indies full international, has played Test cricket from Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah, it was a good bounce back from the poor ball that got hit for 4. Pitched that one up, but the line was slightly too wide, and Rob Keogh quite rightly lets that one go by. But he gets a nice round of applause to Anderson Phillip for his first over at Northampton. There was a loose ball, Sales hit it comfortably off the back foot for 4, but the next one was right on the money. He nicked it, Jennings caught it low, and that was that. There's been a bit of an ongoing conversation between Keaton Jennings and Tom Lungley. It looks like both of them have their point of view, and the other one doesn't agree with with the point of view. I'd love to know what that's about. I mean, there's nothing untoward. It's not particularly animated, but it's clearly something that they're discussing about what has happened so far.
Yeah, I wouldn't have thought so. Just to note, Will Williams there, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 19 before he was replaced by Anderson Phillip. Your man at deep backward point, Tom Hartley, has gone back out to Vasconcelos. George Balderson this time sending Tom Hartley out to the boundary.
Now this I understand more, because at this stage you might be playing a little bit of a mind game here on Rob Keogh and say, we don't want to bowl at Vasco, we want to bowl at you.
Yep.
And there's some psychology in that, isn't there? Oh, that's beautifully bowled and well taken.
What a fantastic delivery that was.
I thought he nicked it. Obviously, he didn't nick it, but I thought, because it moved after the bat, didn't it?
The way that Vasconcelos turned to see where that had gone was almost an admission of guilt, wasn't it? He hasn't hit it. He's missed it by a long way, in fact.
Yeah.
And it's a great take from Matty Hurst. Wow.
Well, that's well played. Yeah, good cricket from Vasconcelos. That ball really did bounce on him, but he got his hands up quickly. And when you move quickly, sometimes you carry kind of impetus, but he moved them quickly but softly. So the ball ran off the outer half of the bat. That's good skill. It's all very well getting your hands up quickly, but you have to also decelerate the bat. And he did that. He did both those things very, very, very well. Good running for 2 as well. That's good. That's a very confident leave. I know where my off stump is. That one's been pushed across. Yeah, Vasconcelos becomes a huge scalper. He's only got 28, but he's the only batter who's really looked anything like getting in so far.
Yeah, as you said earlier, when those bad balls have been bowled, he has put them away. I wonder does Tom Hartley come up for the final ball of the over then if Lancashire want to bowl at Rob Keogh? Or are they quite happy to let Vasconcelos try and run it down to Tom Hartley and keep the strike? He's not moved, is he? So I mean, Ricardo Vasconcelos in the past has played that loose uppercut that has flown down towards point, backward point, and been caught there.
Yeah.
But I don't necessarily know if that's the main mode of dismissal here at Northamptonshire on day 1 of this county championship match between Lancashire and Northants.
You know, at this, you said earlier about, is it a low scoring game and therefore boundaries are at a premium. He's got 4 4s and a 6 already. So what's that? 22 of his 28 have come in boundaries. It may be that, and also with the new guy at the other end who they want to bowl at, because we know Rob is a nervy starter.
Yeah,
there's something in that for sure. Oh, that is edged right in the gap between gully and third slip. I'm not sure whether it would have carried it. It may have done. It ought to, yeah, and they just haven't had a look. The catchers themselves, would it have carried? And they're not entirely sure whether it would or not. It may have done.
Yeah,
It was
Rob's
a genuine nick, wasn't it?
almost pushed down on it, isn't it, at the end, which took a little bit of the elevation away from it. It would have been a fantastic catch had there have been somebody there, because it would have been low. But again, good pace from Anderson Phillip.
He's making something happen, isn't he? He's only bowled 7 balls and 2 genuine nicks already. I think they're the only 2 genuine nicks of the game so far have come in the 7 balls he's bowled. So he's making something happen. Well, that's close. But too high, I suspect.
That has moved a long way, hasn't it? From the hand and then off the pitch again from Anderson Phillip, which wrapped Rob Keogh in the pads. Not playing a shot too high, I think, in the end. But that has done plenty from Anderson Phillip.
He's having a lovely time, isn't he? He's been pinned twice, nicked one for 4.
Fortunately, a bit more padding on the thighs than what there are in the in the stomach, isn't there? Which is where he got badged first time from Phillip.
And the ball is hard. It does hurt.
I'd love to have a speed gun here on Anderson Phillip, because this looks 10 mile an hour quicker than what we've seen. Certainly from this end, from Will Williams so far this morning.
Yeah, you would say the other bowlers, and particularly Balderson, is more medium fast, and medium fast for the other 2, and they weren't particularly bending their back. But yeah, I think this is what you get from Anderson Phillip, isn't it? He sprints in, hits the crease hard, and pace is certainly one of his major attributes. But there's been movement as well. That's nicely bowled. That's a very, very good place to bowl at Rob Keogh early on, and good discipline from Rob Keogh. His beans will be going. There's plenty of adrenaline when you first get out there, let alone being hit twice, which obviously literally sends adrenaline around your body. And the ability to then make good decisions is, you are tested. He was up to that. Well played. It's good at pace. Pace is good, isn't it?
Oh, it's just fun to watch.
It is fun to watch, yes. From here.
Yes, yeah. I wouldn't want to be at the other end of it.
No chance.
But yeah, certainly a all-action, 100% effort cricketer from what we've seen so far from Anderson Phillip. And I suspect if you have aspirations to play international cricket or be a professional cricketer in the West Indies, with the pitches that are produced out there, you can't afford to be that 75 mile an hour seamer that wobbles it about. You've got to run in hard.
They just don't make any of those guys, do they?
There's a lot of history to live up to for one. And then, as I say, the conditions just must kind of sway towards running in and bowling quickly, as Phillip does exactly that to finish the 14th. So that's the first hour done, Rowie, with 3 minutes past 12 on day 1. And Northamptonshire, having won the toss this morning, are 48 for 3. The wickets, Luke Proctor, George Bartlett and James Sales, all to depart this morning to 3 different bowlers. Lancashire, quite happy having lost the toss, I would say, wouldn't you?
Oh, 100%. Absolutely. I mean, yeah, lose the toss, team bats first at home. 2 wickets in the first hour, you say is even Stevens, but they've got 3. Sorry, two wickets in the first session, you would say, is even Stevens. They've got 3 in the first hour. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's not going to get any easier for Northamptonshire over the next 56 minutes either. Stream at Northamptonshire is powered by Daffabet. George Balderson running in from the David Capel end. 3 slips in place. And the man, Anderson Phillip, has just gone out on the pull at deep mid-wickets. There are 2 out there now, actually. There's one at deep square or backward square leg, one at deep mid-wicket. We've got a fielder at deep backward point as well, which the two on the leg side I can see as potential wicket taking options, where it is short and potentially not being able to keep it down. But I am starting to sway towards that theory of don't want to give too many boundaries away.
Yeah, I
on
think
this
that's
pitch.
right.
That is into the thigh pad. Half an appeal from Balderson. Vasconcelos strides through for a leg by.
And the thing here which makes for me the current field as you've just described it more understandable is that there are 3 wickets down, so they can afford to play sort of both sides of the coin, and they're doing that very, very well, as you might expect they would, because they're a very good cricket team, very well led, and they haven't really done too much wrong actually so far, I would say.
No, but they've put those fielders and those catches out, haven't they, without damaging the slipcord, and they haven't haven't weakened that at all. It's still 3 players full. Keogh there triggers well outside off stump, guides it eventually past the diving Luke Wells at gully. So it's another boundary for Rob Keogh, who for a moment would have had his heart in his mouth. Brings up the 50 for Northamptonshire. Was this played deliberately? Possibly, but maybe not exactly where he wanted that to go.
Well, he got it down quickly, didn't he? And he knows there's a gap there. And he got it. It was never in danger. But whether he's really wanting to play out there, I'm not so sure about that. Because that's the problem. There's a no ball, so that's a bonus. But that's a 6-stump ball that Rob's just jabbed at there. Now, this is an issue, I think, in Rob's game, and everyone's got issues, right? So I'm only talking about Rob Keogh because he's on strike. I'm not singling him out. But what I have seen is he gets dragged across the crease a wee bit, and then when the ball straightens on him, it's very hard to get the bat back online. He's done that pretty well. The length helped him out there. Well done, Rob. Get off strike. Good man.
Yeah, it's a big trigger, isn't it?
You know, the expression would be falls over, can fall over that, because he's so keen to get, his intent will be get weight forward, get energy forward. And that's good intent. Love that. Occasionally, it'll go more to the offside than he wants it to, which takes weight that way. And then it's very, very difficult to get anything back towards the bowler, including the bat, and you're coming across the line of the ball.
Final ball of the 15th. Vasconcelos will take the single off the inside half of the bat. So 15 done, 57 for 3 on the board. Vasconcelos on 29, Rob Keogh on 9. 3 wickets for Lancashire.
So, so you were saying Anderson Phillip has played 2 tests.
Yep.
Not particularly recently, or?
Not a million miles ago, I don't think. Let me just double check for you.
I go to you because you're something of an expert on West Indian cricket, I think.
I don't know whether I certainly wouldn't use the word expert.
Of the 2 of us, you are the expert on West Indian cricket.
I think I've more recently been to Trinidad than what you have, I think. Yeah. I don't know whether that counts as an expert or not, but producing some good cricketers, Trinidad, at the moment, or Trinidad and Tobago, I should say. Anderson Phillip, one of those. Where are these test matches? Bangladesh in June 2022, and then played at Adelaide in that famous 22-23 series that Shamar Joseph wrote the headlines. He's just picked up 3 test wickets to his name.
That's a tough place to bowl, isn't it? The Adelaide Oval. Wow.
Ooh, that's quick.
Yeah, that bounced and came back into Vasconcelos. It's gloved him on his bottom hand. And that's hurt him. He's called for the fizz.
Yeah, not surprised. He almost looked, stunned in shock, didn't he? I think kind of stood there, potentially half expecting to hear a bail drop behind him as that ball just drops by his feet.
He looks a bit resigned there, Vasconcelos, as though I know what's happened. But he doesn't look in great pain.
No, he doesn't look in huge discomfort, does he? Hopefully that's just got a fleshy part of the forearm and not the bony part of the wrist. Kind of looking at the forearm and elbow, isn't he, there? Hopefully just a bruise.
Yeah.
But it is quick from Anderson Phillip.
Yeah, it is. And it bounced as well, and it bounced and sort of jagged back into him. And well, the physio, time for the physio to get onto the field has elapsed. I mean, that's slow. Where is he? Still not. Okay, coming down the steps now. I mean, he could have been in the back room giving someone a rub, I guess. Let's say that. Physio enters the arena. Here we go.
Yeah, so Anderson Phillip made his debut for the West Indies against Bangladesh back in June 2022. Picked up 2 wickets, Mahmudul Hassan and Animal Hack. And then, as I say, that test match in Adelaide. He picked up the wicket of Marnus Labuschagne. So just 3 wickets in his test career so far from those 2 test matches that he's played. And then
how old would he be, Dan?
1996, if depending on how good your maths is.
So that makes him 29, I think.
Yeah, just shy. 28 and 260 days.
Okay. So he's probably in his prime.
I would say so.
Yeah, in general.
Yeah, I would say
who
so.
knows? But yeah, in general, fast bowlers 28 onwards, if they're still in the game and not broken and still bowl fast, that's probably when they're around their best.
Yeah, I mean, from Trinidad and Tobago themselves, who will be in direct competition with Jaden Seals, who's obviously taken to international cricket like a duck to water, hasn't he? Just a real handful for so many. And Kemar Roach in Barbados as well. It's a good competition for those international spots. Back underway. And again, Phillip with his pace up into the body of Vasconcelos, who turns it into the leg side. 29 off 48.
Yeah, he's still looking at that arm, isn't he? Just get stiffer, won't it? That's the thing. He's got a bit of a spray on it, I think but it will stiffen up. Hopefully it doesn't cause him too much discomfort in terms of holding the bat. If you get hit on the forearm and it locks, it makes actually use of the fingers quite difficult. Can do.
Short ball pulled away over mid-wicket. Well, that might alleviate some of that discomfort in the forearm for Ricardo Vasconcelos.
What a shot that is.
Just rocks back on the back foot. There's no great, there's no particularly good or particularly short ball there from Phillip. He's just pulled him off the bails, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has, yeah. That's an amazing shot. And that crossed the boundary rope in front of the bowl, level within, in front of square of the bowler's stumps, which is always an indication of how much time the batter has. That's an amazing cricket shot. Made that look so easy.
You said earlier, didn't you, how stylish of a cricketer Ricardo Vasconcelos is.
He's easy on the eye, no question about that.
It's pulled away again. I think that's going to be cut off, though. Nicely timed down towards the coffee van. Vasconcelos will just wander back for a second. I suppose this is the trade-off with the extra pace from Anderson Phillip is potentially that slight lack of or less of control than what we've seen from the other Lancashire seamers, and then obviously just helps it disappear to the boundary a touch quicker, doesn't it, with that bit of extra pace on it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Last ball of the over. And a good finish from Phillip. It was a good delivery, wasn't it? And well played by Vasconcelos. Off the inside half, gets another single. So an expensive over for Lancashire. A good one for Northants. 64 for 3. Vasconcelos on 36 now. And Rob Keogh's on 9.
It's been a bit of a game of two halves, isn't it, really? And the scorecard tells you that 64 for 3 and Vasconcelos on 36. He's faced the majority of the bowling, no doubt, and he's faced some very good balls that he's defended well. In general, his judgment of play leave has been very, very good. He'll be happy with that. There was only one so far. Slight error where he went to leave it and actually didn't withdraw the bat in time. Got away with that. He's entitled to that as an opening batsman. He's playing very, very nicely. I hope I haven't put the kibosh on him. At the other end, it's been a different story.
Yeah, still movement on offer there from George Balderson. It swings as it goes past the stumps.
Lancashire will be disappointed that they haven't been able to bowl very many balls at Rob Keogh. Not because it's Rob Keogh, because it's anyone other than Vasconcelos, basically. They want to bowl at the new guys. When they've bowled at Rob, they've caused him some difficulty. He's got 9, but 8 of those have been 2 edges that have gone through the cordon. Well, that's a fiddle. That's not a good shot. I've talked him into that, haven't I? That's the second poor decision, and he's crossed with himself. It did bounce a bit. He's indicating that, just in case anyone is watching, and knocking down the bit of the wicket where it pitched. But he got drawn into that a wee bit.
Yeah, just pushed across him as well, wasn't it, by Balderson?
Yeah, it's nicely bowled. He's bowled well, hasn't he?
He certainly has. We said how good of a bowling change it was as Vasconcelos falls for the same trick twice to bring him into the attack to replace Tom Bailey early. Bailey only bowled 4 overs, so to go to Balderson, I'll take away your experienced, your premier seam bowler, bring on the youngster. A good move from Keaton Jennings.
Yeah, it was a good move.
But out of nowhere here, Vasconcelos has just started to look a bit fiddly, hasn't he?
He had, yeah. That's good. I mean, one of the things about batting is the ability to focus on the next ball. Now, whatever has happened in the previous ball, the next one is the one that counts. It's the only one that matters. Nothing else matters. And I think we've seen in this overall something that Vasco perhaps could work harder on, which is leaving the previous ball alone, letting it go, not physically letting it go, but mentally letting it go.
Yeah, that's an edgy drive, isn't it? Down to Tom Hartley. He does occupy that backward point region on the boundary. So I suppose if Tom Hartley wasn't there, that would have been a streaky 4, which would have added another boundary to Vasconcelos' tally. But I suppose that's the trade-off with a cricketer that you want to say is attractive and stylish to watch. You want that bat on ball. It's
what you don't want is him caught behind fiddling one where he only gets 1 for it.
Yeah,
you don't want that, particularly on a wicket that's bouncing a bit. He needs to have the discipline to let that go.
They've got 1 at Rob Keogh, and that's all they needed. Well, that felt like that was coming, didn't it, from Rob? He's gone for 9. He did trigger a cross outside off stump. Balderson gave him a delivery that he could have a poke at. He obliged, and it was well caught in the slip cordon. And Lancashire have their 4th, 65 for 4, as Rob Keogh departs for 9.
Yeah, well, we talked about this, didn't we, earlier, about Rob getting across his stumps and actually getting too far across his stumps. And I'm not sure another day he could let that go. His hands high, lets that go. And I think the line of the ball was probably would have allowed that to go through pretty comfortably. But he's trying to get forward. Sometimes just gets dragged across the crease a wee bit. He's had a couple of nibbles, hasn't he? 2 of them have gone off the edge for boundaries, and that one found the fielder and nicely caught low. Good low catch at slip by Harris, and that's the end of Rob Keogh. And at 65-4. Yeah, Northampton are in significant stuck.
Yeah, it's a tough position to find themselves in. Just a reminder, Luke Proctor won the toss and elected to have a bat first this morning. Head coach Darren Lehman mentioned about the importance of those first inning runs as well. And as of the first hour and 20 minutes, hasn't gone Northamptonshire's way. Lancashire, they've created 4 chances. They've taken them all. All of the wickets have been caught behind the bat. One, Luke Proctor, which just ballooned off the top edge, caught at gully. A couple at third slip and one at second. And the second wicket of the spell for George Balderson. So we were just talking up the decision to replace Tom Bailey for Balderson, saying how good of a decision it was. And now he's got 5 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 15. The new man for Northamptonshire is Safe Zabe. He's had a fantastic start to the 2025 County Championship. A couple of hundreds, 116 against Lancashire at Old Trafford, but he won't be on strike as Anderson Phillips continues targeting the stumps in the front pad of Vasconcelos. Yeah, a couple of hundreds for Safe Zabe. 268 runs in the championship so far in 2025, an average of 45. I'm sure he'd have much rather have found himself sat watching for a bit longer than what he has this morning. Northamptonshire, well, in a bit of trouble at 65 for 4. It's a short ball which Vasconcelos tries to cut away. Goes straight through to Matty Hurst. There's a fielder down there at that deep backward point boundary as well. So you'd have had to have really been in control of it had Vasconcelos made contact. Maybe it was a bit too short and a bit too wide to have the control that he desired. But it is short today, down to the offside for Vasconcelos. We're a long way over on the square at Wantage Road. Nicely played. On drive from Vasconcelos. I don't think it's going to go. It's not. It's going to be a couple of runs to the Northants opener, who moves up to 39. Still the 3 slips for Lancashire, as you would expect there to be. 4 wickets having been asked to bowl first. Has been a fantastic start to this fixture for the visitors. Now, I'm sure the seamers would have been excited at the prospect of bowling on this, having seen the pitch yesterday when Lancashire arrived. Phillip on the money. Vasconcelos drops it, takes all the pace off it into the offside. And a big appeal for LBW this time from Phillip, and he's gone. Vasconcelos has been given LBW, and the West Indies international Anderson Phillip gets his second. And Northamptonshire, well, if they were in a spot of bother at 4 down, they're close to strife at 5. 67 for 5, and the man with the runs, 39 off 61 for the opener, has to go. LBW to Anderson Phillip. And Lancashire are well on top. You get a replay here from behind the bowler's arm for this LBW. Vasconcelos is trapped on the crease there. That looks pretty adjacent and a pretty easy decision for umpire Lungley. That one just tracking back into the pads of Vasconcelos. Phillip appeals, Phillip celebrates. And Lancashire have 5. So the new man for Northamptonshire is Lewis McManus. And Lancashire will have 2 batters at the crease who have yet to face a delivery. Well, it was 3 wickets in the first hour, 5 in the first hour and 25 minutes. We still have 35 minutes left of this session with Safe Sabe, Lewis McManus, Calvin Harrison, Ben Sanderson, Harry Conway, and Liam Guthrie to go in this Northamptonshire lineup. Stream at Northamptonshire is powered by Daffabet. 145 runs so far this campaign for Lewis McManus, a best of 95, which came against Lancashire at Old Trafford. A very different pitch, very different conditions earlier on in the season up at Manchester. It's a good finish to the over from Anderson Phillip. 67 for 5 then after 18 overs. 2 wickets for Phillip, 2 for Balderson, 1 for Will Williams, and Tom Bailey, the one without the wicket to his name so far. The T20 Blast isn't a million miles away, which sounds crazy, doesn't it, on the 9th of May? But tickets are on sale for the men's Blast matches here at Wantage Road. You can get season tickets for £99 and watch all of the matches, including the 2 double headers and the 4 Friday night fixtures. Interested in some T20 cricket? Head to the website, get yourself booked on, get yourself down and to enjoy some cricket in the summertime. Oh, what a beauty from Balderson. Fantastic to start. I don't know whether anybody spotted this, but Anderson Phillip has done the brilliant thing there at mid-wicket of putting his jumper on backwards. And he stood there with his name and number on the front of his chest as he's just started to, I think he's just looked down and gone, my jumper feels a bit funny here. He's just corrected himself. But hey, you can forgive him. You can forgive him having broken that stand from Vasconcelos in the previous over, but a bit of county championship gold there, I think, when you see somebody with their jumper on the wrong way around. It doesn't happen in any other sports, does it? But the championship finds those moments. Safe Sabe advances, Safe Sabe nicks it, Keaton Jennings takes the catch, and George Balderson has 3. That was short and sweet from Safe Sabe. Faced 1, got beaten, charged Balderson for the second one, and has gone for a 2-ball duck. And well, Northamptonshire are 67 for 6.
I wish I hadn't just returned.
Well, to be fair, you left him and we lost Vasconcelos, so
I'm not sure what to say about that dismissal, really. There is an argument at 67 for 5 for a counter-attack.
Yep.
Absolutely, of course there is. That's reckless. Second ball. That's my commentary on that.
I don't think there's a better way to sum that up, Rowie, to be completely honest with you. I mean, it might have had anything to do with the fact that I just mentioned the fact that Blast season tickets are still available.
There is an argument for a counter-attack.
Yeah.
But that is reckless.
Having just been beaten the ball before, both batters in on 0. And particularly with the form that Safe's been in this year as well. I said he's averaging 45 with 2 first-class hundreds in the 4 fixtures that have preceded this one. So to give it away like that, not just for Safe himself personally, but for the team is disappointing. I mean, that's a great catch for Keaton Jennings. It's gone quickly, isn't it? And it's gone quite high.
He caught that like someone underarmed him a tennis ball.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that was not an underarm with a tennis ball. That was absolutely flying. And he just plucked it with no...
Kind of reminiscent
seemingly
of,
no difficulty.
You take your dog for a walk, don't you? And somebody goes, oh, you play a bit of cricket. Can you throw the tennis ball for the spaniel? You throw it back. And that's exactly what Jennings has kind of caught that like.
Yeah, it has.
Oh, well, the new man is the loanee from Nottinghamshire, is Calvin Harrison. 4 slips in place. Balderson with 3 wickets, and still that ball just shapes away. Be a few Lancashire fans will have a few nightmares of Calvin Harrison, not necessarily with the bat in hand. He did get 50 up there, didn't he? 56 off 98, but finished with an 11 for in the match up at Old Trafford. It wasn't enough to beat Lancashire, but certainly would have asked a few questions. 7 for 119 in the second innings.
Well played. My memory of Calvin Harrison, and I'll need to check this, but I'm pretty sure he was in the Oxford UCCE setup, and I think he was a top 3 batter who bowled leg spin, but he was a top 3 batter. So he has. That's not first class cricket nowadays, but he has got some ability with the bat, and I think we've seen glimpses of that already.
Ooh, nicely played in the end. Good diving hand, wasn't it, at 4th slip to make sure that is only a single. Yeah, he's got 106 runs at an average of 33 whilst he's been on loan from Nottinghamshire. Very tall man as well, isn't he? It's
He is.
Should be able to get forward, and that's one thing that actually, with the exception of Rob Keogh, Northamptonshire aren't particularly blessed with. They're not blessed with tall batters that kind of do occupy the crease and do bat in the crease. Can't get forward. And it can be an intimidating prospect for a bowler, but at 68 for 6, I'm not convinced that Lancashire are going to be in the mood for any form of intimidation here at all. They are well on top. McManus advances. A big appeal for LBW. It continues. McManus stands there in amazement that the appeal went up, and it's the end of another successful over for Lancashire. 19 done, 68 for 6.
Yeah, he shuffled well, didn't he? And I think that helped. That helped no end, because it was, in terms of the line, we'll see from this. Oh yeah, that's a good shout, isn't it?
Mm.
He shuffled forward, hit him on the knee roll. He's not a tall man, as we've just said. He has that in keeping with many of the Northamptonshire. Would that ball have gone on to hit the stumps? More than likely, but there was sufficient doubt that the appeal was declined on that occasion. Obviously, I was out of the box when Vasco fell. What happened there?
Just trapped on the crease, beaten for pace by Philip, and stood in front of all 3.
Okay, round the wicket. I'm just watching the. Oh yeah, okay.
Not much doubt about it.
No, not all the footwork there, was there? So Philip continues from the Lynn Wilson end, bowling to Harrison, who has an unconvincing push at that. Gets a very thick outside edge, goes all the way down to the 3rd man boundary in there. Harrison can pick up 3. He can actually pick up 4 if they'd really run well, but 3 it is. So that takes him up to 4 and brings McManus onto strike, who survived a very good LBW appeal, the last ball that he faced from Balderson. And Balderson's been impressive.
Yeah, I'm denied about bringing into my cricket draft 11.
And did you?
No.
Oh.
No. So whilst I'm really enjoying the performance from George Balderson, it is slightly painful to see him with 3 wickets to his name this morning.
Should have backed your gut.
I should have done. Don't change your mind, isn't that what they say?
That's what they say, whoever they are.
Probably the same people that say hindsight's wonderful.
That one's turned away nicely by McManus. He scampers well there to pick up the 2. Yeah, they've bowled nicely, haven't they? You'd say as a group, they've bowled nicely. You would say Tom Bailey was probably not quite as good as he can be. It wasn't bad, but certainly not as good as the other bowlers who we've seen on display. Do I see 73 for 6? Well, I do, because I'm looking at it, but does that tell the story? I think there's been a couple of softies in there. That's well played, Lewis McManus. Hands right out of the way of that.
Yeah, there's been a few soft dismissals. Shall I take the opportunity, not really a lull in play, but just to go through what's happening around the rest of the country for the other fixtures, just quickly in between deliveries?
Yeah.
It's Hove. Worcestershire are at Sussex. Worcestershire chose to field, and Sussex are 78 for no loss at the moment. Dan Hughes, 24. Tom Haynes has just gone past 50. Feeling like a tough season for Worcestershire, isn't it?
It is. They're struggling. Yeah.
Trent Bridge, Nottinghamshire host Hampshire. Hampshire won the toss and chose to have a bowl first, and Nottinghamshire are 67 for 2. Asib Hamid, 25. Ben Slater, 31. Both of those wickets going to James Fuller.
There's a very, I think Philip is, things have to click for him to optimise his pace. And on that last ball, that was significantly slower than others. It's quite a long way behind the crease as well, and he was there as well. Although that one's a bit quicker. That hurried McManus. What he did well, though, Lewis McManus, there was his lines, his energy was coming straight back at the bowler. So although the ball just nipped back and hurried a little bit, he was able to get a good bat on that.
It's a bit tricky to face, isn't it? That we've obviously different levels and different standards, but everybody watching this and listening to us witter on about cricket will have played to some standard, and you'll have faced somebody that, as you say, when it gets it right, you think, gee whiz, that's quite tasty. But there's no discerning difference between getting it right and not getting it right.
Yeah. That's nicely put. She's slightly over pitched by Philip on that occasion, but bringing McManus forward, and he does look, when he's compact, Lewis McManus, he does look a good player, and that's nice cricket through the vacant mid-off area for 2. Takes him to 4, the score to 75, 6. I'll say that very quickly. Because it's not the morning that Northamptonshire would have wanted when the coin came down in their favour, that's for sure.
No, absolutely not.
Where are we going now? Around the country, Dan?
Well, we're going to Warwickshire, going to Edgbaston next. They're hosting Surrey. Surrey won the toss and elected to have a bowl first this morning. Warwickshire 89 for 1. Rob Yates is 40 not out. Alex Davies, the 1 wicket to fall off the bowling of Dan Lawrence for 45. And the New Zealand international Tom Latham makes his Warwickshire
off the bowling
debut.
of Dan Lawrence?
Yeah.
Is Harmer playing?
Not for Surrey or Warwickshire.
Oh, sorry. Well done. Well done, Phil. Keep up to date.
I would imagine he is playing at Chelmsford, though. He is playing at Chelmsford.
He opened the bowling the other day on a very green pitch.
Yeah, I think down at Taunton, wasn't it?
It was.
Good game of cricket in the end.
Yeah,
Fantastic 100 by James Rue, which I'm sure wasn't the deciding factor as to why he got that England call up. But
he was next cab on the block, wasn't he? Yeah.
Fantastic player.
Good start to this over from Balderson again, bringing Harrison forward slightly back of a length that time.
And final game in Division 1 is at Chelmsford, where Yorkshire are the visitors. Yorkshire won the toss and elected to have a bat first this morning. They're 73 for 1. Adam Lythe is 37. Finlay Bean out for 31. LBW to Shane Snater. And I can confirm that Simon Harmer is playing.
I'll just ask that every time you read a score out now, just to cover myself.
Playing?
No, I meant Peter Harmer. Good cricketer, this fella. He's a very good cricketer. You know, it's a very strong squad, the Lancashire squad. And yeah, this guy gives you something, doesn't he? He's very, very, very accurate, and he's quite skillful too.
Yeah,
it's not a bad combination, is it?
Genuine all-round cricketer.
And he can bat. Yeah, absolutely.
I did have a look. I went through the players and kind of looked at the records against one another. And George Balderson now has 10 first-class wickets against Northamptonshire in, well, not a huge amount of games, and an average of 57 with the cricket bat as well.
Oh, good. And then you've got Josh Bohannon, who's 40% of his first-class hundreds have been against Northamptonshire.
That's right. First-class average of 94 against Northamptonshire.
Yeah, that's when I stopped doing any research after that. I'm not well bowled again, well played, good cricket has broken out at Northampton. Yeah, I stopped looking then. I thought there's no comfort for me here at all.
No, I must admit I did feel the same way when I went through and put together some pieces. There were a few Northamptonshire players that you go through and you go, he's not scored 100 against Lancs and doesn't average that well. And then you look at some of the statistics for the Lancashire cricketers.
Well, that's close.
Sounded a bit high.
It did sound a bit high. I'll give you that. Yeah, and he's a tall man. One of the few.
Good appeal again, though, for Balderson in the slip cordon, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah, it looked high, didn't it? Yeah.
Almost sounded like a thigh pad, didn't it?
Lancashire are good appealers. Yeah, that's too high. They are good appealers. In that, they all go up. You know, there's very rarely a kind of a half-hearted appeal. They all go up for everything. So we're going to see the return of Tom Bailey. He bowled 4 overs first thing today from the David Capel end. Was taken off, and he's now going to have another go, this time from the Lynn Wilson end, who'll be bowling to Lewis McManus. He's got 4 catches in, and McManus has a controlled drive, but misses it. Whether that ball swung on him or left him off the pitch, or he just missed it, I'm not sure. It was very full. It was, he was entitled to drive at that ball.
Yeah, it was floaty almost, really, wasn't it?
It was a bit floaty.
Tom Bailey.
Yeah.
Looked like McManus missed it by a distance,
By a
really.
distance, yeah.
There's no real reaction from the slip cordon. There's just one other game going on in Division 2 in this round as the counties just finish off that period of weeks off. It's Glamorgan at Canterbury against Kent, and Kent won the toss, chose to have a bowl first, and Glamorgan at 89 for 1. Asset Tribe on 30 and Sam Northeast on 23.
There's some runs around, aren't there? Teams have been stuck in and have done all right. Already Bailey has bowled. Well, what's happening? Is the keeper coming up to the stumps?
Looks like it.
Looks like it. Already he's bowled more, well, not more, because he bowled 24 balls from the far end, but the 2 balls he has bowled to date from this end, from the Lynn Wilson end, have been very full. And yeah, okay, so to sort of reinforce that as a strategy rather than just what's happening, the keeper is coming up to the stumps.
Yep.
McManus, who has shuffled forward and probably got the benefit of the doubt on an LBW for being a long way forward, having shuffled, can't now shuffle because the keeper's up to the stump. So that's good cricket. Hopefully it doesn't affect the bowler's length too much. But it has affected his line because he's chucked it down the leg side, basically.
Yeah. Good half a stop from Hurst there, wasn't it?
It was.
To get down the leg side. I enjoy it when a wicketkeeper comes up to the stumps.
I do.
For a seamer.
I do.
Particularly when needed. He's obviously just taken the lid off there. He doesn't have to Calvin Harrison. He's not using the crease in the same way that McManus was.
He didn't look altogether happy with that first ball from Tom Bailey either, did he? that was way down the leg side.
Seam bowlers can react very differently to that, can't they, as well?
Yeah.
You can get some that thrive under it because they have a target to bowl to, and there is a real plan for that, and some really buy into it. Others, I think, can take it as a bit of a personal insult, and
in some ways, though, it's a compliment, because it means the keeper is not worried about getting stuff down the leg side or with wide balls or whatever. Bailey doesn't look altogether happy. And that won't make him any happier because he's bowled a shoot. See, look at this. See, he's finished his delivery, he's finished his follow through, and he almost looks like he's not well.
Well, it was a short follow through there, wasn't it?
Yeah, I don't think he's quite right.
Let's not forget that delay in play 3 balls into the day this morning was from Tom Bailey's front foot sliding a long way forward, wasn't it, on the crease? Whether he's just pulled something or twinged a muscle or a nerve there.
That's nicely bowled. This is not his full throttle either, is it? Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if he's just slightly under the weather, Doesn't look the happiest bunny. Hopefully nothing serious, but he doesn't look great. If he didn't come back out after lunch and someone said he'd got a bug of some sort, that wouldn't surprise you, would it? Because he's not quite right, I think.
No, hopefully it is just that, and not anything untoward with the slip that we saw this morning.
Yeah. But Balderson's going to continue. They can't get the ball out of his hand. 7 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 16. And keep going is the message from the captain. 4 slips in place. And McManus advances down the wicket again. The ball goes away off the pitch. Keeper is not happy. Not entirely sure why. It died a wee bit as it reached him.
It was the first one, wasn't it, that we've seen today?
Yeah. Oh, actually, it did. Yeah, it was second bounce, wasn't it? I thought it had reached him, actually, but no. Well, it's nicely bowled, nip back. Again, good technique from McManus. Got his head back towards the bowler. And if the ball does nip back in, if your head's coming back at the bowler, you do have more opportunity to get some wood on it, which is what he did there. Run away for a single. He's on to 5. 77 for 6 is the score. And Northants 9-10 Jack. Probably, I mean, Spence Anderson's having a great year with the bat. He's played one game, and he got runs in both innings, I think. Let's have a look at my little sheet here. Where are Ben Sanderson? Yeah, so he scored 50 runs in total in aggregate in his one game, but that's over par for Sando generally. Liam Guthrie, we know, likes to swing the bat. Oh, that's lifted up and over mid-wicket. There is a man at mid-wicket, but Harrison was confident enough to say, okay, I'm going aerial, but I'm going to get it over the head of mid-wicket, and did so very comfortably and picks up 4. Nicely played. A rare loose ball from George Balderson was too straight and was over length, and Calvin Harrison tucked it away with some aplomb.
Yeah, just a bit of a half volley there on middle stump, wasn't it?
Was.
I think you've used the term a drop kick into the leg side, wasn't it?
It was.
Just a couple of bounces as it goes down towards the rope, the longer side of the ground.
That's nicely played as well. Well bowled, straight back on it. The batter was up to it. A drop kick reminiscent of Finn Smith, who's one of 4 Northampton Saints players to be named in the British and Irish Lions squad for their winter tour down under. Well, what a great reward that is for him and for the other 3 guys as well, and for everyone involved in Northampton Saints rugby. They should all feel incredibly proud of what they've done in terms of player development and in terms of, and get down. Oof, that was a push drive from Calvin Harrison. I think he was going straighter than that. He got the outside half of the bat and was in the air a long time, but fell short and wide of Josh Bohannon, who's kind of doing 2 jobs really, extra cover and a wide mid-off.
Bearing in mind that's ended up about 10 yards from the boundary rope as well.
Yeah.
That was just a single.
Yeah, he's quick.
I know well, whether we'll say it a lot or not, I don't know. It's yet to be seen as to how far this game goes into the 4, but what a fantastic cricketer Josh Bohannon is.
He is a brilliant cricketer. Yeah, he really is.
But you make a great point about Northamptonshire's 9, 10, and 11. It's one that had this partnership had been broken at the beginning, I think Lancashire would have been had one eye on having a bat in the afternoon, or straight away in the afternoon session. It wouldn't have shocked you, would it, had you seen 9, 10, and 11 go quite quickly?
No. And there's, I said earlier on that I thought a counter punch was an understandable tactic. I mean, certainly I would say, we know Liam Guthrie will probably play that way.
Yep.
And if he comes in at number 11, whoever comes in can if they're batting with a non-batter, can probably have a bit of a dip. But I would encourage those guys to play their shots. If it's in their area, play your shots.
Oh, Sanderson, we know will and can.
Yeah.
Guthrie, we know will and can. Conway obviously made his Northamptonshire debut last week away at Leicestershire. Fantastic start with the ball in hand.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't see much of him with bat in hand, but then that's not what he's been signed for, is it? At the end of the day, it's not his primary role. What do we got? 12 minutes to go before lunch, Rowie. I think whatever happens now, Lancashire, well, they've won the session. They've won it by a distance. I mentioned about Northants finishing 3rd in a session. They might have finished 4th in this one.
Oh, what a beautiful cricket shot that is from Calvin Harrison. I've been talking him up as a batter, and he is
not going to go.
Oh my goodness! But not as a runner, because he's hit it to within 6 inches of the extra cover boundary and picked up 2. He's just indicating that it snaked across the outfield and slowed down. Well, you know that because you were watching it go the whole way, because you weren't running, you plonker. And he's timed that beautifully.
Yeah,
at that point, he thinks that's a nice shot for 4. And is it going? And he's not running yet. And oh, crikey, we've got to run those. Picks up 2.
It's a big pocket, isn't it?
It is a big
Particularly
pocket, yeah.
on this side of the square. It's a long way down to that Jackson Grundy stand. I'm really curious as to see what Keaton Jennings does here with Tom Bailey at the end of this over. I can't work out whether, as you say, is he a bit under the weather? Is it the slip? Does one wicket here suddenly change Tom Bailey's day, and all of a sudden you get back to the Tom Bailey that Lancashire fans have enjoyed for such a long period of time? Or do you get Will Williams back on with potentially what would be the last or maybe 2 overs before lunch? Because, yeah, whilst it's been economical, it's not been particularly threatening, has it? On a day that the other 3 have asked serious questions of Northamptonshire, Tom Bailey hasn't done that.
Yeah. What would you do?
I think I'd be chucking the ball to Will Williams, I think.
Yeah, I think I would. There's a fine line, isn't there? But I think I would. Between doing that because you think it's the right thing to do, your best chance for wicket, or come back to the or. Well bowled, well played, or backing the guy that is just had a poor morning.
Yeah,
and say, you've had a poor first 6 overs, but we believe in you. Just bringing him back and giving him 2 and then pulling him off for the last one. But it's not about making people feel good, is it?
No.
At this level, you've got to perform. So
it's professional sport, isn't it? I suppose Lancashire and Jennings and Tom Bailey, Will Williams have got the benefit of the fact that 6 down for 86, it doesn't really matter. But undoubtedly 7 down would make them feel happier, but it's not going to be happier at 30% happier, is it?
Yeah,
You're picking up 1 or 2% there. It's still been a fantastic morning for Lancashire, regardless of what they do.
And this is key as well. I mean, these 2 can bat, and everyone knows they can bat. The 9, 10, 11 for Northampton are not at the same level as these 2. With no disrespect to those guys, they're not at the same level. So this is a really important wicket.
Yeah, it's as important of a partnership that Northampton put together so far.
No, it really is.
In this innings.
These guys put another 50 on.
Yeah.
They've already put 20 on, 19, I should say, sorry. Put another 50 on, that gets to a 70 partnership. In the context of what might be a low-scoring game, this could be absolutely vital. So, yeah, if you've got a card to play, you play it when you need to. So there's going to be spin, I think, at the far end. Or is there? No, there's not.
There is no way you're taking that Duke's cricket ball out of George Balderson's
Well, I thought he's bowled 8, hasn't he? So
he has. This will be his 9th in the spell.
Yeah.
It's not an action that you'd think, he can bowl all day. There's quite a lot of energy going through there. Bowls with good pace, but clearly has a good engine. And I mean, when it's doing this out of the hand of George Balderson, why would you want to stop bowling?
Absolutely. Now, this will be a longish spell. How long have we got now? We've got 8 minutes, so he's probably got another one after this. He can have a sit down at lunch, can't he?
Yeah, well, we might get that standard over of spin, mightn't we? But
well played. I don't know. And we might do. You might be.
We might.
You might be right, but yeah, we might.
It's kind of a bingo card check, isn't it, to have the last over of lunch bowled by the spinner? But again, unless Balderson couldn't physically do it, I don't think I'd be swapping him out for Tom Hartley.
He got rhythm. He is in rhythm. He's in good nick. Well bowled and well played. That's where he wants to be most of the time.
Yeah, well, Hurst up to the stumps as well to Balderson, with McManus now trapped in the crease. And it feels now that Balderson's hitting the bat of McManus rather than McManus getting to the ball.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is key for Northants. This partnership is absolutely key. So I'm saying that's 2 away, right? Two have hit the pitch and gone away. They've caught the outer half of the bat. McManus has been exemplary in defence. It's caught the outer half of the bat, but he's right on top of the ball. The ball has just run away. Nothing much has happened, but is he setting him up for the one that nips back? We shall see. Yes, he is, because that is the one that nipped back. McManus, rather ungainly, but played it well, adjusted well, and got it down into the leg side. Testing over this from Balderson. Another one. So having bowled two that go away, he bowls this one, nips back. McManus removes the bottom hand. It bounced and nipped back at him. Played it well in the end. Staying up, keeper staying up for Harrison. Quickly round, let's go, is the shout from Hurst, the keeper.
Yeah, well, they'll just get, what, one more in from Bailey? One more from Bailey, one from...
Yeah, I would say so.
One from Balderson.
Yeah.
And I mean, why would you not want another 12 deliveries this morning just to try and round out what's been an incredible morning, really, for Lancashire? Don't know whether anybody needs a reminder, but it just popped up on screen there that Northamptonshire won the toss and elected to have a bowl first, which we said was positive, didn't we? We said it was bold. The benefit of hindsight is looking like the incorrect decision.
That's a lovely shot. It's a poor delivery from Tom Bailey, picked up on the half volley by Lewis McManus for 4. I'm reminded of a scene in Blackadder where at the flying school, the instructor says, we have old pilots and we have bold pilots. We have no old, bold pilots.
Yeah, I don't mind the call.
No, it's clear. It's positive. That's nicely played, nicely bowled. That's good from Lewis McManus. There would have been some of him who wanted to drive that ball, but he decided late on that he couldn't drive it under the amount of control that he would want at this stage. So he decelerated the bat rather than accelerated the bat. And that's good cricket from him.
Interested that Matty Hurst has gone to stand back off this over, having stood up to Tom Bailey in the last with McManus, who again advances and triggers down, whips it through the leg side for another 4. I enjoy it. I love it when a keeper comes up to the stumps. I can't quite work out why Matty Hurst has decided to go back now.
Yeah, I mean, the simple way of looking at it is, where's your first chance? Do you think the first chance for McManus is more likely to be LBW or more likely to be caught behind? And at one point they thought it was more likely to be LBW, and now they don't. A factor in that, though, that complicates it a wee bit, is what impact does him coming up to the stumps have on Tom Bailey? And so that's an unknown. What we do know is Tom Bailey is not landing the ball where he wants to land it as consistently as he wants to. He's just not quite at his best. And as I said, just through body language, it looks like he might, looks like he's a bit under the weather. But Lewis McManus won't mind that. Keep bowling me half volleys on my legs. Thank you. That's an interesting bit of keeping. I'll defer to you to unpick that one. For me, that was an unnecessary dive or tumble. It was pretty straight, wasn't it?
Well, it has slid down the leg side, isn't it? I don't know whether it's just come off the pad of McManus or whether it's just seamed away, but Hurst has moved late, hasn't he? He would have spent a long time there where it was so straight, unsighted. So,
keepers union. Here we go. Well played. Well played.
You have to look after the wicket keepers because nobody else does. The big angry fast bowler who slings it down through leg slip and then stands there with his hands on his hip as it disappears off for 4 wides.
I wonder if Keaton Jennings is wishing that he'd have had another over of Williams rather than Bailey there. He probably is, actually.
Potentially. The funny thing is here is the runs on the board isn't the problem, is it? 95 off 26 overs. I don't know whether this will shock you or not. There's only been 5 maidens that have been bowled in this session.
Right.
Bearing in mind, Lancs have taken 6 wickets here. And even with these two, there's no sign of slowing down, is there? With their intent to go out there and score runs anyway.
I mean, their first job is to get to lunch, right? But yes, if they get something in their area, then you've got to score. Yeah, and they have done, haven't they? I mean, Harrison's played a couple of nice drives and a pickup, and Lewis McManus has actually done pretty similarly. Scored in similar areas. Partnership's worth 30 at the moment. That just looks like a man who can play, doesn't it?
It certainly does.
I think if it were one of our own, wasn't on loan.
Yep.
You could make an argument for him, for him being Calvin Harrison to be batting 6 in this side, and you actually you could make further arguments from there. But you don't want to be disrupting your batting lineup for a loanee who's going to go back any day.
Yeah, it was an initial 2-match loan, wasn't it, for Old Trafford and Derby away from home, with one eye on those pitches, knowing that they both take a little bit more spin than what Northamptonshire had in their armoury, which then got extended for another couple of games as well. Which I suppose, whilst Robs might not be in a position to bowl, is a little bit of cover there for Rob Keogh.
Just a good cricketer, isn't he? First and foremost, he is a good cricketer, this kid. There's a change in the field, or there is something is happening. There you go. There's a good bit of commentary. Something's happening.
Well, nothing if not observant.
The keeper's coming up to the stumps. Third slip is coming out into the offside to pick a helmet up. No, third slip's coming out to extra cover. The fielder who was at extra cover is Josh Bohannon. He's got his lid and he's going to come into short leg. They're thinking, what I'm thinking is that Harrison does play with quite a straight leg on the front foot. And if he does nick it into his pad, it will balloon.
2 balls to go, Rowie, before lunch.
It's good cricket, isn't it? Yeah, that was the reason short leg is in there and the keeper up is because Harrison does play with a bit of a straight leg. So long as Balderson can get the ball to nip back, then that plan can work. And guess what? Balderson got the first ball to nip back. It did get an inside edge, but not onto the pad. Missed the pad, went down to fine leg. But yeah, that's good cricket. You're in good nick when you can, get in at short leg because I'm going to nip it back and he's going to nick it into his pad and we're going to walk off for lunch. Good cricket from Lancashire. Yeah. And Balderson has been very, very good. And that's that.
That's the session. Phil, 98 for 6, Northamptonshire. They make their way, or the players make their way off for lunch. In fact, Northampton won the toss this morning, elected to have a bat first, and Lancashire on a green seamer here at Wantage Road would not have been upset by that, and done exactly really what we expected them to do. Put the ball in good areas, ask questions of Northamptonshire. They've done it, and they've done it well, and they've picked up 6 wickets for their reward from the 27 overs that they have bowled. It's 3 for George Balderson, who's bowled 10 overs, 3 for 26, 1 for Will Williams, and 2 for Anderson Phillips. The top score for Northamptonshire, and the one real standout, is 39 off 61 for Ricardo Vasconcelos before he was trapped LBW by Anderson Phillips. But I don't really think it needs to be said that Lancashire have won that morning and won it by a distance.
Yeah, they have. Yeah, good toss to lose. They've bowled very well, particularly Balderson. Thought Williams bowled well and Phillip bowled well. Bailey wasn't quite as good as the others. They've caught well. For the most part, their pitch map will look pretty good. Taken under the weather, I would say, Tom Bailey out of the equation, their pitch map looks pretty good and thoroughly professional performance, and they have dominated. However, where there's life, there's hope. And 67 for 6, there wasn't a lot of hope. 98 for 6, with 2 men coming back in after lunch who've put on 31. That becomes a 100 partnership. Northampton can post a score.
Yeah, well, once the Lancashire have a bat on it, we'll get a better idea as to what the state of the game is. But look, thank you so much for joining us through that morning session. The stream is powered by Daffabet. we will go and grab some lunch, and we'll be back about 20 to 2 for the afternoon. Good afternoon. Welcome back to Wantage Road. Day one of Northamptonshire versus Lancashire. Score, as you can see on screen there, 98 for 6. Northants having elected to bat first this morning. Lancashire have ripped apart Northamptonshire's top and middle order. My name is Dan Jadzovic. I'm joined by Phil Rowe. Stream is powered by Daffabet, and Anderson Phillip will open the bowling for the afternoon session from the Lynn Wilson centre end, and is gently cut away through the offside by Calvin Harrison for 3 runs. How was your lunch?
That's right, thank you. Yeah,
Nice bit of fresh air.
nice bit of fresh air, BLT, in the sunshine. What's not to like? Yeah,
Doesn't get much better. There's some good things going for county cricket, isn't there?
My BLT was a highlight of the morning, that's for sure. It's 100. There's 100 up in other news.
There's one of the other highlights. No, it's been very good by Lancashire. I know we joke and in jest, and to be fair, I'm sure the bacon, lettuce, and tomato sandwich was delicious. But it has been one-way traffic, isn't it, here this morning? Some good bowling from Lancashire. A little bit of reckless decision making maybe for one, and some muddled thinking for others maybe.
Well, the 6 down. I think Proc was unlucky. He got one that bat. He couldn't do a lot about that. Caught the shoulder of his bat. That can fly anywhere. It flew straight up, so he can count himself unlucky. And I think George Bartlett was unlucky as well to be adjudged caught behind when it appeared that the ball just struck the pad, and his bat struck the pad as well. So there was a couple of noises going on. That's well played, well bowled, and well left. Elsewhere, obviously you say good bowling is the headline, isn't it? Let's not take away from Lancashire. They've bowled very well. Balderson in particular has bowled beautifully. They've caught well. The catch of Jennings, which looked like nothing to dismiss as a second ball, was a fantastic reflex catch, but he just took it like shelling peas. It was crazy. Such a good catch that. And a couple of maybe, Safe Zabe's decision wasn't strong. We know that. He's got plenty of time to think about that.
Quick single by McManus. Takes on Josh Bohannon. Brave man to take on Josh Bohannon, but judged it well. That's another one to his tally.
They've played well, these two.
They have
put the kibosh on them. 35 is the partnership. Northampton to get a foothold in this game, that'll need to be 85 by the time one of them departs. But they have played very well.
Yeah, I mean, we can't say a great deal with any certainty at the moment, can we? But the game here against Kent was low scoring and could have been lower had Northamptonshire taken the chances that they created for themselves. Everything so far is pointing towards a low scoring affair here between Northampton and Lancs. That's really pitched up, almost Yorker length from Phillip. Harrison takes the single into the leg side to end, I believe. No, it's not going to end the first over for lunch. Just the scoreboard there on the screen. It's just taking a little while to catch up. Possibly still just tucking into its BLT before it makes its way back onto the live stream. But it's 103 for 6 now, the score, with 1 ball remaining in the over. And yes, a partnership of 35, 36 is could be a big difference maker. We won't know until Lancashire get out there and bat on it themselves. You'd say it should be getting better as the sun bakes it. That's a horrible throw, wasn't it, from Luke Wells?
It was. Horrible is the word.
Over the top of Matty Hurst, but it is a dot ball to finish the over. It's 103 for 6 off 28. You'd think it would get better to bat on, and Lancashire have got a fantastic batting lineup. They've got hundreds all the way through their top order, some fantastic stats against Northamptonshire specifically as well, with Josh Bohannon, Luke Wells, George Balderson, and Marcus Harris in that batting lineup as well, who's in good form. So they might go out there and they might score 450, 500. It's entirely possible, but it's airing towards a bit of a low-scoring second innings shootout. Well, George Balderson's work is not done. He's going to continue from the David Capel, and he bowled 10 overs before lunch. He's just about to start his 11th with a gap of 40 minutes in between, and starts with a nice pitched up delivery outside off stump, just shapes away from Calvin Harrison to start his afternoon's work.
Yeah, I think we may get one or more of the coaches pop over to join us for a while. It'd be interesting to have a chat with them and get their inside the ropes views, because they're worth a lot more than any views that come from outside the ropes, even including our own. So that'll be interesting to chat to a couple of those guys if they do pop up. My belief, which we'll talk to those guys about if we get the opportunity, is that the bat first was a strong move, but with a move that it suggested that there would be variation in the bounce and maybe some spin even later. Certainly variation in bounce later in the game. The issue is that, I mean, it's still a way to go yet, but currently at 103 for 6, you need to get a first innings score to make that count, because otherwise Lancashire will go past in the first innings, and then you're on the back foot. So that's as Darren Lehman has said consistently, really, first innings runs are vital. But where there's life, as I said earlier, where there's life, there's hope. These two are playing well.
Yeah, they've looked organised. Calvin Harrison in particular, hasn't he?
Yeah, he really has. Yeah. But he's not, he's here on loan, and but he will be, every time he gets out there, bat in hand or ball in hand, he is making a case or sending a message back up the road to Trent Bridge. And he can bat.
He's just looked unflustered, hasn't he? Unflustered, unhurried as he plays and misses at that one from Balderson. But it feels like just that extra height maybe is just helping him negate some of this late movement that Lancashire are extracting from this pitch. Able to get a bigger stride forward, as you can see there.
It's well bowled. It's just going to be the other one, the nip backer. Yes, it is. The nip backer, he's just Balderson. I mean, this is how critical. He's bowled extremely well, 3 for 26. When he's bowled the nip backer, he has not got it quite as full as he wants to. Maybe it's the motion of coming down one side of the ball just drags the length back a little bit. He'll work that out, no doubt. But he hasn't missed very often, has he? He's been there or thereabouts, asked all the right questions, and he's been well supported by the cordon.
Yeah, Lancashire have caught well, haven't they? I think it's just the one LBW. Everything else has been caught behind the bat. Anderson Phillip makes his way into bowl. Well defended by Lewis McManus. They'll know, won't they, between the two of them, how important this partnership is for Northamptonshire. We spoke before lunch, if you're just joining us now, that the 9, 10 and 11 for Northampton, this particular fixture, wouldn't be the strongest in world cricket. So it does feel so much rides on this, and potentially Lancs would be looking to wrap that innings up quite quickly, were they, to get an end open here with Harrison and McManus at the crease.
Mm-hmm. No, I agree with the 9-10 Jack comment. The stats would back that up as well, so we're not being disrespectful to those guys. But in terms of these two, sort of 7 and 8, there won't be too many stronger around the country than these two, because these can both play. So yeah, Northampton will be hoping beyond hope that these two can turn that 36 partnership into a far stronger contribution. That's well played, Lewis. Good decision making. That ball jagged away off the pitch. Had he driven at that, he could have found himself nicking it off to slip. Good decision.
Yeah, definitely. Well, there's 4 of them waiting, isn't there, alongside Matty Hurst. Anderson Phillip be searching for his 3rd. Just always hear Keaton Jennings through that effects mic, can't you? It's unmistakable voice of the Lancashire captain. Nicely bowled and nicely played by McManus. Just decelerates the hands as he makes contact with the ball.
Yeah, big fan of Keaton Jennings. He's a good cricketer. Got to know him a little bit. He spent some time with us. He would have been 16, 17, something like that. His father was good friends with Andrew Hall, and Keaton came over to the UK and spent some time with Andrew, and with Andrew being club captain at the time, Keaton was in and around the club and played a bit of cricket for us. Under 19 cricket and bits and pieces. And just a really good guy, really nice young man, very pleasant young man. I didn't see the cricketer he has become at that age. I saw a good solid cricketer, no doubt. I didn't see the cricketer he has turned himself into. He works incredibly hard, so you just didn't know what his ceiling could be. And obviously he's turned himself into a guy who's played international cricket and had some success there. And a very, very good county cricketer and a good captain. All format cricketer. Good bloke.
It's a beautiful shot
well
from McManus. Nicely bowled, really, from Phillip. Was just tailing back into the pads of McManus, but he's worked it well through mid-wicket for 4. It's one thing that's... You could look at this cricket pitch on face value, this cricket wicket on face value, and you could go, God, it's a minefield, it's a snake pit, it's green, it's going to do all sorts. It hasn't done that. And despite the fact Northampton's being 6 down for 107, which is far from ideal, I think would be the polite way of putting it. Northampton's scoring at over 3.5 runs and over. There is value for shots out here. You can score. We say this all the time at Wantage Road. When it's green, the batters will enjoy it because they will get value. There's pace on the ball.
Yeah, absolutely.
Balderson continues from the David Capel and short ball and muscled, pulled away over mid-wicket for a 1 bounce 4 by Calvin Harris. Just on that so quickly, wasn't he? Partnership moves up to 48 now.
Back-to-back boundaries for Northants. 6-ball boundary, 1st ball boundary. That's a coach's nightmare. That's the worst ball that I think Balderson's bowled, actually. I mean, maybe he's getting a little leggy, possibly. This is his 12th over on the bounce.
Oh, it's a beauty to come back, but he does overstep, which would have saved Harrison's blushes had he have just got a little tickle on that one through to Hurst.
But no, you're right. Yeah, I mean, there have been some attractive shots played for 113 for 6. And the ball has bounced a wee bit at times, a little bit more. which led to the dismissal of Proctor and probably was a factor in the dismissal of Bartlett as well. Oh, that's nicely bowled. But nothing, nothing untoward. It's not 113 for 6, is it?
I would say no.
I don't think so. It's not straightforward, but it's no. Yeah. They have bowled nicely.
Yep.
And there've been some poor shots. That's about the size of it, I think.
I think that's pretty well summed up from what we've seen from this angle anyway. Trigger across from Harrison. Alderson just trying to drag him across, isn't he, at the minute?
He is, yeah. He's done this before a couple of times, hasn't he? He did it to, that's interesting.
Keogh, wasn't it?
To Keogh, and he did it as well before lunch to McManus, 2 away, 1 back. Jennings indicating a message to Bohannon to pass on to Balderson that he feels there's a big plant of the front foot. From Harrison.
It's brilliantly well bowled. We don't get the pleasure of watching George Balderson bowl each week, do we? Here at Wantage Road, but this has been a fantastic spell from the Lancashire all-rounder, and it's got to be up there with one of the best spells that he would have bowled in his career so far, I would have thought. And I know he's got 3 for 32 to his name, but if that had been 5 or 6 as an appeal goes up there for LBW, I think that's a touch high. You wouldn't have been surprised either.
No, not at all. There was a nip backer. It was full at that time. I think it was high, and he probably got himself outside the line, but it's nicely bowled again. Yeah, that's not got a lot going for it. But what a coordinated appeal again. Shot.
Driven. What a shot that is. There's not a huge gap through the covers for Calvin Harrison, but he does find it, and he ends the over. Starts it with a boundary, ends it with a boundary, 8 runs off it, and brings up the 50 partnership between Lewis McManus and Calvin Harrison. Harrison on 24 and McManus on 19.
That was as good as it's been in terms of shot making. That's a beautiful cricket shot. Yeah, I'll be disappointed with that over George Balderson. Bookended with boundary balls, dragged down to start, and then there wasn't a lot wrong with that last ball, but Harrison got right into it. Big stride forward.
I think it'll be a worry for Northamptonshire, looking at the way that Harrison's gone out and scored 24 and just showing that it's maybe not as challenging as what it was or perceived to have been had you just looked at the scorecard over lunch. I'm sure the Lancashire batters will take a lot of confidence from this anyway.
Yeah, body language is a difficult one to read because you can get it wrong. You don't know what's going on between someone's ears. There is a connection between that and the way they move and hold themselves, but sometimes it's not linear. It's not 1 for 1, so you can get it wrong. I like the way these two have shaped up, though, in terms of their body language. It looks like they look confident. They look like they have clarity, they have purpose, they have intent. Doesn't mean you're going to middle everything. They've both played and missed. They've both had plenty of appeals for LBW and so on. But hitherto, I didn't see that same positive intent in the body language from what's gone before. And I do like to see that. So almost fake it till you make it. Don't show the opposition that you're concerned about anything.
Yeah.
If you play and miss, well, they were lucky you didn't hit it for 4. Stick your chest out.
Down the leg side. Half stopped by Matty Hurst, who looks like he might have got one on the end of a thumb or a finger there. I think he got one on the wrist, didn't he, just before lunch?
I just wondered when there was a bit of a nick on that,
There was an appeal from somewhere, wasn't there?
There was.
I mean, Philip, at the end of his follow-through, did kind of look to put his hands on his head.
It wouldn't surprise me if there was not a bit of bat in
Just
that.
a tickle down the leg side.
Yeah.
No one seems hugely disappointed, do they?
No.
But if there was, Whether there was or whether there wasn't, I think Hurst will know that that was untidy, and I don't think he'll need anybody to tell him that. Wouldn't have been the hardest take down the leg side that anybody would have taken before.
No, I guess it's the emergence of Hurst. I'm going to go back a little bit. He was obviously coming through. People would know within the Lancashire ranks that he's coming through and he's a fine cricketer. I wonder if that was a factor in Davis moving on. To Warwickshire, because it looked like he was sort of stuck in there. He was opening the batting, keeping wicket, and the next thing he's on the move. And obviously, this kid, he's a special cricketer, I think. Hurst. I'm a fan of Al Davis as well. I thought he was a pretty special cricketer, but I wonder if there was some writing on the wall there.
He's Warwickshire captain now, isn't he?
Al
Davis.
Yeah,
I wonder whether there was aspirations to become a leader, and maybe that wasn't available at Lancashire at the time. Oh, it's very, very well bowled from Anderson Phillip. End of the over, dot ball to finish. Maiden for Anderson Phillip, 117 for 6. Big enough inside edge onto the pad of McManus there. Just indicates that that's just tailed back into him.
It did tail back in. He got his head well outside the line of the ball. So the movement would have been exaggerated as it came back into him. Again, it's interesting. Pace changes. He will have felt like he's got his head back to the bowl there, but it's gone across to the offside a wee bit. Closes the face of the bat, getting it back into the ball. On a bad day, that slides straight through Castlesea. But he was good enough, and he has been good enough. To get a bat on it.
Yeah, he's faced 40 deliveries now, McManus, as Harrison works that one nicely through the leg side. It's not going to go. Tom Bailey's going to give chase, so will just be 3. Good news for you, and that Tom Bailey is out there. You mentioned before lunch that he looked a little bit leggy, a little bit maybe under the weather slightly.
I did wonder. They make them tough in Lancashire, don't they?
Double hard. So that 3 will put Lewis McManus back on track. I'm curious to see how long this spell is for George Balderson. So I know obviously there's a 40-minute break in the middle, but technically this is his 13th in the spell.
Yeah.
I can't see him bowling another 10 straight, can you?
No, I can't. And particularly because I don't think he's bowling as well as he did.
No. Would you have a look at Will Williams from the David Capel end, or would you go back to your opening bowler, Tom Bailey?
Yeah, it's an interesting question. I don't know, actually. I've just been sort of kicking that around in my tiny little brain, trying to work out. I need another bowler, really, to do what I want to do, I think.
Anyone in particular?
Jimmy Anderson would be handy, wouldn't he?
He would be a good option. He was out there again at lunchtime, having a bowl through.
He was. And Williams bowled well from the Lynn Wilson end, didn't he?
He did.
He bowled very nicely.
He did.
Yeah, I'm just... Yeah, leave it with me.
Hold that thought.
I mean, Jennings will have wanted... He'd have had plenty of time to think about who he wants to start. He'll have wanted, particularly Balderson, to start better than he has.
Yeah.
So the fact that he hasn't does give him a slight headache. Only a slight headache. This partnership's probably given him a little bit of a headache, though. It's moved on to 54 without too many scares as well. Williams only bowled 5 overs, so yeah, he probably wants to get him back into the attack. He probably has to come on the far end, I guess, after this one. See,
I would think it would be from the David Capel end.
Where is he? Is he warming up? Can we see?
He's in cover at the moment, so not really. It's not really the fielding position to have a graze and have a loosen off, is it? You're kind of in the firing line there.
He's got a really good couple of other options if he needs to fiddle some overs, if Bailey is under the weather or he just doesn't feel that he wants to go to him. Well played that very well, because that kept it a little lower than he was expecting. That's good cricket from Calvin Harrison. in that Hartley can bowl very tightly.
Yep.
There's no worries about them taking him down as well. I mean, the fact that the ball goes away from the right-handed batter, it's not the same as an off-spinner where you could think, oh, we'll climb into this, get my foot outside the line, sweep everything, particularly to the short leg side boundary, if that's the matchup that is to follow. But no, we have got a change, actually, from this end, and Williams is coming on, I think.
He is indeed. He's going to replace Anderson Phillip, so a very short spell in the afternoon session for Anderson Phillip. Just the 3 overs, 1 maiden, none for 9 from those 3. So whether that's going to be a change of ends potentially for Phillip, or whether Balderson can just keep going or not was yet to be seen. But it's going to be Will Williams. As you said, he just bowled 5 overs in the morning. He got the wicket. He got the first wicket, didn't he, of Luke Proctor with the second ball that he bowled of the day. So 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 19. And can he back up Anderson Phillip and George Balderson? Can he add another couple of numbers in the wicket column? Still got 3 slips in place. There's a point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, deep mid-wicket and a deep backward square. It's on the money, as you'd expect from Will Williams, and defended by Lewis McManus.
Immediately calls the keeper up. It was gentle, that, wasn't it, in terms of pace?
Yeah, well, McManus has walked at bowlers, not walked at bowlers, has he? But he's triggered towards the bowlers. He's been prepared to get out of his crease and try and negate some of that movement, which up to now, from the 44 deliveries that he's faced, has been successful enough to get him to 20. That's a beauty. Good take from Hurst as well, and well left from Lewis McManus.
Oh, what line this was. Oh, yeah, okay.
Good channel.
Good channel ball, over building ball. It nipped, didn't it?
Did. Back in towards off stump. 123 for 6. What was it at lunch? 98 on the board at lunch.
It was 98 at lunch, yeah.
So it's 25 added since the lunch interval, as we get towards that first half an hour being complete, the afternoon session.
Yeah, these two have played, I keep saying it, these two have played very, very well. Sort of old-fashioned cricket, isn't it? Keeper up, and it's kind of medium pace, really, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not much more than that at all, is it? Maybe that is a nod to, you mentioned about the moisture in the pitch, and you can see it, can't you? You can see the foot marks that are there. You can see the wicket ends are a lot darker than the middle of the pitch. And maybe if it is just holding up a touch.
Okay, I don't mind this. There were 3 men on the offside, point, extra, and mid-off. Mid-off has come out and into the leg side in a catch-in mid-wicket position. Yeah, I don't mind that. Lewis McManus does like to hit the ball through there and doesn't always manage to get it down quickly. And I'm going to bowl straight, yeah.
Yeah, wicket to wicket. If there is a bit of stop in the pitch, I guess you're trying to get Lewis McManus early on a shot there, aren't you? And having a catch at short mid-wicket, or, I mean, Josh Bohannon himself is just off the square, isn't he, at extra cover.
Yeah, they're both these two batters are very good through that mid-wicket area, aren't they? They get their head forward and get good access to the ball. And what they've now got to do is do those 2 things and get the ball down quickly, which is another test, really. It was a very gentle return over from Williams. That.
Yeah, end of it, 123 for 6 off 34 overs. It's Lewis McManus on 20, and a change of jumper or a change of shirt, I think, for Calvin Harrison is on 29. He'll be the man on strike. It is going to be George Balderson to continue from the David Capel end. Wondering if he's just moved that marker a bit closer as George Balderson, quite a bit closer as well. Whether that's just something that might help him settle you. I mean, you'll be far more qualified to ponder this point, but
I think I've seen him do that before. I think the marker has been moved by the keeper previously.
Oh, okay.
I think that's what's happened. Well played. Love a good leave.
a lot can happen in a leave.
But it was a dominant leave, wasn't it? I think there's a defensive leave and a dominant leave.
Yeah.
If you want to see someone leave the ball dominantly, Ricky Ponton at his best would be the best example I can think of. Both feet outside off stump, head right forward. A bit like that.
Not dissimilar. Not dissimilar.
I've had comment from an avid cricket watcher that says, nice trigger from Harrison.
Oh.
Yeah, I won't tell you who that was, but it's nice trigger from Harrison.
It's a good crickety word, isn't it?
Isn't it?
Trigger.
Yeah.
Very good crickety word. There's a few good crickety words kicking around that if you said them in a different context, people would look at you a bit funny, wouldn't they?
Oh, I can
always
dropped
put
him.
it down, hasn't he?
He has dropped him.
It's just carried, I think.
Yeah, I think it did, yeah.
Will Williams at cover. And he couldn't get his fingers underneath the ball in time. It was low, but it definitely carried.
Yeah, that carried.
Definitely carried, and it's gone down. The first lapse of concentration for Harrison in this innings of 29 so far.
He's just rehearsed the shot. Looks like he was trying to get it squarer. Maybe Balderson's just slowed up a little bit. Well played. So yeah, so the trigger of Calvin Harrison is something that I've been talking to this young man about. Actually, the young man who's written in, he will remain nameless,
anonymous. It's a safe space.
And it's very, very. It's I like it. It's a little 1-2. Have a look at it here. It's a little 1-2, and the 2 is a light press of the front foot. So he goes 1-2, and then he can move from there. I really like that. I mean, you know, it works for him. Obviously, it's something that I have coached into people in time when they've been requiring something.
Yeah.
What I really like about it is, well, there's a couple of things. It's very simple. It's quite small. He's got to time it right, as with any trigger. But the 2 is not a press. It's just a little touch so he can go again and get forward. We've seen him get forward really well, haven't we? I mean, he can do that because the 2, he's gone forward that time. Thank you, Calvin, for that. In general, his second movement is very, very deft touch of the left foot. So his left foot, his front foot is relatively unweighted.
Yeah.
And that means he can move it more easily forward, as we've seen him do on a couple of those big drives that he's played through the offside. If he isn't going to get forward, because it's light, he can shift weight backwards, and we've seen him play some cross-back shots really effectively as well, hit it well in front of square. So yeah, I like it.
Yeah, it's been a well-organised innings, isn't it, so far? So he got 56 up at Old Trafford against Lancashire in the earlier fixture this summer. Just a substitute fielder come on for Lancashire. I think it's Jack Blatherwick in there at mid-wicket as Tom Bailey's gone off for a breather. Will Williams, the man who just put that catch down in the over before, continues and starts with a bit of a wide one outside off stump.
There was a bowler for Gloucestershire for many, many years who was so good. He was also called Will Gidman. And this reminds me of Will Gidman. Same sort of pace, very similar action. He looks similar as well physically. He was pretty good.
He had a good career, didn't he, at Gloucestershire?
He did.
What have we got? 3 slips. Point. It's pulled away. Is it gone all the way? It's gone down again.
Oh, goodness. He was not ready for that.
2 drops in 2 overs. that would be a regulation chance.
He did not. He was not at the races. I happened to glance straight up at him as the ball was hit, and he reacted slowly to that. It was like panic.
But it's 4 runs. I think that's Bohannon, isn't it? Down there.
No,
Big
it's
backward square.
Balderson, I think.
Oh, it is, yeah. It did. Well, I don't know whether a little bit taken by surprise as to how fine it went. But that's 2 chances in 2 overs for Lancashire to remove both Calvin Harrison and Lewis McManus, and they've both gone down.
It wasn't, it was not at any point an easy catch, that, because it went flat, and it's gone pretty straight as well, so you don't know exactly. But he was not. He did it, that instant the ball was hit. If he'd reacted more quickly, I think he pouches it. But he was a little bit slow to line it up.
Well, both batters have had a life on 29 and 20, respectively. How much can they make Lancashire pay for that? George Balderson, who's been brilliant through the course of the day so far, just had an opportunity to open one of the ends up, didn't they? To have a look at 9, 10, and 11 for Northamptonshire.
Would have been a death as well, wouldn't it? It would have been painful, that.
Yeah.
With the short ball, hoiked it around the corner to long leg. Bold. Yeah, that's unusual, isn't it? You don't see a lot of that from Lancashire. Some mediocre out cricket from them. That's not how they play their cricket generally. Now, from a Northamptonshire perspective, make them pay will be the message.
Yep.
Each batter can give that message to his partner there.
Yeah, well, it'll be no secret, will it, that Northamptonshire would have been on the receiving end of a couple of make them pay situations. So to be given the opportunity for both of these now, particularly where they found themselves when they got together in this fixture, could be so important. It's 127 for 6 after 36.
That's been a good first half hour to the afternoon session from a Northamptonshire perspective. It all could have gone horribly wrong in the last 5 minutes. As you say, Dan, both batters have been put down. Neither chance was easy, but neither chance was certainly impossible. They were both chances that should have been taken, I would say, and normally would be taken. Probably sort of 65, 70%ers, something like that. Both went to grass. And that gives Northamptonshire renewed hope, further hope, I guess. There's been a change at the David Capel end, as we thought there might be.
Mm-hmm.
And Philip is replacing Balderson, which gives him even more time to think about that drop. So down the slight slope comes Philip and bowls very quickly. And yeah, that's out. It's nicked off Harrison first ball. There was a slight question, did it carry? I think it carried very comfortably through to Hurst, who took a nice catch. And what a bowling change that was. We said that we thought Balderson was labouring a bit since lunch. Then he drops a catch. Philip, his first ball from the David Capel end, bowls a channel ball, and it's a little inside edge from Harrison, carried through nicely to Hurst, who took a nice catch, just moving slightly to his left. It didn't deviate particularly. And that's the end of a good contribution from Calvin Harrison for 29. It ends the partnership on 60. Northants find themselves 127 now for 7.
Yeah, good low catch from Matty Hurst. Those inside edges can be a little bit trickier than the orthodox outside edge, but well gloved. We said, could Harrison and McManus make Lancashire pay from their drop catches? And that drop catch at cover by Will Williams has cost Lancashire absolutely nothing. Dropped on 29, caught out for 29. I wonder as well, Balderson had just been taken out the attack. Was he down there just thinking about, oh, I've had a good morning, I've bowled well here, and oh, blimey, there's a catch coming I'm not ready for this. Yeah. It's gone.
Yeah. Ben Sanderson at number 9. Well, he's a man in form. He's played 1 championship game in this campaign so far. It was the last one. He's been coming back from injury. Got 9 wickets in the match. We also got an aggregate of 50 runs in the match. So he'll be feeling pretty confident.
How do they go about it now, Northamptonshire? We said, not to be disrespectful, but the statistics aren't the best for the 9, 10 and 11. Do they try and bat for Lewis here? Does Lewis try and take the aggressive role, or what happens? How would you see it happening anyway?
What I think I'd like to see happening is Ben trying to get himself in. If he gets something he can put his hands through, probably do that. But in general, get yourself in. And play for Lewis.
Yeah.
And Lewis just go through a little slight increase in gear change. There's a big appeal for this down the leg side. Yeah, I've got a feeling that Ben Sanderson, even though he's in great form, isn't quite up to catching up with that first ball, to be honest.
Yeah, maybe brush that pad on the way through, but you've said, haven't you, this morning that Lancashire are a good appealing team, and it was a fantastic appeal again.
They just appeal for everything. Everyone appeals for everything.
You could gauge by the reaction when the umpire shook his head that potentially wasn't one they were wholehearted in.
Yeah. Yeah. It's an interesting one, isn't it? Because this sounds critical. This is just fact. And we've seen it. Right, so I'm just reporting on what we've seen without judgment, is that they've appealed for everything. Everyone goes up for everything. And you might think that umpires would get a bit naffed off with that. But actually, I think they get their fair share of the 50-50s.
Yeah.
So maybe everyone should do that. Ben Sanderson, square drive for 4.
He said he was in form.
Loves that. Loves a bit of width. Didn't enjoy the previous ball, the bumper. The first genuine bumper that was bowled was the previous ball. And yeah, he has been hit, not recently, but a few years ago was hit on the head a few times, Ben.
Like it kept a little bit low as well, the bumper from Philip, didn't it?
Yeah, it did. Yeah.
I think with the appealing, I think you're well within your right to ask the question, I think.
There's nothing wrong with that.
I wouldn't have said... I would have said everything that has gone up for has been close and been worth asking the question for.
Well played.
It's a better bumper.
Yeah. And he played it better too, didn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, like I'm simply reporting on what I'm seeing and hearing. I make no judgment on it. What I'm not a fan of, and this is not what I've seen, I'm talking more generally now. This is not a comment on Lancashire appealing. I don't like it when players run at the umpire with an appeal.
Yeah, fair enough.
Sometimes they're so excited that, and that can be forgiven. But when it's done almost as a strategy, I'm not keen on that. That's fine. So get yourself in, Ben. But if you get something you can put your hand through, try and do it. He did try to do that. If he nicks it, okay. But we've got to score 131 for 7. He's got to score. But in general, if he's playing that off middle stump, then I'm not so happy.
Yeah, and 150, 160, 170, but 150 could put you in a game.
I thought you were doing an auction with yourself then.
Well, I don't think I'm worth that much, Rowie, but...
£1.50.
Well, again, I think that's a stretch. I think it's a stretch. I don't think you're going to get many people queuing up paying that kind of cash.
£2. Yeah. Do I hear £2?
No deal. Anyway, 150 could put Northamptonshire in a game here. I mean, Lancashire, we said at the start of the stream, they picked up 6 batting points so far this year. First innings runs, much like Northamptonshire, haven't been their currency. So 150, if they could get there, I mean, it's far from ideal. It's a great shot by McManus. Just stroked, isn't it, through the covers. Should come back for a third. McManus takes on Josh Bohannon and completes the third.
I like that as well from Lewis. Ben Sanderson would have been thinking, is he just going to take 2 and keep the strike? And Lewis is saying, no, you play for me. You can play. You're at number 9. You're obviously in decent nick. We'll have him 3. And I like that.
Did you ever listen or hear that story with regards to Darren Goff's batting?
I don't think so.
And kind of said that at the point that he was given the responsibility of an 8 or a 9.
Oh, yeah.
Because he was a good batter, Darren Goff.
Dangerous.
dangerous.
Yeah.
But he said once he got down to the mindset of going, oh, you're in at number 11 now, the ability didn't change, but the mindset did entirely, which might have been a conversation with Darren specifically, but it's just interesting. On another day, Ben Sanderson could have walked out at 11.
Yes. Yes. Yeah, and has done plenty of times. Yeah.
And in equal measure, the mindset for the batter that's walked out at number 11. But would Lewis McManus's mindset have changed at number 11? Because they've been the same person.
That's a good question. I think there's something in it. You know, on the one hand, I do think there's something in it because I've seen it.
Yeah.
On the other hand, there shouldn't be, but there is. So if there is, you better deal with what is rather than what should be. Nice shot through the leg side from Sando. Picks another couple up. That's a wide. Yes, that is a wide.
That is very short, isn't it?
It is.
I'm not even convinced Ben Sanderson had to crouch under that one.
He thought about ducking and then thought, actually, it's a balloon. Yeah.
It's interesting that, isn't it? Because I think that to me tells me that up to that point on this second spell, Will Williams has bowled within himself and possibly can push it through quicker than what he has done in this afternoon session. But maybe that was a tactic. Maybe it was a ploy.
Oh, that's a slog. That's horrible.
Don't mind. I don't mind it. That's a cultured shot. That is Ben Sanderson.
Well, you got to bowl faster. If you want me to hit through the offside, you got to bowl faster than that.
That's straight from the Dan Jadcevic's playbook. That one. It was just an on drive.
Was it?
I don't see what the problem was there.
That's what the wagon wheel said.
Exactly.
Yeah, code that. Where's my button for that?
Did you see that on drive I hit for one earlier?
Got to be in good form to play an on drive.
Doesn't matter how it gets there.
You know, Ben's played a heck of a lot of cricket and he thinks like a cricketer as well. Smart operator. He will know the innings that he needs to try to play. I mean, he could have a brain fade. It happens to the best of them. But in general, he looks like if it's on the stumps, I'm going to block it.
Yeah.
If I can get my hands through it, I'm doing that. Trying to get it down as quickly as I can and play for Lewis. And Lewis looks like he's just nudged forward a little bit. Oh, that's lovely cricket. Jeez. How much time did he have there?
Yeah, it's looked comfortable, hasn't it? Or hasn't he, in fact, against Will Williams? Philip, as you'd expect, has just created a couple more questions with that extra pace. And it's considerable extra pace, isn't it, in the afternoon session? But you're right with Ben Sanderson. I mean, everybody would have seen the graphics and the milestone that he went through against Leicestershire, picking up his 400th first-class wicket for the county. He's played a lot of cricket.
That's not out.
Very intelligent cricketer, isn't he, Ben Sanderson? And wants to go into, or has gone into the coaching role as well, and is working with the young Northamptonshire seamers in the squad, which is good to see, which I think, again, shows his willingness and understanding of the game.
I had a little chat with him about his winter coaching, and it's great to see. He was so enthusiastic. And yeah, I saw him at a social function where there might have been other things on the agenda, but he wanted to chat coaching. It was great, actually. It was really good to see. He's got so much to offer, and he's such a nice guy. He's worth listening to. Oh, we'll have some of that.
The slip drive.
It was in the slot. Ben Sanderson had a big drive, didn't really get his weight forward. It was sort of leaning back a little bit. And the ball just went a little bit off the wicket, caught the thick outside edge, but such was the speed of the bat that it got up and over third slip. Takes Ben Sanderson on to 11. Lewis McManus is on 27. These two have already put on 16. It's 143 for 7. And yes, obviously the wicket of Harrison was a blow for Northants.
Yeah.
But since lunch, you'd say Northampton probably settle comfortably for where they are right now, having gone into lunch at 98 for 6 to find themselves a further, 45 runs on for any one wicket down.
Yeah.
You'd say this has been their session so far, but things can change very quickly. And Philip has made things happen. There's no question about that. He has created more interest than any of the bowlers, probably including Balderson. But that's over pitched and it's wide, and Lewis McManus is happy to dispatch that square of the wicket for a lovely square drive off the front foot. He looks in good touch, Lewis.
He does. He does indeed. I think he's got 150 so far this year. It was 95 against Lancashire at Old Trafford off 207 balls in that first innings for Northamptonshire that nearly set up that victory up in Manchester. As an average, 145 runs at 24 so far this summer.
He's pushing Sando for 2. Sando's quick. Lewis is quick. That equals a comfortable 2 in the end. Just watching Sando decelerate there. It took him a while. Maybe give him a parachute to just slow. Don't need him covering extra ground.
Like a national hot rod drag racer.
But he's also coming back from an injury, isn't he? So
yes, yeah.
Just
had a bit of a routine clear out on his knee, didn't he? Is what he described it as when I spoke to him over the winter, just tidying up the cartilage and I guess some of the scar tissue and things that develop in the body of a fast bowler. Here's a question for you, Rowie, as McManus brings up the 150, takes himself up to 34. Obviously, it's 150 for 7. The top middle order for Northamptonshire didn't hang about. Fantastic bowling from Lancashire. From what you've seen from this, session and an hour, what kind of pitch do you make it? Is it a 200 pitch? Is it more than that? Is it less than that? What have you made of it so far?
I think it's more than that. Yeah, I do. I think it's more than that. I just don't think we played great. I think they bowled pretty well, held their catches, but I think we gave them some help. Procky was unlucky.
Yeah.
George was unlucky. George Bartlett was unlucky. What a lovely shot that is. My goodness me, I've never seen Ben Sanderson play that shot before. Where's that come from? That was Caribbean.
That's beautiful.
Richie Richardson. Send him a maroon floppy hat. This next one might be a bit shorter and a bit quicker, I think.
That's maybe just in case Anderson Phillip was feeling a bit homesick, potentially.
But it was, wasn't it? Yeah.
Just flicked off the knee roll on off stump.
There was an
over backward square.
Ben doesn't do anything flashy, but there was a bit of flash in that. There was a little flourish.
Come over to my side, Anderson Phillip.
I'm slightly concerned about the next ball.
Do you reckon it'll be short and fast?
Could be. Oh. Didn't play that one quite as well.
Looked slightly less comfortable, didn't it?
It's funny from up here, isn't it?
Do you reckon it brushed the back of Sanderson on the way through there, or did he just about get out the way of it?
I think he was close. I don't think he knew a great deal about it.
Fairly well telegraphed by Anderson Phillip, but why wouldn't you bowl one of those if you had the ability to do that?
I'd bowl little else, to be honest.
Just 6 of them and over.
Stare the square leg umpire out to call me for it. Now this one, I'm thinking Yorker now.
Yeah.
Certainly very full. No, not very full. Oh, what a shot that is. That's one of Ben's best shots. I've seen plenty of that over the years. It was back of a length. Ben Sanderson rocks onto the back foot and punches it through the offside for 4.
It's a Ben Sanderson masterclass, isn't it, at the moment?
What a shot that is. It wasn't as wide as I thought, actually. Lovely shot. Even scissor kicked his legs to get extra power into it. These runs are very important, aren't they? They've already put on 31, these two.
Yeah. Yeah, it's incredibly important, but equally quite worrying.
Yes, it is.
From the other side of it. But
yes,
in the context of this innings, then yes, it is. It is very important.
Yeah. Now, you got to get your heart rate down now and keep constant. Lewis, don't get carried away. Don't get on the Sanderson roller coaster. He's had some balls to put away. He's put them away with aplomb. But don't you go too far out of your own bubble.
Yeah.
We're here for a long time. That's nicely bowled, nicely played. It's funny, isn't it? This is the fascination of 4-day cricket. There's the swings and roundabouts of the ebbs and the flows. Because, yeah, had they held on to those 2 catches, certainly Lewis McManus's catch, who knows what the score might be now. Since the drops, yes, there was a wicket, but actually the bowling has not been as good as it was certainly before lunch.
Yep.
And momentum for the moment has swung Northants' way. So there's a recovery going on.
Never looks great from an LBW perspective, does it, when the ball trickles down towards deep backward square? McManus is...
What stump is this hitting?
I mean, all I would say, it's not got far to go from there, has it?
And that's what it's got going for it, yeah.
But I think it was on a leg stump line to start with.
Yeah. It's hitting middle stump of the next set, isn't it?
Yeah.
Something like that. But you're right, he was well back.
Mm.
Well, that's interesting. Fly slip, a genuine fly slip. So there are 2 orthodox slips, 1, 2. And then the guy who was at third slip has gone into, it is a genuine fly slip.
Curious to see how the ball gets there.
Yeah.
That's
close.
LBW
That's
up
probably
here,
out.
isn't it?
Yes, that's out. That had a good look about it, didn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, Sanderson had played that shot earlier in his innings and played it very well. That one was a little bit straighter. I think the previous one was more middle and leg. That one was probably more middle and off, hitting him in front of middle, something like that. It had a very good look about it. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, it's gone a long way, that has.
Yeah, you watch what watch what he does with his leg. It doesn't help himself here. Hits him there, and then he puts his front leg right across to the offside. It didn't hit him there. Well, I still think that's probably hitting some of leg stump. I think so. Yeah.
I mean, what I just said about the fact that Lancashire will be not happy, but they'll be relieved, I think, to see some of these runs coming for Northamptonshire. At the same time, Ben Sanderson won't mind to see that ball still swinging.
Yeah.
What are we now? 39, nearly 40 overs.
It could have been sliding
into the innings. It swung a long way.
I say he didn't help himself by sticking his front pad outside off, trying to get it outside off stump. If he'd gone the other way,
yeah,
you could more understand it.
Yeah. Well, what have we got? Liam Guthrie. You got quite excited about Liam Guthrie's batting, didn't you, in the game here against Kent?
There's he won't die wondering, will he?
Certainly not. Certainly not. But again, in the context of the game, it could be exactly what Northamptonshire are needing.
Yeah.
20 off 12, again, similar to what Sanderson's just put together.
Yeah. That's right. Yeah.
Does Lewis McManus change now? Now he's in with number 10.
Not particularly. I thought he's a dangerous man, I think, Liam Guthrie with the bat. He'll have his day. You know, he will have his day. And on that day, it's going to be spread out, boys, because he hits it a heck of a long way.
Yeah, he's a strong man, isn't he? He's not tall.
No.
So you have to be strong if you're going to run in and bowl late 80s, which is certainly what we have seen so far in his Northamptonshire career. I suppose just looking at some career stats here for Liam Guthrie, the strike rate in first-class cricket is 36.7, so not too much to worry about. But List A cricket is just shy of 100, and T20 cricket is 144.
Oh, wow.
I mean, I will say he hasn't got huge total numbers, but as you say, there is something there that potentially you will have a day.
Yeah.
Whether that's today or not is yet to be seen, but
if it could be today, that
would be helpful, wouldn't it?
Welcome, yeah. Well, that's a good shot. As we've said a few times, there are very few out-and-out rabbits in today's world.
Yeah.
They very rarely exist. I don't know anything about Conway's batting.
No, I must admit, I don't either.
But we are going to get to find out, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I can give you some numbers for context.
Let's have some numbers.
But I don't necessarily know if it really equates to much. I mean, it's a first-class average of just shy of 9 with 290 runs from 47 matches.
What's the highest?
31. 31 in first-class cricket, 43 not out in List A.
Okay.
for Harry Conway.
Okay. That's interesting.
So actually, the career bests are significantly better
Yeah.
than Liam Guthrie's.
It'll be interesting to see what line he tries to bowl to. I wouldn't go too far away from the stumps, really. Oh.
Against Kent, Guthrie was a bit of a back away and
Yeah.
give yourself some room over the offside, wasn't he?
Yeah.
I remember a few of them flying over the slip cordon and down towards deep third. I mean, it's the longer boundary, isn't it, today? And they have got, is it Tom Hartley there, isn't it? At well, quite a deep backward point, actually. I mean,
Yeah,
based on 4 balls, he's kept himself in line so far.
He has, yeah. That one swung in and did him on the inside. It was missing leg stump. Did swing. This ball has swung more as the lacquer's got off. It's 40 overs old now. It is swinging still.
Good take by Hurst down the leg side.
Yeah, good gas. He gets some bat speed, doesn't he, Liam Guthrie, when he opens his shoulders. It stays hit. Shot coming. Oh, changing field coming as well. Yeah, I don't mind that, actually. Keaton Jennings is saying you can have mid-off. I don't see you planting our fast bowler back through mid-off. So he's brought another man over to the leg side boundary and mid-off has come into mid-wicket. Looking to bowl very straight at him. Cloths that into the offside. It was a bit of an anticlimax.
Was a little bit. I'm just, I don't know how responsive it will be, but I've just asked one of Anderson Phillips' Trinidad and Tobago teammates just to see if I can get a gauge on the speed that he would bowl at. Because I'm genuinely curious because he looks.
You're well connected, aren't you, Dan?
I try my best.
Is it Keepers Union? Is that your man?
Yeah. Well, once you've got that membership card, you can. I won't say too much, otherwise they might revoke it from me. But but he looks kind of night and day quicker than everything else from Lancashire.
Yeah.
And it's not kind of, oh, yeah, he's a bit quicker. It looks, if somebody told me it was 15 mile an hour quicker, well, maybe 15's a stretch, but any between 10, 12, I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah. Certainly than Balderson. Yeah. And quicker than the others, no doubt. Oh, that's bounced.
Lewis McManus will just ring the fingers there to confirm that there is a bit of pace about Anderson Phillip. Played that well, didn't he?
He did.
Got that down as it's gone into the gloves.
He did. I'm expecting violence from Liam Guthrie.
We've given him the big build-up, haven't we?
Here it comes. Oh, well, he did get it to mid-off, but actually that gap had been plugged. So he remains on 2. Lewis McManus remains on 35, not out. And he's played very, very well. 162 for 8 has got a bit more respectability about it than 67 for 6 as it was at one time. So almost 100 added for the 7th and 8th wicket down. Something of a recovery, you'd have to say. The pitch looks like it's flattened out a little bit. And I'd say Lancashire look like they've flattened out a little bit as well. As we said, they spilled a couple of chances. They just haven't quite looked as sharp and ultra on it as they did before lunch when things were certainly going absolutely their way. Maybe they expected to just roll the tail over after lunch. Who knows? I doubt it. It's not it's not generally something that Lancashire can be found guilty of. Is complacency. They're pretty ruthless. That's an attempted sweep by Lewis McManus. It hits nothing and has gone for 4 byes. Not even sure the keeper attempted to catch that. I'd like to see a replay of that to see if he did actually attempt to catch that or not. My first instinct was he's just sort of left it.
They are horrible.
Yeah, he did leave it. He'd apologised straight away.
Hey, yeah. I know you're jumping on the keepers union side of it there.
As if
And
I'd do that.
It's not to say that you can't move as a wicket keeper, but if you watch that replay back, how long was Lewis McManus in the eye line of Matty Hurst there? And Hurst would have been completely blind to that ball for a long time.
I think it's the most difficult job in professional cricket is keeping wicket. So, yeah, no criticism from me.
Trying to devalue my efforts on a Saturday afternoon, Rowie?
I think it's not quite as difficult in amateur cricket as it is in professional cricket, purely because of the speed things happen at.
Yeah,
that's my get out of jail card there. But yeah, Lewis has played really well, sort of quietly, hasn't he? He's just played what's in front of him. Played some nice cricket shots. He's defended well. The ball has nipped around as you'd expect it to do, and he's been up to that. Both sides, outer half, inner half. And that's good technique that has allowed him to remain there. And also good judgment. He's decelerated well. He's accelerated through some nice drives, some nice punches. A couple of nice pickups. There we go. Nicely timed. Well fielded, actually, by Phillip at mid-off. Prevents any thought of a second.
Yeah, I had a feeling that Guthrie would fancy lining up Will Williams slightly more than Anderson Phillip.
Yeah, funny that, isn't it?
Yeah, strange old game. But yeah, McManus, he's dangerous, isn't he? I mean, he's a powerful cricketer as well. We saw last summer that finisher role in the T20 side. Yeah, hits the ball miles when he wants to, but yeah, has this ability in first class cricket just to occupy the crease and bat time. And clearly willing to trust Liam Guthrie as well at the moment.
Yeah, and I mean, that'll split the crowd. That I'm with it, taking that single. I mean, yeah, there'll be people in the ground thinking, "What are you doing? What are you doing?" But I don't mind that because he's got to rotate, and Guthrie can score as well. And if you're scoring both ends, then that gives Lancashire a problem. So I don't mind that. I'd love to see Guthrie get a bit of width, but I suspect it'll be tight. But it's tight to the body. He turns it beautifully off his pads. Like an accomplished, like a Graham Smith shot that was.
Just turned in there, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I suppose the interesting thing will be, which may prove or disprove my point that I made earlier in the piece, is what Lewis, assuming Lewis is there with Harry Conway when that time comes, is how he bats with Harry Conway. Because looking at numbers, you'd say that he would be a more qualified batter than Liam Guthrie. But if Lewis McManus suddenly goes from 3rd to 6th gear, that doesn't make a great deal of sense to me.
There's something about tail-enders numbers where you can't really trust them. I'll come back to what I mean by that in a moment.
Good Yorker, wasn't it? From
that was well bowled. Saw him coming, shoved the Yorker in, well bowled. And what I mean by that, you can't trust tail-enders numbers, is they're very streaky, I think. You know, they can go from looking quite good to looking absolutely terrible to going to look quite good again. So it depends where they are on that kind of roller coaster, really, I guess, will dictate to some extent how Lewis plays. He's been hit on the foot there, came down the wicket and was well bowled by Williams, shoved in what was in the end a Yorker because of how far down the wicket McManus came. But it hit him on the full and he is sort of limping a little bit. We could do without some broken toes for the keeper, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's they're painful, aren't they, cricket balls? I think I said this against Kent, but it always surprises me how little of a reaction you get from a professional cricketer when they wear one, because they are hard and they do hurt. And McManus there has just been struck on the toes. Anderson Phillip then from the David Capel end. And a big inside edge to the pads of McManus. Phillip there, what's he searching for? Is he searching for 4? He is indeed.
He is, yeah.
So 2 for Williams, 3 for Balderson, and 3 for Phillip. What's Anderson Phillip bowled in this spell? There's been a change of ends, hasn't there? So it'll be a little bit. So it's 3 overs. Well, this is 4th over from the David Capel end. Nicely played, nicely typed. I think if... from what we saw with the performance from Tom Bailey this morning, I think if Northamptonshire can get to a stage where Keaton Jennings has to bring Tom Bailey back, I think that's a little win for
sure.
Northamptonshire.
Yeah.
I think Jennings would have been hoping at least that Balderson, Phillip and Williams would have been able to have wrapped this up for Lancashire.
Yeah, I wonder if they'll go back to Bailey or whether they might throw it to one of the twirlers. Hartley would be the beautiful off drive through mid wicket.
Timed well enough to pick up a couple of runs for Liam Guthrie. Been joined in the commentary box by Graham White. You sticking your headphones on, Graham, or are you just going to have a relax for a couple of minutes? You're welcome to do both. No, you carry on. Don't let me rush you. Oh, that's fine. How are you?
I'm very well.
Hello, Graham.
How are we? You all right?
We're good. Yeah, we're good. Enjoying this counter attack.
Yeah.
Cut away by
What a shot that is.
Guthrie. That'll be 4 more added to the score. 178 now on the board.
I mean, I'm not going to lie. I haven't seen Guthrie bat much. So this is my first eyes. But if he keeps doing that...
It's dangerous, I think, Graham. I think he's quite dangerous. He stays leg side of the ball, swings the bat very hard, can cover up when he needs to. But if he hits it, it stays hit.
Sounds like a young Phil Rowe then.
You're going from personal experience. Are you, Graham? Let's get to that. Yeah, sorry about that, Graham. We can move on quickly.
2 balls left in this Anderson Phillip over. Guthrie elects to leave that one well alone. Well, thanks for joining us. Thanks for coming up for a while.
Not a problem. Not a problem.
We've got a decent view here this week.
Yeah, I know. It's just happened that we've obviously got a home game now, and the ships in the night, which is second team and first team cricket, haven't aligned. So it's allowed me to be here today and come and support the guys and be around in the morning and working with a few other guys in the nets. So it's been nice to be back here. It's like Lords, this, isn't it?
It's good, isn't it? HQ. And then you're at Dunstable next week, right?
That's correct. We start on Monday against Surrey, so that should be a good fixture.
I've had the Surrey second team coach on to me.
Yes, Mr. Spriegel.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Yes, he's a good man.
Yeah, he's a good man.
Someone I've not crossed paths with for a while, actually. So it'd be nice to see him. But I'm sure we'll have a lap or two. You know what it's like.
I do. Yeah, Matthew, obviously played here and had some success with us, including a T20 win, and finds himself. He was always going to be a coach, Matthew Spriegel. It was obvious, probably from the moment he was born. I would have thought he's going to end up at some point a coach, and he finds himself looking after the second team at Surrey. I think that's a great job for him.
Definitely suits him, doesn't it? I think his personality, his character. I think he's a very likable guy.
Yeah.
Speaks very well about the game, intelligent. I think it ticks all the boxes, doesn't it, really?
It does. A bit like our own second team coach. Must have a
How have I
different
been
job,
employed?
different
No.
job description down there.
Yeah. Oh dear.
How's it going?
It's. Do you know what? We've had some tough games actually. We've been disappointing. We've not played very good cricket and we've lost. So it'll be interesting to see how we fight back on Monday. But you know, it's
We have got a change of bowling from the Lynn Wilson Centre, and it is Tom Bailey back into the attack, replacing Will Williams.
no. So it hasn't gone to plan. But the group itself with the environment and what we've got is they've been brilliant, really good.
Okay, good.
You know, it just so happens we're not playing great cricket, but I've got young players. You know, I view them as babies really, and trying to get them to understand the game and get them to learn about moments and about how we can go about our business. And you know, it's not supposed to go well all the time. And
I totally buy that, Graham. And yeah, you want to play a bit better. Of course you would. Oh, that was close. But the other way of looking at it, and I've said this to players at times, is if this is as good as you're ever going to be, that's a worry because you're in the second team.
Yeah.
Right. So the idea is that you're growing.
Yeah.
So let's grow. But part of that is learning.
Yeah.
That's
what you want them to do, isn't it? You know, keep making the same mistakes. You're probably at the right level, but you know, we want to get people in the first team. You know, I want to produce, you know, England players for Northampton. You'd like to think that they'll learn from their experiences, and you know, cricket repeats itself a lot of pitches and situations and scenarios, and
it does. It does.
Be true to yourself, how you play, and know your strengths and super strengthen them, but have the ability to adapt. You know, you try and keep it simple. You know, if you flood them with too much nowadays with the social media and cameras everywhere and whatnot, and you know, they'll just get too much going on between the ears, and you don't need that.
Clarity is everything. You know, I remember we watched this one from Bailey. I remember being on a coaching group years ago, many years ago, and Tim Boone was doing some coaching, and he's one of the things he said just really stuck with me. He said, as a coach, be careful. Are you creating clarity or are you creating confusion? And I was really glad I heard that message early on because it really helped me.
He talks a lot of sense. I saw Boone in the indoor school.
Did you play under him?
No, but I've had conversations with him around the circuit, and in fact, I saw him in the indoor school over the winter, and we had a really good conversation about cricket.
Where's that gone?
Flicked away over the fielder at deep square leg. It's gone all the way by McManus. Said a few overs ago how powerful and destructive he can be, and he's just picked up Tom Bailey over Luke Wells at square leg, and it's gone all the way for 6.
You know, I've been very complimentary about a lot of Lancashire's cricket. You can't get hit for 6 over the leg side from this end to that. But in this, you know, at 180 for 8, you have to have your offside packed. And if he gets one, he gets one. If he's lucky, he might find a gap and get 4, but you can't get drop kicked over there for 6.
Nicely timed by McManus, and that one again on that leg side line, which McManus can't keep up with.
I think as well, like when you come out with intent that these guys do, it can cause panic a little bit, and I think that's why it's a really good tactic of being positive when you are playing and when the score line is like this, because you can create that panic and bowlers go away from what they've done really well. You know, that's something that we talk about. What's your method in trying to get the bowler out of his groove, and you know, trying to maybe cause the inevitable. Well, actually, if I go this route, does that give me a high percentage of being successful? Well, yeah, it might do actually. So, but some players are different. Some players can just dig in and you know, they're grinders. Other guys stick to your strengths. How much scoring?
Strengths,
yeah.
Lewis has played beautifully here. He is a man who's capable of scoring hundreds in the middle order, lower middle order there. He's balanced attack and defence really well. I think his judgment has been really good.
That's not an easy thing to do either. That's tough.
Yeah,
you have to be in every ball in the moment.
It's going to be Anderson Phillip continuing from the David Capelin. On 3, searching for 4, maybe looking for 5. What, Graham, what generally have you made of the day's play so far? I know we're still relatively early into it, but quite a lot's happened in a session and a half.
Yeah, I think, you know, when you're looking at the pitch and you know, how we want to be positive and try and win games of cricket, it's always going to be tough no matter what you choose to do. in the first morning. You know, even if we bowl first, we still got to bowl well. You know, we still have to capitalise if we feel that's where our best bet is to go out and execute. And it's the same with the bat. And
pitched up by Philip and a big inside edge from Guthrie. Just misses leg stump and adds another one to the tally.
So, you know, we may have thought, do you know what, it might be tough, but we back ourselves to go out there and score enough runs and have the right methods to go and do it. We're always going to believe that. So you also have to accept sometimes when people bowl well. But I think where we're up to now, if you get over 200, you're in the game.
Mm-hmm. Oh, for sure.
If you're out for 100, you're out of the game. Yeah. If you're over 200, you're still in the game. Yeah. You've still got the ability to go and bowl and see how they go.
Yeah, absolutely. Philip into McManus. It's a good bumper, which McManus gets well underneath. I have had a response from Trinidad.
Have you?
Yeah, early 80s to mid 80s at the fastest, and having not seen much of him, but I'd say he's in some pretty good rhythm at the moment. So. Yep.
But it's all relative, right? So it's all relative to what else we've seen. So he's by far the quickest bowler in that lineup. Yeah.
Yeah, precisely.
Yeah.
I know we spoke, didn't we, at the start about the toss and about the decision to bat first on it. And I think it felt from a distance anyway, like a bit of a 50-50, 51-49 maybe. What was the talk in the dressing room? Was it to stamp an authority on there? Was it to be positive? Was it to be bold? Or
I think it's always that. It's always to take the game forward and be positive on the front foot. Yes, you're going to have to soak up pressure at times and have the ability to do it and adapt and be smart. Because you've still got to, even though the wicket may look green, you know, you've still got to assess that and see if the ball's doing anything, see if it's moving around, if it's seam, if it's swing. I think with the overhead conditions makes it more 50-50.
Yeah. Leg slip in place, and that's hit Guthrie hard, isn't it? I think it's got him in the body. I don't think it's got any higher than that, unfortunately. But yeah, that's going to be a sore one for Liam Guthrie.
But yeah, I think we knew the way to bat well. I think that was clear. And I guess it's down to those individuals to look back and see, you know, whether they got out, whether maybe it was a mistake on their behalf, which can happen. Which is fine, as long as we're doing it in the methods that we want to do it and the way we want to play cricket. You know, we want to get results. We want to win games of cricket.
Sure, again,
well played.
It's the old added debate, isn't it? Do you want to play on flat pitches and win nothing, or do you want to play on pitches that offer something so you can take 20 wickets and actually win something and win promotion or trophies? So I understand it's about getting the balance, and you've got to play to what you have and what your side plays out, but you know, I think everybody would agree they'd want to see and watch cricket that is positive and trying to win. So, and we've just got to back ourselves to be better than them in those games. And if we're not, then fair enough.
Yeah,
we have to own that and accept it and look to improve and try and maybe adapt our games to be able to go and perform on these pitches. But from the early start, I don't see Darren changing it. So, you know, it's finding a method and finding a way. And as we are now, you know, getting up to 200.
There's a big appeal for LBW from Tom Bailey.
Yeah, I thought McManus has played beautifully. And I thought Harrison played really well too. That partnership, when it comes to the end of this game, you know, we might be looking back on that partnership and saying that's gold.
100%. And on days like today and pitches like this, you know this, Phil, is partnership, just a partnership. Can we scramble a partnership? You know, doesn't matter if half of them are extras, just we want some form of partnership.
Yeah.
Little wins like that, that they are quite big moments in games that maybe are low scoring.
Well, it's changed the momentum of the day a bit. You know, they dropped a couple of catches back to back. One wasn't very expensive, but it was still, you know, drop catch and heads went down a wee bit. And they have not been as good since lunch. And I think that partnership has shown a bit of resilience as well, a bit of belief. And then the wicket flattens out a wee bit as well. And suddenly batting becomes a little bit easier, doesn't it? But that's not to say it's been easy, because I think that it's still not straightforward out there. But I've been really impressed with, certainly Lewis and Calvin have played extremely well there.
I mean,
It was a good
I haven't
cricketer,
seen
Harrison.
tons of it because I've been in the nets.
Oh, have you?
I've
Been
been doing
throwing?
a bit
Yeah.
of work of throwing it with
Yeah.
guys. But what did they do well? What was the highlight of that for them to be successful?
Do you know, I thought they moved well. Simple, straight lines. No one thought, there was a bit earlier on about they were bowling channel and we found the ball in channel. And they didn't. They left the ball in channel, made the bowlers bowl at them and then pick them off.
Yeah.
And boy, did they pick them off with some nice shots as well.
Yeah.
A lot of the partnership was in boundaries because it wasn't a wicket where you can work ones and twos easily, but they left very well. Come to me, okay. And then if they got a poor ball, you short wide when they didn't miss out, and they ran well. It was good cricket.
So hopefully Lancs aren't listening to that, but something maybe we move into second.
It's a bit 101, isn't it? It's a bit 101.
You've
but
given the game away there.
That's what they did well.
Yeah.
Nicely played. Guthrie gives himself a bit of room, opens up the offside, guides it over point for 4, moves on to 15, and Northamptonshire move into the 190s.
I'm a little surprised that Bailey has been brought back here because he looks a bit under the weather to me. He certainly hasn't been as good
Older
as
fresh and short. Maybe when I first saw him, his first spell looked a bit. He just looked a bit at odds, didn't he? I think
he did,
with his rhythm and his
that,
run up.
And that's continued. Yeah, exactly, Graham. That's continued. I thought it might be an opportunity, particularly from this end, to maybe, I don't know. But anyway, probably clean him up now.
Oh, it's an inside edge.
Oh dear.
Diving Matty Hurst, can't get to it. It's back-to-back boundaries for Liam Guthrie. 197 for 8. He spoke about partnerships. This one's now in the 30s between McManus and Liam Guthrie, and Northamptonshire are just 3 runs away now from, that 200 number that you mentioned earlier about getting yourself in the game.
You're in the game. You're still in the game. We've still got a bowl. I'd back our attack against any team in this division. And just give them a chance. That's all we've got to do, in this game is give them a chance, and we've got to keep fighting, scrapping for everything we can. Spinners now on.
The other thing, Graham, that you'll be interested in as well, is because you didn't see it, and I know you'll be interested in this with younger players in particular in mind, is the body language of McManus and Harrison. Really positive. Head up.
But I think having known Lou and worked with him, that's a real big work on for him. He wants to come across like that.
Okay.
And that's how he wants to play his game and bat.
Yeah. Is
to have that presence, have that busyness, proactiveness with the way he starts, because he feels that really helps him. So he'll be really pleased to hear that. That's something that he has really focused on. And, he works exceptionally hard with his batting in the winter. He's gone away off his own back as well over the last 2 years to really improve. But, he's a very intelligent chap. He thinks about it, how he can improve, move his game forward, and what works best for him. And again, like I said, know your strengths, know what you're good at. And that's been something that he's focused on, and is showing that it's working. It shows that it can work. And
it looks to me, we don't want to give the game away. It looks to me that he's trusting his defence a bit more as well. He's making good late decision to just decelerate or just leave, whereas before he'd be thinking, I've got to get to 30.
Yeah. It's trust in that defence, isn't it? I don't care how you...
Exactly.
If you are a positive person, I think you've always got to have that ability to be confident defending.
Yeah.
And knowing where you are on the crease, to where your stumps are, to what to defend and what not to defend, but to believe in it and back that. And then when they miss and marginally miss in your areas, you capitalise and you score.
Yeah. Change of bowling from the David Capel end was Anson Phillip for Luke Wells. The tall leg spinner comes into the attack. So first look at spin in the fixture so far. Interesting that Keaton Jennings has gone for Luke Wells and not Tom Hartley.
It's not easy, is it? Because he's got a right and left-hand batter in there who can both hit the ball with, they can both slog sweep pretty well. So which bowler do you bowl from which end is quite a tough one. This is the matchup that perhaps Northants want. Although, we don't need to. We could just play a little bit more now, to be honest.
Yeah, it's the short leg side boundary, isn't it, for Liam Guthrie down towards the scoreboard and the supporters club.
I think it's a catch-22 position again, isn't it? It's about what the team needs and where we're at, but also don't be untrue to what you are as a player and how you want to play. You've got to, so that your decision-making basically needs to be spot on.
Yeah. I think, Graham, that's an underrated part of batting, is making the right decision. You see it so often.
I had a conversation with a young player in the nets, and in season, I don't like to talk too much technical because you have things going off in your head. But can you come away from your innings and say, if you get out, was it a bad decision or bad execution?
Shot nicely played by Liam Guthrie. Jumps on the back foot quickly and works it through extra cover for a couple of runs. And the round of applause that you can hear through the effects mic is for those that have made their way into the ground on Friday, as Northamptonshire bring up the 200. 200 for 8, or 46.5 overs.
I used to like the very simple in terms of talking to batters, probably on a general basis rather than a particular innings. For me, there's 3 things to look at.
The drag down,
good boy,
from Wells. There was a moment there, wasn't it? The ball just hung and hovered in the air as the fielder at mid-on made his way over towards it, but Guthrie just got it past him and picked up 4 to finish the over, so 204 for 8.
And that is, what's your plan? Which is a big picture.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to try to do this in general.
Yeah.
What's your method? Where are you going to stand? What shots are you going to, and how do you execute? And from a coach's perspective, you kind of want to be coaching the top 2 of those more than the bottom 1.
Yeah.
Because execution can come and go, but we should be coaching the intent. So what were you trying to do?
Yeah.
What was you thinking? What were you trying to do?
Yeah. I think it's having the intelligence to adapt in what the pitch is doing, the threat of the bowler, the bounce, all that kind of thing. The best players in the world do that. Yeah, they're brilliant at it.
Yeah.
Tom Bailey continues from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Down the leg side, flicked into it. It's going to land just in front of the man at square leg. There's a shy at McManus's non-strikers stumps. Just gives him a bit of a hurry up to go through. Another one added. McManus moves to 49. So, Graham, can I ask, obviously, Darren Lehman's been in the UK now with Northamptonshire for a couple of months, and this is his, 5th professional game in charge. How has he been to work with? How has he settled in generally to the area? What kind of messages has he shared with the players, if you're allowed to share them, of course?
Get down.
Oh, what an effort that was by Anderson Phillip.
Hell of an effort.
Great diving save by the West Indies international. Tips it around the post, but it does run away for 4, and Guthrie picks up another one and moves into the 30s.
I mean, he's a very easy guy to get on with straight away. He always has time for everyone, wants to talk cricket all the time. He's got bags of experience. What I've been most impressed with is 2 things. There's his positivity. He's quite infectious, the way he talks. And that's also the words he uses, and when we're in phases of the game or at training and practice, he always seems to find the right way of doing it, and he's also got a good sense of humour. He can have a laugh. You feel relaxed in his company, which is always, I think, another good thing. You don't want to have a coach that you're frightened of speaking to, or not sure whether you can crack a joke or not. He has that side to him, which is really good. And he's so calm.
Slow ball from Bailey.
I think that comes with experience as a coach. I found that myself, and that's a really good innings. That's his 50, I think, isn't it?
It is indeed 50 for Lewis McManus. The round of applause for the 50, as big as the one for the 200. That is an innings that Northamptonshire were in desperate need of. They've got it from their wicket keeper and vice captain, Lewis McManus.
That's a very professional innings, that.
Brilliant, wasn't it?
Really enjoyed that.
Guthrie's playing his part. He's been a pain, isn't he, for them, which is great, obviously great for us, but he's rode his luck a fraction. But
they've not ball graded him.
I don't think they have, and I think he's put that ball away.
Oh, he has. Yeah, credit
and
to
cashed
him.
in. Yeah. So credit to him on how he's done there, and I think he's been marshalled well by Lou. I know how he thinks about the game. He'll be very calm out there talking to him. So it's the perfect foil to have for a lower end player anyway, because they tend to be a little bit all over the shot at times with the bat. Or more like when they get the bat in the hand, they tend to
Yeah.
They tend to sometimes see a different picture. But he's but it's true, isn't it?
It's true.
We've all played and been around people like that. So yeah, for me, for Darren, has been how relaxed he is. Any situation of the game, wherever we are, if we're under pressure, if it's the other way, he's the calmest man in the room, and that is incredible. He doesn't have that emotion to come out. Well, he hasn't done in front of me anyway. And I think that's just experience in the game. He's been around, he's coached at the highest level, and he understands that this is my philosophy, this is my methods we're doing, and you jump on board or you don't. And I think it's clear messaging.
Yeah, played at the highest level as well, and got a fantastic career statistics to go with it as well. It's nicely played by McManus. He's going to put the fielder under a bit of pressure, but it's just going to be one. Well done by George Balderson.
It does remind me how good he was as well. And I do say to him, yeah, fair enough. You were pretty good, to be fair to you. But in a good jovial way, as you could imagine an Aussie to be.
Yeah.
Because he was a fabulous player. But, I don't think he goes back to that a lot and uses that. He just talks about the game and about the right way of playing it and how we want to play it. So, it's never, this is how I did it or anything like that. When he speaks to us as a group or speaks to players individually, he understands everyone's game and understands where we're at and how we can try and get the best out of those players. And, it's, I'm frustrated that I'm away from him. I'm in the twos and I'm not around him all the time. I'd love to be in his pocket, but the time I do spend with him, it's great, and I try and learn as much as I can.
Yeah, it'd be great to invite him up on the stream, wouldn't it, at some point?
I'm sure
during the
I'm
summer.
sure he'd come up. Yeah,
I'm sure he will. I'm pretty sure he will. Yeah.
If he's got a free half an hour at any point, just to have a chat. Well, cricket, Northampton, and life generally, I think would be interesting and add a lot of value for the Northamptonshire fans listening to the stream.
Yeah, I think he did some up at Derby. Actually, he was in there a couple of times. Yeah.
Wells continuing, and Guthrie going for a big slog sweep. Might put a bottom edge onto toe there that's just ballooned up in front of Anderson Phillip. Partnership's worth over 50 now. 52 off 52 deliveries.
If we can get to 250, I think that's around par. Actually.
Agreed, yeah. I think the fascination will be how it plays this pitch. Moving through today to tomorrow. Whether it's going to indent, if we're going to see any up and down.
Yeah.
I don't think it'll spin personally, but I think there might be a change in the pace or the bounce of the pitch, and it'll be interesting to see how that goes over the next couple of days.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that was part of the decision, I guess, Graham, to bat first was. Yeah. There might be some holes,
and I think that's right. Yeah, that's what we took into account.
Yeah.
Along with the overhead and how the pitch might play out over the few days. Yeah. So people looking on the stream or people seeing going, oh, that's green, we should bowl. There's a little bit more to it than that. Two decisions of that, and the weather here can play a part with what the ball does.
For me, Graham, there's like who wants to bat first, but who wants to bat last?
Yeah,
they're the two.
And you've got to take the brave option. And we've done that. So you can't knock us on that front. We want to be brave. We want to take the game forward and play it our way, and be the team that's bossing it really and trying to dictate. Yeah. If we don't play to our levels, then we might get under pressure, but that's of our doing, not of anything else. So
totally. It gives clarity to the batting lineup as well.
No, definitely.
Doesn't it? And also, you could take this either way. It depends whether you're a glass half full or half empty, I guess. But it gives clarity to the batting unit about what your job is, which is go and get the biggest number you can. Go. Right, that's easy. But also, it also says two things. It also says, I trust you to do that, and you've got to go and do that.
Correct.
And it's professional.
And choose your method to do it.
Professional cricket, isn't it?
100%, yeah.
So I quite like that aspect of it, for sure.
Oh, it's gone straight up in the air. Does Tom Bailey get his first? He does. Luke Wells gets around to take the catch. That's just started to hold up in the pitch off that over from Tom Bailey, isn't it? And McManus was early on it. He's batted incredibly well for 53. He'll be gutted that he's got out in that manner at this time, as Northamptonshire, as you said, we're just working towards that 250 total, but the wicket keeper has got to go for 53, and a vital 53.
Well, he played brilliantly. You know, I'm a big fan of Lewis McManus, and that is as well as I've seen him play because of the situation that he found himself in. His decision making was pretty much exemplary, as good, better than anyone actually that's batted out there so far. He had power to add. Just unfortunately, just another day that falls into a gap, and no one bothers about it. But he's played beautifully there, and he's got himself, he's got his team into a place where I just watched the celebrations of that wicket from Lancashire. Not everyone came together.
Bit flat, I think, because I think they'll feel they're disappointed. They've let it go this far.
They have let it go.
You know,
Yeah.
flipping this now when we come to bowl, we've got to use that
Absolutely.
and put them under pressure, and that you do that by bowling well. You know, I say to my bowlers in the second team, you know, all you can do is create chances. You know, I can't guarantee the guys will catch them. I'd love them to. As a fielding coach, I would expect everyone to catch everything, but I know that's not realistic. But if you're creating chances and you put the team under pressure, that's all you can do. And I think that's what we need to do when we come out, is make sure that we're getting them playing, getting the stumps in play, and making them feel uncomfortable out there. Remember, at home, you know, they're not in Lancs. Let's make sure they know that, and we put them under some pressure. That's how I want us to go about our cricket and how we go out there with the ball.
Final man for Northamptonshire is Harry Conway, the overseas Australian that joined up with the club last week, made his debut against Leicestershire.
There's a lot of him.
I think he's 6'6", 6'7".
Jeez.
Harry
He's a good
Conway.
character.
Yeah.
Is he?
Yeah, you'd enjoy him up here, I think. He'd be good to talk to. He's, yeah, he's a very funny man. Reminds me of the Aussie kind of Luke Fletcher kind of character.
Ah, okay.
Very
Right.
just funny without, he doesn't try and be funny, he's just funny.
Yeah.
So he's good to have in the change and good to have around. You know, brings lots of energy, and he can bowl.
Well, we saw that last week, didn't we?
I've heard
Yeah.
good things. Yeah.
A fantastic start to the career. That was going to be one thing I was going to ask you about, actually, with regards to the bowling. Obviously, Liam Guthrie sat out last week. I assume that was probably a rest and rotation thing.
Yeah.
Looking back through the numbers, I don't think Liam had played first-class cricket since November. And then had come in and played back-to-back. But Harry Conway's come in, Sanderson's come back as well, and looking pretty good amongst the seamers.
Yeah, and this is how we were always going to play it with these 7 games in, 8 weeks or however it works. You have to have a rotation. You've got to rest. You know, the numbers tell us that. The S&Cs give us their unit numbers and what they're saying. And, you know, in the case of someone like Brody, looking at his numbers, his rotations down, you know, this is how we tend to look at things. And, you know, yes, he's not injured, but if he carries on this path, he will be injured.
Yeah,
Is that right?
Yeah.
You know, and it's understanding that and knowing that as a coaching group, and the player has to understand that and accept it. You know, we're not stopping you from playing. It's just, you know, we want to look after you. It's a long season. It's 6 months of cricket. Or, you know, it's like, you know, cramming in 9 months of work into 6 months. It's phenomenal, the pressures they're under. So we've got to try and look after them. That's all.
Bailey into bowl. Conway gets himself off the mark.
So I think as well that that's something that people at home watching or supporters don't get to see that side. And me coming on talking and other coaches that come on and talk give you those little bit of insight into, you know, well, why we make decisions or why Darren makes decisions.
Yeah.
You know, it's a collective thing, and you know, we use the science. It doesn't dictate, but we use it. It gives us a guidance, and you know, we want our players on the park playing, and we want a full squad to pick. So you can only do that by being smart and rotate. So you know, we're in that mode. It's great to have Ben back. You know, we know he's a quality bowler. You know, took you know, his over 400th wicket for the club last week. And, you know, to have him back in the group is brilliant. His experience is got gold dust. And, yeah, and then obviously having the overseas come in as well just bolsters that and allows us to rotate. So...
how's Rafi going, Graham?
He's good. He's examining. He's in the midst of his book. You know, I don't think he's been out of his bedroom for about 3 weeks because he's been cramming. So, you know, and that's the side we encourage. We want our guys to do, you know, have education, have things outside of cricket.
Yeah.
We want to encourage that. This is a brutal game mentally and physically, but to give guys a distraction away from here is what we want. And he's just going through that right now. And then hopefully he'll be back with us shortly and back in the squad. And, you know, form dependable, how, trying to break back into the side.
It was a short spell
But he
from.
bowled well, didn't he? I mean, he played and he bowled really well. He's a great kid
He
to
gets
coach.
better. I think he just gets better every time I see him.
You put him into situations and he thrives,
Yeah.
and that is not many people can do that, and that is a trait that is very, very good. We saw it last year in T20.
Yeah.
He's just got a good head on him.
Yeah.
Short spell from Luke Welsh, just a couple of overs. George Balderson comes back into the attack now that Northamptonshire's 10 and 11 are in the middle. I'm quite enjoying watching Harry Conway bat and go about his business. It kind of looks like an XL version of Marnus Labuschagne.
Oh, okay. Well, that's very complimentary. I'm going Courtney Walsh.
Okay. Yeah.
That's maybe somewhere between the two. There is comedy, though. He's animated.
It suits his personality this way, isn't it?
And I caught up with Steve Crook yesterday, who's over just getting a bit of personal development and growing his coaching experience. How's he fitted into the group? I guess he's not been over long, has he?
No, but I saw him this morning. I hadn't seen him, and it was really good to see him. Give him a big hug. When you share time on the pitch with people and you've been successful and had a good period of your life, it's always great seeing those people.
Yeah.
And Crookie has not changed one bit. And I
don't
ever want him to change because of the character he is.
Yeah.
I'm so pleased for his coaching and the success he's had this year in Australia. He's got so much experience to pass on, and I love him to bits. He was next to me in the locker, in the changing room, so had plenty of funny times with him. And it was funny because obviously Rory being there as well. We were all laughing because we were all in that corner.
Yeah.
So it was nice to get us back together and just to chew the fat. And
what a terrible corner that was.
It was a very amusing corner. It was a very enjoyable time, and we were fortunate. We were successful and had a good side, and yeah. Still takes Steve about 45 minutes to get a sentence out, so that hasn't changed.
Yeah, he's just the slowest.
I still get him for when he called me out in a T20. I think it was at Durham. He never said when he spoke. You listened. He didn't say tons, but I remember it's clear as day that Hastings, he whacked it and won the game for them. He must have got 80 off about 30 balls. He stuck his hand up, and all he said was, "Well, it's pretty clear. The reason we didn't win was because Graham dropped him." And I couldn't argue with him because I dropped a dolly at long on, and then that was when he was on about 10.
Was that away at Durham?
Yeah, it was.
God.
And I didn't drop many, which I like to remind Steve about. But I always remember that time.
Would have been a contributing factor. Well, there's a big hit from Guthrie.
I think he was right, but you do laugh at those when you look back at it. But that's just Steve, and he wouldn't have done it in a malicious way. He just way he says it, and I still chuckle with him about that now.
That's brilliant.
Tell him he got stuck in a floodlight or something. I don't know. I usually make up some story, but yeah, we all make mistakes, don't we?
We do, Graham, and we learn from them.
Yeah, we do.
Oh, that was in his area. Wide. Oh, it's too high. Okay.
I thought that was disappearing down towards the heavy sweep then. Rowie from Liam Guthrie. Just a quiet one. This is his highest first-class score in professional cricket.
Wow.
It was previously 19.
Gee whiz.
The lads would be delighted. That'll be a CB
round.
Yep.
Up to 31.
Just keep going.
Well, everything now is... once you get to 10 and 11, everything feels like a bit of a bonus, doesn't it? Slower ball from Bailey, picked into the leg side by Liam Guthrie.
I
did wonder whether that was still a thing, the CB round, Graham. It is.
Yes, the coach has brought that kind of thing at the back in. He did cat players on tour, which I was delighted with. Obviously, getting around for everyone.
Yeah.
Thankfully, we're in South Africa, so
good. Yeah,
I was more than happy to do that. If we were in London, I would have been crying as I walked to the bar. But no, I think it's good. I think it's good
for sure. I remember a trip into Durham actually where we had we had about 5 CB rounds on the way back to the hotel.
You might have to break down that acronym for those that it might be self-explanatory,
okay.
but some might be wondering what that means.
Liam Guthrie has just gone, well, going past 19, he exceeded his career best. And hopefully in a career, you do that, numerous times. But on passing a career best, you buy a round, basically. That's the deal.
It's the unwritten rule, isn't it? I think.
Yeah, that's how it is. And we used to save them up, try and make sure that we got them done when we had like another cricket thing, be a pink ticket when there's an opportunity for a night out. But that didn't always fall. So sometimes those pink tickets were slightly different colour to what they might have been, possibly. Particularly in that corner of the changing room. The axis of evil. Kleinveld, Crook, and White.
Kleinveld was a problem. He always had a bottle of something in his locker. It was never enjoyable.
Oh, no, horrible.
It used to burn. So I remember thinking. It toughened you up though, didn't it? That was one of those. It sorted you out. Oh, it sorted you out. We still chuckle about that now. I didn't have a choice, by the way, whether I had it or not.
No.
Just for the listeners, that was yeah. And if you've ever obviously met Rory or seen Rory, you don't argue with him. So.
What have we got here? 219 for 9 as Bailey completes the 52nd over. Conway on 1, Guthrie on 32. This partnership not really going anywhere at the moment, 3 off 15, but just taking time and keeping Lancashire out in the middle, isn't it, at the time being?
Well, there's some confidence in that, isn't there? As well, there's kind of, you're not going to bowl all of the balls in the right area. I'm going to wait until you bowl in my area and I'm going to score off that. Because they're not worried about the wicket being unplayable, and they've got themselves in a little bit. So there's a bit of confidence in that. You do have to score, right? When you 10 jack, you do have to score, and I think there is intent from these two to score. But there's also good decision making. I'm personally really happy with it, and they've bowled defensively as well. They're not bowling slop.
Men are back as well.
Yeah,
they're not making it easier for us to get boundaries.
Just a little glance to the leg side from Guthrie there before this ball.
That does go to the leg side, and it goes in front of mid-wicket, and it goes up
It's
towards...
usually a giveaway, that, isn't it, when someone eyes up an area.
Always have a
Common
look.
save stand for 4.
And again, I would say, you shouldn't be getting hit to the cheap side from number 10 and 11 when there's no need to. Get yourself round the wicket, hold your length. I mean, he did drag that a bit from the off, but...
I think looking at Liam Guthrie's body language, that might have been going that way, regardless of the delivery that was served up from George Balderson. Comes back in again to bowl. That one. Oh, that's a beautiful cricket shot through the offside for just a single. How about Gus Miller? How's Gus going? Obviously, he's been absent, hasn't he, for the start of the season? I think, was it a foot injury that he picked up?
Yeah, he's had a foot injury, and it was really nice to have him back with me this week. He came in and he played really well in the first innings, got 70, and got caught down the leg, which is a horrible way to go because he didn't look like getting out any other way.
Where was that game, Graham?
That was at Rockhampton against Gloucestershire.
Oh, okay.
So, yes, really good having him back and around. He's a great character. I love having him in my side. So, good to have him back. Good to see him back. And I'm hoping next week we get a return of a couple more players. We just kind of bed them back in again.
Conway this time into the offside. Is he far away from the first team? Obviously, at the end of last season, 2024, he was opening the batting, wasn't he? Is he far away from that role?
I think we would like to give him another game or so to get his fitness. I think, with the foot injury he's had, I can manage that quite nicely in my second team. And that can be the case with a lot of players coming back from injury. But then putting them in into the first team and the rigours of it and what you expect from them there, it's a slightly different intensity, and he needs to make sure he's ready for that. So, I'm hoping that if his recovery keeps going as it is, we're hoping to get him bowling at a higher intensity in the warm-ups next week. So it's just that gradual kind of process, you know. You know, he might be coming back maybe initially as a batter.
Yeah.
And the bowling might be, you know, a few weeks later. But I don't think we want to rush it. Not this time of the year. It's a long season, you know, and this is the hardest thing you have to do when you're having these conversations with players. Is we've got not just the here and now to think about. We've got the whole season. You know, we want him to be available for the rest of it and not jeopardize that. So, and he gets that. He understands it. He's an intelligent kid, but he's also the most eager person. So
It's all over.
Is that it? Umpire's not moved, actually. Despite, I just noticed umpire Lungley there just making his way in from square leg as if to say that's done and dusted. Lancashire looked convinced.
Because I thought I heard that through the mic.
The standing umpire was not interested in the slightest. So a full start.
looked a great decision for me.
Northamptonshire keep batting at 2-2-4 for 9.
Yeah, well, you can't really tell on the slow-mo, can you? On the, but I thought I heard a noise.
They looked convinced, didn't they?
Yeah, they did.
It was the couple of steps forward from the square leg umpire that made me think, oh well, that's a formality. Then he's coming in just to knock the bails off.
Must have hit his pocket. There must have been something that it's hit,
and we'll go off. But anyway, Northamptonshire keep batting. Yet I think what you said with Gus there, it must be similar again. What you said with Rafi and what you said about Justin Broad as well. The messaging must be or has to be quite clear for them.
Yeah,
it's not. You've not been dropped. We're not going to rush you back because you say it's a long season. It's hopefully a long career as well. There's a lot of cricket to be played for these young guys. Anderson Phillip comes back into the attack, trying to wrap this off and starts with a wide one outside off stump.
You know, that's the bigger picture you have to have as a coach, I guess, and Darren has to have as a head coach. You know, we don't just think about the here and now. We're thinking about the bigger picture, and we're obviously also thinking about the player and his development, and you know, not making a decision that will impact it negatively. You want it to be a positive one, and all our staff are like that. We're always thinking on those lines, and you know, it's hard. It is difficult, but it is part of the game and what we have to kind of work with.
Big inside edge.
Some players are more, you know, acceptive of it than others. But again, we have to remind them that, you know, we're looking after them. You know, it's not that we don't want them to play, or you know, we do want them to play. We want them to be successful and come and win games for us. But you know, we have to be sensible. And that's again another side of things that maybe fans, supporters don't see or hear, and is those little things, those little conversations, those soft conversations, and things that you have to do as a coach.
It's the one slip in place now for Lancashire as Phillip tries to wrap this innings up. Has that made its way back? It hasn't. Falls safely into the offside. You can just feel an air of frustration, can't you, at the moment in the middle?
I think Lancashire have gone flat, and I think they've been flat for quite a long time. And I think if you're up on the balcony, on the Lancashire side of the balcony, you're probably a bit disappointed about that. But you know, they're 4 games for 4 draws, aren't they? So there's not a lot of confidence there. If there'd been 4 games, you know, maybe 2 wins, they might put their foot on the jug. You'll have
been a lot of fielding for them as well, isn't there? And there's been a lot of those long games.
Yes, there has. That's really nicely played from a number 10. I've enjoyed this. I've enjoyed this fight back from Northamptonshire. Been good to see. 67 for 6 at one stage. You know, 225 for 9. That's a very, very good recovery, isn't it?
Shows bravery, doesn't it? Shows some courage to keep persevering and getting stuck in. So, you know, we can't ask for more than that.
I like Harrison, Graham, as a cricketer.
Very good cricketer.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a very nice cricketer. All-rounder, genuine.
Yeah.
Got great control for a wrist spinner. And
could bat further north maybe if he was one of ours.
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd 100% agree. 100% agree. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out over the next, you know, over the next game or so, or however long we have him for.
Yeah.
Obviously grateful for them to release him to play for us. If he's not getting any cricket, they want him to play, which is good again.
Yeah.
And a nice lad as well.
Short ball down the leg side. It hasn't really got up. It's gone through his buys. I don't know whether it just brushed the thigh pad of Liam Guthrie, but another bit of, well, it's been a touch untidy, hasn't he, Matty Hurst, during the course of the game so far? Particularly those ones down the leg side. He just hasn't quite managed to move well enough to get across.
That was a hard one because it swung after the batter, didn't it? And it went and dived as well. When it swung away and from it went, and it wasn't easy. So some of the ones that have been closer to him down the leg side, I felt he's ended up on the floor too frequently, too easily. Whereas I have seen him have some nice footwork, but maybe not as consistently.
229 for 9.
How's that gone?
Anderson Phillip bumps that one in again, and it's like swatting a wasp at a barbecue. Liam Guthrie just drops it into the leg side for a single and will keep the strike frustratingly for Lancashire. So 230 for 9. Liam Guthrie moves to 38 and 54 overs have been bowled.
Gents, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to depart
Good
and
to see you,
move
Graham.
on, but always nice to come up and have a chat and hopefully giving some reasonable insight into where we're at and what we're doing. And
Absolutely.
I hope that I'll get to creep up here at another time at some point.
Bring ahead.
Fingers crossed.
Bring ahead.
Yeah, I will. I'll bring a round of coffees as well. Make sure you keep
Now-
you well oiled up
Now you're welcome anytime.
here.
Good
Go on.
luck. Good luck this week against the Ray.
Appreciate
Give
that.
my regards to Spriggs.
Will do. I appreciate that.
Thanks, Graham.
Cheers, guys.
So George Balderson continues from the David Capelin, looking to wrap this innings up. Guthrie hacks him through the leg side powerfully, but straight at Luke Wells for a single.
Yeah, as you're saying during the time with Graham, it was good to see Graham, that these two haven't really set the world on fire, these two being Conway and Guthrie, but they've added 15 and they've kept them out there. And there's a psychological bonus to the way we've gone about our cricket here. We haven't folded. You know, there could be a wicket at any ball, of course there could, and that could be all over. But we haven't folded like a pack of cards. Quite the opposite. You know, we've actually really fought back very, very well. Played nicely. The partnership between McManus and Harrison, they just played good, solid cricket, good professional cricket to a high level. Got us back into the contest, and then the partnership between McManus and Sanderson, and then Guthrie's contribution as well has got us to a number that we, as I say, you know, it's 231. We edged that up to 250. That's probably par on this pitch, and that's from 67 for 6. So that is a massive comeback against Lancashire.
I think it's shown a whole lot of chest, I think, from Northamptonshire. And I think previous eras would have potentially have been all out in that first innings within that half an hour after lunch. But you mentioned the partnerships. It was worth 60, 32, 57. And now this one is on 15 as Conway gets in behind another one. Seems pretty organised, doesn't he, Harry Conway?
He seems like a man. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
So let me answer the question. Yes, he does seem very organised. Yeah, and absolutely loves his batting. He looks like he's expending an enormous amount of energy every
Not
ball
too
he
much.
faces.
Not too much. We need you to bowl soon.
But not too much. No, that's right. Maybe it's a warm up for his opening spell. But yeah, agreed.
3 slips in place. That one, the inducker from Balderson is into the leg side. And just in case Liam Guthrie was in any doubt about looking for a second, Harry Conway extends one of those long 6'7" arms just to say no.
There is a lot of Luke Fletcher, who was one of my favourite county cricketers. Very fine bowler for Nottinghamshire for many years. One of the best Yorker bowlers I've ever seen. I mean, and that's worldwide. One of the best Yorker bowlers who could bowl them absolutely on demand. Luke Fletcher, a really good guy.
Away again, and that's gapped. That has split the 2 fielders down there on the leg side, and it's going to be another 4 for Liam Guthrie. He moves into the 40s. It's funny, isn't it, how it works? Normally the commentators drop the curses on the cricketers, don't they? Before he walked out to bat, he said he could have his day. And I mean, so far, this has been his day and some.
When you go past your CB round, you've got to keep going because you don't want to get too past your CB round because then you're going to do it again pretty soon. And he is certainly, that could be a wide, it isn't. He's certainly done that. 43 to his name, a previous career best of 19. Boy, the team has needed it. And he's gone about it in such a good way. When it's been in his area, there's been a couple of ungainly swings. So he's number 10. He's entitled to that.
Yeah.
But his decision-making and his application, talking about the PME, the plan, the method, the execution. Occasionally the execution has been not quite there, but only occasionally. But the plan and the method, fantastic.
Yeah, it's been superb. It has been a superb innings. 43 or 45. Liam Guthrie with 7 fours. And that's, again, Northamptonshire are going at just under 4.5 and over now. It's accelerated through this rebuilding process that they've had to do. The back's against the wall. The run rate's gone up by nearly 1. It's nicely played, nicely timed. And a big weight on to anybody really that wanted to get one there. Liam Guthrie.
It's a weight on, but it also tells the fielder as well. There was a no to the fielder.
No, there was a big weight on to Tom Hartley there, wasn't there, at a point?
That's brilliant.
Do you know that there could be more mannerisms going on here than what Marnus has got in his locker, you know?
Yeah.
There's a lot to unpack here from Harry Conway. As Philip makes his way, he's searching for 4 and he's not going to get one there, I don't think.
See, that's a great decision as well. He's decided not to drive at that ball. Love that. He loves batting.
He just looks. He doesn't look like a number 11, does he? On face value, on first viewing, sorry, he doesn't look like a number 11.
He looks like he's a man who his career record should be better than it is. That's for sure. He's better than average in 9, as you mentioned earlier.
It kind of strikes me as the cricketer that wouldn't be surprised to walk out to bat with a couple of overs left in the day.
Although, all of that said, he's only got 2.
Yes. But then whilst we've got Liam Guthrie at the other end who is scoring,
just in terms of his... He's playing perfectly well.
Yeah.
So don't get me wrong. But just in terms of why is he only averaging 9... he looks solid in defence, but scoring runs might be where the problems start. But gee whiz, good value for his 2, because I'm enjoying it.
Absolutely. 3 slips in place for Lancashire, just searching for this final wicket, and they just haven't got it right, have they, after lunch? They've been a bit of a Jekyll and Hyde bowling performance from the morning to the afternoon. Everything felt perfect in that morning session, having lost the toss, been asked to bowl first. Northamptonshire, what were they? 6 down for 60, weren't they? I think
67 for 6.
67 for 6. Yeah. Everything going their way, and just haven't been able to back it up in this afternoon session.
I'm going to give you a I wonder in a minute.
Oh, please. A good delivery and well defended by Harry Conway, who I think makes his way back to shake hands with Anderson Phillip before making his ground.
I wonder if Lancashire are this flat since lunch, if Jimmy Anderson is on the field.
Yeah.
I wonder.
Yeah.
Because he drives performance, right? He's known for that.
Mm-hmm. Is that because of what he would say, or is that because of the stature of the man that you felt like you had to go a bit harder, maybe?
I think the latter more. I don't think he's a man of many words at all, but the example, the expectation, what he might say in the changing room that you don't want to be on the end of. I wonder. I'm not saying I know, because I don't know.
Yeah,
but I wonder.
It's a valid point. It's a valid point, and one worth wondering about. End of the over, 56 done, 238 for 9, so 12 away from that 250 that you mentioned about an hour ago. Guthrie on 43, Conway on 2. Balderson continues from the David Capel end.
Knowing Keaton a little bit and having caught up with him over the years, since he was here as a teenager, it's a long way away from where he would want it to be as well. Oh, where's that gone? That's going to be out. It's going to be caught mid on. It's a swipe. It's gone very high, and it's caught at mid-on by Josh Bohannon. He doesn't drop many. And that concludes affairs. Northamptonshire all out for 238. Guthrie, the last man out, for 43. What a fine hand he played. And from 67 for 6 at one stage, Northamptonshire are just below par as they walk off all out in the 57th over.
Yeah, it's hard to say either side will be delighted by that first innings, will they? On the whole, Northamptonshire will be thrilled to bits from 67 for 6 to get up to 238, and you can hear the round of applause for those Northamptonshire supporters as Liam Guthrie and Harry Conway make their way off the field. Lancashire, 238. Hey, that's a pretty good score for a first innings bowling performance, to particularly having been asked to bowl first. They've stuck to their plan well in that morning session. They broke the back of that batting lineup, but it's probably at least 100 more than what they were hoping for at 67 for 6.
Yeah, and yeah, some of what will be going through the minds of Lancashire staff, supporters, anyone connected with them really, will be, well, the wicket flattened out after lunch. That's true. We dropped a couple of catches, so they didn't cost a lot. Northamptonshire played quite well, so you can rationalise this. But I would say that basically where the ball landed, were they bowling as well after lunch as they did before? Absolutely not. And that's reflected in the scoring rate that Northamptonshire achieved. As you said, pushed it up past 4.5 at one stage, and we weren't slogging balls off the stumps. There were too many 4 balls, too many release balls. They couldn't build pressure. But the basis of all that, the turning point of all that, was that fantastic partnership between Lewis McManus and Calvin Harrison, and they played exceptionally well. It didn't have the highlights, but it's not got the big number against. But in the context of the game and in the context of the season, I wonder if we look back at that in a while to come and say that was really important.
Yeah,
we shall see.
It certainly feels it now, doesn't it? The highlights for Northamptonshire: Ricardo Vasconcelos made 39 off 61. Lewis McManus 53 off 89, Calvin Harrison 29 off 55, and then Liam Guthrie, the last man to fall, 43 off 47. The wickets, Tom Bailey picked up 1 for 49, Will Williams 2 for 39, George Balderson, the pick of the bowlers, really 4 for 55, and a whole lot of heart and effort from Anderson Phillip, finishes with figures of 3 for 65. But what have we got? 39 overs remaining in the day. Not 100% sure whether tea has been taken. It has. So, Rowie, let's take a break, and we'll be back at around 4:10 for the evening session. Good evening. Welcome back, everybody. We are just about to start the third session, the first day, the county championship fixture between Northamptonshire and Lancashire. Just joining us, Northamptonshire won the toss and elected to bowl this morning and were eventually and finally bowled out for 238 by Lancashire after some lower order resistance from the Northamptonshire bowlers and wicketkeeper. Players have made their way back out to the middle. We've had tea. We've got 39 overs remaining in the day's play. It's going to be Ben Sanderson from the David Capel end to open proceedings. George Bell and Keaton Jennings are your Lancashire opening batters. My name is Dan Jadzovics, joined by Phil Rowe. The stream is powered by Daffabet. And I think we all think Northamptonshire, we've got a few bonus runs there.
Yeah, relative to where it might have been, for sure. Absolutely right. And Sanderson starts with a Ben Sanderson delivery. It's a good line and length. It pitches and nips away. And Bell says, "Oh, yeah, it's Ben Sanderson." There is a very aggressive field, very attacking field. Northamptonshire need to not go too mad here. They've ended up with 238, which from a position of 67 for 6 is one heck of a recovery.
Yep.
4 slips and a short leg feels like more like a 438 wicket score, sorry. But we saw that the new ball was obviously the most, by some distance, the most difficult time to bat from Northamptonshire, and early wickets are very important. So one can understand the number of catches that are in there. Rob Keogh, I see, is in at 4th slip.
He is indeed.
Which is good to see. He has been nursing a finger for quite a while. As we all know, Northamptonshire supporters will know Rob Keogh is one of the best fielders that we've had during our illustrious time as a first-class county. And Sanderson's on the money. Belly's betting. He's not betting. He's batting outside his crease, looking to get forward and take LBW out of the equation.
Yeah.
But they've seen something because short leg is in. So whether he plays with a straight front leg or whether he plays with very low hands, there's something that they've seen in the dismissal. The analysts have said, yeah, short leg's not a bad option here. And they've gone with that. So far, Sanderson on the money. That one beats the outside edge, but it's died a bit on the way through. I don't know if Bell genuinely played at that. It was wide and going wider.
It just looked like a little poke and kind of pull away, didn't it?
Yeah,
really.
It's too wide for me, he says.
It is an aggressive field, though. Unsurprising, Ben Sanderson opens the bowling. I guess have a look and see whether it's going to be Harry Conway or Liam Guthrie. Do you have any thoughts around?
I would think it would be Guthrie with the new ball to swing it. Oh, that's beautifully bowled from Sanderson again. Only his second game of the season. He missed the first 3 matches coming back from a knee operation. Got 9 wickets on his return against Leicestershire. Let's look at this one on replay. Oh, bowl him a piano.
Yeah, 9 wickets at 14s. I think we mentioned earlier in the piece, didn't we? He went past 400 first-class wickets for Northamptonshire in that fixture as well.
Just a master of his craft, this man. And there he is again. Oh, and a master of the diving one-handed stop and return. But the batter just put his book and his pina colada down. Was untroubled. Keaton Jennings very kindly picks the ball up and throws it to Luke Proctor. So Ben Sanderson starts with a maiden. 5 of those balls were played at. That was the nip back of the last one. Bell was up to that.
Well fielded on the follow through, wasn't
It
it?
was really well fielded.
I think the slow motion flick back out of the hand might have been unnecessary, but
yeah. But it demonstrated it stopped it, so that was good. What a good first over that is.
Superb.
We said during the Lancashire bowling innings that maybe Tom Bailey wasn't quite on it. And I think that over from Sanderson it was in stark contrast to a number of Bailey's overs actually from that David Capel end. But from this end, from the Lynn Wilson end, we're going to see Liam Guthrie, who must be feeling like cricket's the best game in the world. He walked off with 43 to his name, having previously had a career best of 19, so more than doubling that. And he must have been thinking, I've got 50 in sights. 43 was a great effort. Let's see what he can do now with the ball to the left-handed Jennings. 4 slips. Finds the middle of Jennings' bat, who leans onto the back foot, strokes it through the vacant cover area for 4. And that was gentle. Things didn't click there for Liam Guthrie in terms of energy behind that ball, because it got there quite slowly. It did swing, but it swung from 4th stump to about 7th stump, and Keaton Jennings is not going to miss out on that. It's a very fine player, the Lancashire captain. Turned off his ankles. That one did swing again. Over length from Guthrie. He's a wicket taker. Well, it's very early. I haven't seen a lot of Liam Guthrie, so I must caveat what I'm about to say with saying that I haven't seen a lot of him. He looks to me at this stage in his career that he's a sort of a wicket-taking bowler. He looks for that wicket-taking delivery, and he is happy, inverted commas, happy to go at 4 or just over and over, 4 runs per over as an economy in order to get the wicket. So he's a very attacking bowler. He's got the new ball for that very reason. He looks to swing it into the right-hander away from the left-hander. So to the right-handed Bell, one of the slips comes out. He's got 3 slips, and that extra slip has gone onto the leg side. It's just backward of square. There's a mid-wicket catching as well. And that's out. That's out. I've given that out very quickly. It swung, it was pitched up, it swung, and it hit Bell on the half volley right in front of the middle stump. And umpire Tom Lungley had no doubt that that was going on to hit probably most of middle and leg stump. And that's what you get from Liam Guthrie. You do get very, very good wicket-taking balls. And this was one of them. We'll see it on the replay. It swung in late at good pace. Oh, and that's absolutely dead. And he knew it was dead. And we all knew it was dead. What a great start from Liam Guthrie. So his bowling has picked up where his batting left off.
Yeah, he's on a good bit of form there. Nice little celebration there for Liam Guthrie. I'll see if we can dip into the camp and see what that celebration means.
Oh,
for those that are viewing. But yeah, good start. I think, like you said, he's prepared to get driven. He's prepared to get hit. He had 7 wickets at 46s this season before that one, which would have been his 8th. So that would back up that point, wouldn't it? The fact that you're prepared to go. I just had just for a second there. It wasn't quite as impressive, was it, as the delivery that he served up to Zach Crawley on that opening day of the season? But it was that angle.
Yeah.
And I thought to myself, could see that going through again. And yeah, it just didn't rearrange the timber, but did trap George Bell on the pads.
Well, yeah. I mean, that was LBW, wasn't it? And as you say, Zach Crawley was bowled. The best Zach Crawley could do was to kick it.
Yeah.
That was. I don't think I'm going to see a better delivery than that this season. It was remarkable how late and how much it swung. Not that one. That was more of a kind of a parabola of a constant swing. But it was good enough for George Bell. And this guy we now have 2 of my favourite Lancashire cricketers at the crease together. And I'd be very happy not to see too much of them. Sorry, fellas, but go and get your runs elsewhere. But yeah, Jennings I'm a fan of, and Bohannon is such a good young player. Really like him.
Oh, he's fantastic.
He likes playing against Northants.
Yeah, I had a look through. I mean, he's He's had a season so far, 327 runs at 46s. Averages 94 at Wantage Road.
God.
And 4 of his first class hundreds have come against Northamptonshire as well. It's quite a remarkable achievement, isn't it? Last time out here, or sorry, the previous fixture up at Old Trafford in that second inning scored 155. Pretty sure we commentated on 100 for Josh Bohannon last time out that Lancashire
I think
visited.
we might have done. Well bowled. It's good this from Liam Guthrie. It's funny. It's a funny game, isn't it? Clearly, he's a bowler and he's a very much a lower order batter. But going out there and getting 40 odd, I think that gives you confidence with your bowling as well. Like if you take a good catch,
yep,
the next thing you do, whether that's batting or bowling, it just seems you seem a bit more confident. You just move better. What's confidence? I think it's moving well. Many other things, but that's one of them. And he's moving well, moving the ball well. Oh, but that's very nicely played by Bohannon. Just removed his bottom hand and ended up playing it mostly one-handed. But what a good start from Northamptonshire, 5 for 1.
Fantastic start. Just what the home side needed. Having been put under pressure, weren't they, this morning from Lancashire? Liam Guthrie has been able to apply a bit of pressure of his own back towards Lancashire in this afternoon and evening session. George Bells had 38 runs before today in the 2025 County Championship. Last time he batted here at Wantage Road, he made a 2-ball duck. That was in that fixture. I'm pretty sure Josh Bohannon scored 100 in. That would have been 2023, wouldn't it?
Mm-hmm. This is the matchup that Northants want more than any other because of Ben Sanderson's ability to get left-handers out. I mean, you don't get 400 wickets with only getting left-handers out, but he is exceptionally good against left-handers. And he loves the challenge as well, almost like the better the player, almost the better Ben bowls. Yeah. He never bowls, well, very rarely bowls anything but very well. But against the very best, he often bowls his very best. And Keaton Jennings is one of the very best. 3 slips in. There is a short leg who's not particularly short. Short legs got deeper since I used to play.
Well, I had memories of seeing short leg actually almost kind of stood behind or accompanying the batter at the crease. But
yeah.
I suppose would Safe Say be there for that kind of turn off the face, would he?
I think so. Yeah, I think he would.
Off the face of the bat through the leg side.
Or the jam, the one that jams the inside edge and onto the pad. I'm not sure that the way that Keaton plays means he's prone to that ball lifting up into the onside, but there's always a first time.
Absolutely.
He's not there for nothing, that's for sure. There'll be a reason. In today's game, the analysts earn their money, and there'll be a reason why he's exactly where he is. There's also a cover and a mid-off. That fielder, as we said, Safe Say had been at shortish leg, fields that ball.
Yeah.
Rob Keogh is behind square on the leg side. That's a specific position as well. It's not an obvious position. You'd often find that fielder the other side of the square leg umpire, but he's well behind square.
Yeah, it's a bit of a club cricket position there for a spinner, isn't it? Just on the 45.
Yeah. And I can't see him, but there'll be a fine leg somewhere. He's out of my sight. Oh, that swung. Keaton Jennings lining that up as though he's going to play something through the offside, through extra cover, and in the end the ball cramped him for room. So just swung back in to the left-hander. Bounced a wee bit more than he expected as well. Yeah, it did. Yeah, it swung and carried on in the same direction. If you get that a little bit fuller, that's a very, very dangerous ball.
Yeah, it's the one that Ben Sanderson can run across the left-hander, isn't it? Which will be coming up in this over.
Yeah. Crowd catch by the captain at extra cover. Yeah, what he does so well, Ben, is that he changes so little. Ben Sanderson, that is, he changes so little in his action between the ball that sort of swings back and hits you on the knee roll and the one that pitches and just runs across you. It just deviates just enough away from the left-hander, and they look exactly the same until you miss it. Fifth ball of his second over, and that's nicely played. For 4, and Keaton Jennings over-pitched and just leant on it into the leg side. Save, had a dive at it, but it was past him. Oh, it's not save. Is it save? Or yes, it is
Yeah,
save.
it is.
Yeah. Yeah, that was past him before he moved, really. He timed it beautifully. That has led Sanderson to come around the wicket for the first time. Something he's done increasingly during his career. Didn't used to do it. Has always done it, but goes to it sooner and utilises around the wicket more frequently than he has done. That's played nicely into the leg side. They're going to take the fielder on. It was struck so well that George Bartlett had to move in a sort of a defensive line at wide mid-on. He couldn't attack the line of the ball. It's very well judged by Keaton Jennings. I was saying before we came back on air how good a runner Keaton Jennings is between the wickets. And I remember a game where we thought we had an opportunity to get some wickets against Lancashire before lunch. There was about an 8 over, 10 over spell before lunch. Jennings came to the crease with Al Davis and they absolutely ran us ragged. I don't think they hit any boundaries, and they were scoring at 6 and over, just running us ragged. They ran so well. It was so unenjoyable to watch. But I do.
But now you can look back on it and appreciate the efforts.
Absolutely. So Guthrie to the left-handed Jennings. I mean, essentially, we want him driving, right? That's the way that Luke Guthrie swings the ball. To get Keaton Jennings out, he probably needs to be driving. Yeah, almost certainly.
I mean, certainly with those 4 slips in place as well. And I think just so far towards Keaton Jennings, it's just been a little bit too straight, isn't it? I guess if he wants that cordon, he's going to be he needs to be starting that on middle and off, I guess, and then swinging it away from Jennings. Whereas at the moment, it's just targeting in the pads and about there. So it just doesn't quite carry through to Lewis McManus, who looks back, checks his markings, and takes a step forward.
Something strikes me that we've already talked about, so that's how slow I am on picking up on these things, is how tall Calvin Harrison is.
Oh, he's enormous.
Yeah, there's a lot of him, isn't there?
Absolutely enormous, yeah.
So we've got James Sales at 1, normal-sized human. And Vasconcelos at 2. Fill that in yourself. Harrison at 3 and Zabe at 4. So it's kind of like Twin Peaks.
Do you remember the that classic England's national anthem lineup where it was Stuart Broad, Ben Duckett, and Zach Crawley? We've just got our own Northamptonshire mountain range going on in the corner, haven't we? I mean, Lewis McManus extends it slightly.
Yeah, he does. Yeah.
I mean, if you wanted to carry on Harry Conway at a point, could we stretch that far?
Yes.
Well, we will.
That's good.
That's as far as we can go, I think.
I like it. We need to name it the Northamptonshire Mountain. What should we call it? Guthrie, meanwhile, bowls to Jennings, and a repeat of the first ball of the innings is that Guthrie, the 7th ball it was. Guthrie's first ball of this innings was short and wide and hit for 4, and that was an absolute carbon copy. Yeah. In fact, he probably hit it even better, that one, Keaton Jennings.
Just looked so easy, didn't it, for
it did.
Keaton Jennings?
It did.
No real energy exerted into getting that to the boundary. It is the short side. We have said that during the day, but so well timed.
Shifts his weight onto the back foot almost imperceptibly. There's no big step or whatever. He just shifts his weight between his 2 feet very well. Got to get him forward, please, Liam. That's what the captain will want. That's the length, but it swung sort of from the arm.
Yeah. And
Jennings can let that one go past without too much bother.
What did you, obviously you've made known now that you met Keaton for the first time when he was 16, 17 years old. What did you make of that stint in the England shirt for him? I assume you were thrilled to pieces for him to get that call in the first place, but was it too short? Did he deserve longer? I know it was a while ago now, so potentially not as relevant, but that's a great shot. Just that's almost pulled off his shins, isn't it,
Yeah.
from Guthrie there?
That is a very high skill shot there. I don't know what you'd call it. It wasn't quite a pull. Well, no, it was a pull, wasn't it? It was a front foot pull off a very low bouncing ball. And that's a very, very hard thing to do when the likelihood is that the ball's going to swing away from you. Not only did he do it, he absolutely smashed it. He moves on to 18. Bohannon yet to score at the end of the 4th over. Lancashire 20 for 1. Yeah, when I met Keaton, he was South African, and he actually went on about a year later or 2 years later, 18 months later, to captain South Africa under 19s. But always had a plan to come over. And I remember David Graveney telling me that he'd bumped into Keaton when David was looking after the England under 19 group, and Keaton Jennings, captain in South Africa, sought Grav out and said, you know, how do I qualify? What's the process? How do I qualify for England? So it was always in his mind. And he came over and played some league cricket, I think, up in the Northeast, and started his professional career with Durham. Did very well there. So yeah, delighted for him, really, because he's such a nice kid. You know, he doesn't make the rules and regulations about qualification. You do what you do. That's caught, and that is out. It's a very, very good catch. Low to his left by Calvin Harrison, the very tall Calvin Harrison, who said at 3rd slip. Had to play at that, Josh Bohannon, from the mercurial Ben Sanderson. Brought him forward. The ball held its line on and around off stump. Bohannon pushing forward defensively. Got a good chunk of it on the outside edge, and it carried quickly, went very quickly to the left of Calvin Harrison, who took a very good low catch. And it's important that Northamptonshire continue to take their chances, as they've done since the first game where they dropped a few. They've really improved in that area, and that's another good example. And that's a great breakthrough, 20 for 2. And the very, very dangerous Bohannon averages 95 against Northampton until this innings has gone without scoring.
Yeah, that average at Wantage Road will just take a little bit of a dent there, won't it? But fantastic catch. I think that's another thing that Calvin Harrison brings and offers this Northamptonshire lineup, is the fact that he is a very, very good slip fielder, which is, I think we spoke, didn't we, in that Kent game, because there were a couple that went down, and we sort of never really been blessed with a good grabber. Is that the technical term?
Not for a long time, and we have had, but not in recent times.
So to be able to add a loanee of Calvin Harrison almost as a slip fielder, fantastic contribution with the bat earlier. Yet to be seen how much bowling we'll see from Calvin Harrison. On face value at the moment, I don't think we're going to see a great deal of spin bowled throughout the course of the game. And Graham White earlier just mentioned the fact that he doesn't think it'll turn a great deal either. But certainly from a fielding and a batting perspective, it's been superb.
So it brings to the crease the very much in form for the highest run scorer in the country at the minute, Marcus Harris. He's got 585 runs so far this season. The highest in the country in either division. And that first ball finds the middle of his bat. He's a little bit on the walk. But Northants will, may not have voiced this, but they'll have wanted to get Harris in against the new ball. And they have. The ball is 27 balls old. So to get 2 down, get him in, this is your best chance of getting him out. He'll know that as well. Wouldn't mind another catcher in, but only if there's 3 slips, Sanderson's round the wicket. So you do wonder if it would get to 4th, but if it did, I want it caught. Oh, it's an absolute beauty from Ben Sanderson. Pitches and almost skips off the wicket, that zip that's so important to Sando. He's still got it, hasn't he? Oh, that's zipped off the surface. A genuine play and miss from Harris.
It was a point I was kind of mulling over during that first innings, but the 2 lineups, in terms of the not the skill set that's on offer, but they're quite different, aren't they? There isn't they didn't have the kiss the surface seamer like Sanderson. Yes, they had the pace with Phillip, which Guthrie has, but Guthrie's left arm rather than the right arm. Conway is enormous, which again they didn't have, and I mean, potentially this might not be the pitch for that taller bowler if it is just going to hold up a little bit. But it'll be interesting to see how the two lineups go about it, because they are quite different in their own way.
Yeah, we'll be. I've not seen Conway bowl, so I'm really looking forward to seeing that. If there's a bit of up and down later on, his extra height might be a real asset. Oh, Ben Sanderson, that is so good. And he turns away, Ben Sanderson. I know exactly what he's thinking, which is you're supposed to nick that, because that was an absolute beauty. What a great over that was. How many times have we said that during his career? Oh, my goodness. Let's not forget, this guy's the best in the country right now, Marcus Harris. And Ben Sanderson's gone past him twice in the first 4 balls there. So a wicket maiden for Sando. 20 for 2 is the score. Lancashire trail by 218. And, you know, it's early days in this innings. Very early days. But suddenly 238 all out at this point. Looks a decent number, doesn't it? It looks a decent number.
Yeah, it certainly does. It certainly does. I mean, the one thing you would say is this Lancashire batting lineup just keeps going at you, doesn't it? I know they've not been. It sounds silly, doesn't it, when you look at some of the numbers, and you mentioned Harris is the most informed batter in the country. To look at the fact they've got 6 batting points this year is a little bit perplexing to try and work out, to the point that I want to go and double check my research and make sure I've actually got it right. But
I agree. I absolutely. And then I look at the numbers, and these are the averages, right? This year, Harris 84, Bohannon 47, Wells 35, Jennings 35, and quite a lot of runs in most of those cases. So the tail hasn't added a lot. That's because they're top order runs. Jennings has started well here for sure. That's kind of where he needs to be, Liam Guthrie. I do feel his natural length. No, I don't want to say too much on this because it's early days.
Yeah.
But my instinct says his natural length is probably a bit shorter than an English length. Yeah. I think just a bit more Australian. And we're talking maybe, 6-10 inches, something like that. Because when he bowls the English length, which is around there, and that was very, very well bowled, driven by Jennings. We want to get him driving. He drove it. It went all along the floor, but he didn't know where it was going. He was aiming that through extra cover. When he gets it up there, it sometimes looks a little less zippy than when he bowls back of a length.
Yeah, that's a fair comment. And I suppose that's something that he will have to adjust to and have to figure out.
Yeah, absolutely.
He obviously will want to have that pace and that zip pointy from being able to push it further forward, and I'm sure he'll be able to develop it.
Yeah.
The fact that he's signed a 3-year domestic contract is, fantastic news, really, and we'll give him time to figure that out. It's not like he's turned up on a 4-game overseas contract and, sorry, Liam, you've got 4 weeks to figure it out, and if you don't, you don't. But he's got time, which is good. But you are right. It almost looks a bit floatier, doesn't it? The fuller it goes.
It does a little, yeah. And also, I guess the other aspect of that is credit to the batter because he's got so much time. But yes, it does. That's my instinct for sure. Very full. Maybe an attempted Yorker there from Guthrie.
There are a couple of accidental ones, weren't there, in that Kent game?
Yeah.
That worked pretty well in the end, but certainly asking a few questions, isn't he?
Interesting fielding position is Harry Conway, who is just behind backward point.
It's that backward point on the boundary again.
Yeah, I mean, he got beaten to his right, so on the inside, as we'd say, from a genuine edge earlier in the over. And because it's a short boundary as well, the ball almost has to go pretty much straight to him for him to stop it. So he's not covering any ground as such there. I don't like it. Not sure about that position.
Again, is it a we're conscious of the run rate? Because the way that Northamptonshire went about that, what was the the run rate in the end in that first innings?
4.23.
4.23. So they didn't hang about, did they? It's not like Lancashire have either, to be fair. They're going at fours in the...
And I get that.
Yeah.
But it's the short boundary, so
Yeah.
you've got no angle.
Yeah, fair comment.
So it has to go straight at him. It's almost not worth having him there, really. It's a very specific bit of cricket that gets the ball straight to him there.
Yeah.
On the other side of the ground, because it's about a 20-metre further boundary, then he's got angle to work with. So he's probably covering 30 metres of boundary rope there. Meanwhile, Ben Sanderson has hit Marcus Harris on the front pad. There is a stifled appeal. What is this stifled appeal? Didn't hear any of that when Lancashire were bowling. Why was it stifled? Did he nick it? Was it high?
Too high. I think Sanderson just motion to the umpire on his way back through. There you go. You can just see it at the end of the replay there.
It was either it's too high or why didn't you join in, wasn't it?
Well, one or the other.
But he's all over him at the moment. Yeah, I give credit to the batter there. I think he just held the bat inside the line. But if Marcus Harris, I'm sure he has played against Ben Sanderson not many times, but a number of times.
Well, he's never played at Wantage Road.
Oh, okay. He was with Leicestershire last year.
He was at Leicestershire, yeah. Obviously played international cricket for Australia as well, hasn't he?
He's never been to Wantage Road.
No.
Wow. Now he's made it. Now he can say he's made it. Forget the baggy green. You can say you've made it now, Marcus Harris. Played at the home of cricket. And it was catchable as it went through the offside. It went to a very square gully, but at a catchable height. Initially, I thought it was going to go straight to backward point. It's gone away for 4, but it was a false shot from Marcus Harris. It was quite a full delivery, and it still deviated enough to catch the outside edge. And it got a good chunk of it.
Didn't go through that area with any great pace either, did it? It kind of floated through backward point.
Yeah.
I mean, he covers a lot of real estate, Harry Conway. I'm not convinced he's the best mover in world cricket.
No.
But at 6'7", I think you can forgive people for that.
Oh, Sando's done him again. It's another outside edge. It's another 4 runs, but it's another moral victory to the double teapotted Ben Sanderson, who should be walking back feeling like $1 million because he's got it on a piece of string at the minute. And Marcus Harris doesn't know whether he's coming or going. I think at the minute he thinks if I never see Wantage Road again, it'll be too soon. But he's getting himself in. With that second edge of the over, a 4th slip has gone into place. I did ask for a 4th slip, I think.
You did. I don't know whether you caveated you wanted one under a helmet as close as what safe save is, but
that's too close. Yeah, that's more like he's backed off a little bit. But what a spell this has been so far. Sanderson, and very watchfully, Marcus Harris just drops a dead bat on that. He will have been here before, Marcus Harris. He will have been beaten on the outside edge consistently a number of times. It happens, and he will not panic. But at the moment, he is being done. And the key thing here from Northamptonshire perspective is don't let him get away now. You got him on toast. Don't let him get away. Virtually no backlift in that shot from Harris, who kind of looks a bit glum and thinks this is going to be bloody tough. And it is going to be very tough, as it should be. So the score has moved on to 32 for 2. The partnership is worth 12. Most of them have come off the edge, actually, of this partnership. An edge for 4 in the last over for Jennings and 2 in that over for Harris. That's the partnership there. But it has brought a change of bowling. For the first time, I'm going to see live Harry Conway from the Lynn Wilson end, replacing Liam Guthrie.
Yeah, just 3 overs from Liam Guthrie, 1 for 17, broke the opening partnership. Harry Conway came away from Leicester last week with 8 wickets at an average of 13. taken over 100 wickets in the Sheffield Shield as well. Possibly one of those cricketers that Darren Lehman's had a bit of an inside scoop or an inside trading on there. It's someone that potentially a county cricket fan wouldn't have watched before or seen play or heard of before, and maybe a little shrewd signing that others might not have been looking at.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's exactly in that bracket. And the feedback I've heard from the group is he's an absolute beauty. Here he is over the wicket and starts with what could potentially have been called a wide, but wasn't.
A loosener.
Saw a little bit of footage of him bowling in the nets when he first came over. The club filmed it. I don't know whether you might.
Yeah, no, I did see it, but I wasn't behind the camera that day.
Got pretty decent action. Runs in a pretty straight line. Doesn't use his front arm absolutely brilliantly. He'll be more aware of that than I am, that's for sure. Something I'm sure that plenty of people have mentioned to him over the time. It's got that has bounced and taken Jennings on the gloves, and thankfully for Jennings, the ball bounced forwards. You do see those sometimes bounce straight back down into the base of the stumps, but it did bounce. It was a little bit like the ball that accounted earlier today for Luke Proctor, but that really did bounce. I guess he's entitled to get it to bounce, isn't he? He's 6'7", and bowls, his release point is a very, very high release point over his right hip. Hit the seam, bounced back into Jennings. So there's plenty happening. You've got 2 slips and a gully. That was an interesting appeal.
Hey, but they all went up for it.
They all went up for it.
I think it was a bit high. I think Keaton Jennings might have hit it.
A bit.
But we said earlier, paid to ask the question. He's one of those bowlers, isn't he, that if you were facing up against somebody of that height, you'd be looking down there and you'd be going, is that ball coming out from over the top of the sight screen?
Yeah, he's a big guy.
I mean, fortunately, particularly for this end anyway, there's a lot of white on the front of this building, isn't there? So can't really hide it, but it does come down from a great height. Been an encouraging start, though.
Yeah, it's okay, isn't it? He's got a couple to hit the seam and bounce a wee bit. The nature of this pitch and the dismissals that we have seen so far have generally been when the ball's been fuller, and it'll be interesting again to see how he can adjust his Aussie length to the UK based on his first game. He can do that. It's just been a little bit too straight. And again, just erring too straight, but yeah, bounced, and Jennings just knocked it off his hip for a single down to fine leg. Generally looks like his shape is back into the left-hander, and obviously therefore away from the right-hander. But we've got 2 lefties in at the minute. Keaton Jennings is no slouch himself. He's well over 6 foot. Marcus Harris under 6 foot. So they'll pose their own problem in finding what is the right length to each of those 2 batters. But Harris has looked sketchy. I mean, predominantly because Ben Sanderson has bowled beautifully at him. But he won't be feeling entirely confident. And that's why bowling in partnerships is so important. Conway must keep the pressure on Harris here. And does, with a ball that runs straight across him, and he plays and misses. That's a nice little round of applause for his first over at Wantage Road. He looks like a man who enjoys life. A smile never far away from his lips. He had a nice little exchange with Lewis McManus as the keeper ran past him, and he's chatting away. He's not quiet, is he? Harry Conway is not a quiet man.
I spoke with Rory Kleinfeld on Media Day at the start of the year, and I don't think he had met Harry Conway. Their paths hadn't crossed, but he did mention that he's up for a fight, I think is the word. He's got a bit to say for himself, and nice to have in your own dressing room, isn't it? If you're prepared to have somebody there that's going to stand up and go toe for toe with the opposition, if the moment presented itself. I don't advocate that as something that you should do from ball one particularly, but if the moment arises.
Sanderson's going to continue this time to Jennings. Just drops it into the offside. Yeah, I think it's probably, this is my view, so it's just a view, is that over the years, Northamptonshire at times haven't been quite as combative as other teams have.
Mm-hmm.
And certainly, I'm looking at a Lancashire team, very much you play Lancashire, you know you're in a game, they let you know about it. And we haven't always been able to go, as you said there, toe for toe. I haven't always wanted to go toe for toe. We've just sort of played our cricket and got on with it. And that's, there's a strength in that, no doubt. But sometimes you do get overpowered if you're not careful.
Mm.
And I think having someone of the nature of Harry Conway in your change room, Rory Clivert would be absolutely in his time. Similarly, is that's not going to happen. If we get beaten, we get beaten, but we are not going to get walked over. That's not happening. So you stick your chest out and you look them in the eye and you take them on. Nicely bowled again from Sanderson. He has missed bowling, hasn't he? This is a man who is a master of his craft, and he's missed performing his craft, and now he's back out there and he loves it.
Making up for lost time, isn't he? So far, 4.5 overs, he has got this brand new Dukes on a string, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's gone for 15 and 8 of those have been edges.
Yeah.
These two can play. They're not going to give it away. A little bit of width on offer to Jennings, but mistimed it.
Yeah, it's another big partnership, isn't it? No different to what it was at the start. No different to what it was with Josh Bohannon. Won't be any different when Matty Hurst walks out. He's carded next, and then Luke Wells in at number 6 as well.
Yeah, I mean, they can all play, can't they?
Yeah, George Balderson in at number 7.
Hurst, I think, is a really exciting talent.
Mm.
I really do. Seen more of him in white ball cricket. Oh, he's just so exciting in white ball cricket. Over the wicket, that one, Ben Sanderson running across Jennings. It bounced, and Jennings very judiciously and sensibly let that one go.
It's been watchful so far, isn't it, from the skipper? He's put the ball away when he's had the opportunity to do so, but he's 23 off 31.
Yeah, he got to 22 pretty quickly.
Mm.
There were a few loose balls, one in particular from Liam Guthrie that he put away. It's been quietened down. Yeah, and he's happy. He's seen a bit of cricket, hasn't he? He's happy to let that one go past from Ben Sanderson. So an uneventful over, that one from Sando, but a good one again. He's now bowled 5 overs, 3 of them are maidens, 1 for 15. Conway's first over just went for the single. He was a little bit too straight. A couple down the leg side, one turned into the leg side. But he did get some movement, particularly vertical movement, that will be troubling if he gets the ball in the right area. That will be troubling, in particular to Harris, who's a little bit shorter.
Yeah, well, we saw second ball of the day, didn't we? The one that Will Williams bowled to Luke Proctor that just bounced a bit more than what we were expecting.
A little conversation between the captain and the bowler has resulted in Gully going back into slip. So it was 2 and 1, 2 slips, 1 Gully, and it's now 3 slips, no Gully. I like that more, I think. I'll probably have both right now, actually, to be honest. Yeah, I would. Yeah, in fact, I don't know why I'm hesitating. Overall, not a massive Gully fan, but if the ball's bouncing, I think get a Gully in there.
Yeah, bouncing and just holding up a touch as well. And I think the thing is 238 isn't a massive number, is it? But 238 from what we've seen so far in the overs that we've had in the day, it's a good number, and you have got a bit of time there to continue to be aggressive. As it is, there's a man down at fine leg and deep backward point. It's left well alone by Marcus Harris.
Yeah, I mean that's my man from. I'm thinking, where's Gully coming from? He's got to come from that boundary position on the offside. I think. Yeah, he has to. But and again, it's very easy to be an aggressive captain from up here when you haven't got to look after the scoreboard. But I want to get Harris out before he gets in. He's looking a little bit shaky. He's only scored off 2 balls over both edges, and he's been beaten a number of times. Let's get him out before he gets in. Let's get that boundary fielder in at Gully. If Conway bowls a bad ball, well, it may well have gone for 4 anyway.
Yeah, precisely. I think, yeah, you make a good point. I think it's that kind of, if it's not your money to spend, it's slightly easier, isn't it,
Yes, absolutely.
to whittle it away. It's nicely bowled and nice shape away from Harris, who had no interest in playing that at all. Just maybe starting to settle the heart rate down after what was a bit of a jittery start for the Aussie.
So he's spent most of his career opening the batting, hasn't he?
That's as much as
That's what I've got.
kind of known him for.
Yeah.
There's been a few players that have had a little kind of bump up and down the order this summer. I think Emilio Gay is at 3 at Durham at the moment. He obviously spent his career opening here, didn't he? Nicely bowled, nicely played. Tidied up by Luke Proctor.
Yeah, it was pleasing to see Emilio get a nice 100. He started with a pair, I think, in his first game.
I think it was, wasn't it? Yeah.
And he got a naught. First 4 innings, he got 3 noughts. And I was thinking, oh crikey, are they going to can him? But in the third game, he got 150, I think. But then I think he's picked an injury up because he hasn't played since then.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Far from ideal. 3 slips await. Still Marcus Harris on strike. 2 balls left in the 10th over. And left alone again.
It's good, this. It's a good watch, isn't it? It's a good watch. It's everyone involved in this knows how important this partnership is in the direction this game is going to go. No more so than Harris and Jennings. And they're playing very, very watchfully. Northampton are bowling very, very well. It's really good cricket, this.
It's just challenging, isn't it? You can feel it's challenging from this distance. So what it must be like in the middle there.
Oof, that's bounced.
Little lift through there as McManus takes the ball well above his head. End of the over, dot ball. Maiden for Harry Conway. 33 for 2 after 10.
We're going to see a change of bowling. Yes, we are. Captain is coming on. Ben Sanderson's wandering off for a woodbine.
Do you mean an isotonic gel?
That's what I meant. Sorry.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Feels very 1960s, doesn't it? But it is a change. Luke Proctor will replace Ben Sanderson from the David Capel end. But obviously, we said, didn't we, return from injury or return from that kind of routine operation that he had over the winter. Returned with 9 wickets against Leicestershire, and there will be, similar to what we spoke about, Gus and Rafi Weatherall, will be a workload management to make sure that Ben can get through the season. And Luke Proctor starts with a bit of width, and Keaton Jennings isn't going to miss out on that one as he cuts it away through the offside for 4.
Well, that's an un-Procky-like start, isn't it? He's been absolutely miserly with the ball this year. I think his economy is in the 2s. Let's have a look. I did make a note of that somewhere. 2.2. He's gone at 2.2 runs per over so far, but he started with a filthy drag down there. And it was dispatched.
Yeah, you're not going to be able to bowl those to a batter of the quality of Keaton Jennings, are you, and get away with it?
You're not.
Particularly on a surface where a good ball on a good length is a challenge. And as you've said a couple of times today, you have to score. And but he's moved on to 27 off 34.
It's vastly experienced. These two, aren't they? Between them, vastly experienced. What a pair to have there.
Oh,
You lose a couple of wickets early on, and you've got Jennings and Harrison. It's pretty handy. That's a
nicely
lovely
played.
shot.
That's going to be another 4, isn't it?
That's a very nice cricket shot.
The long boundary here at Wantage Road today, and Jennings almost just leaves his bat there, doesn't he? Proctor bowls onto the middle of it. It races away for 4 down through backward point.
That was a Marcus Trescothick shot, wasn't it? Did that brilliantly. He did it. He sometimes played that shot without looking. Trescothick would be looking at the bowler and just leave the bat there angled and let the ball run off the face of it. That's when you know you're in the wrong game, isn't it, when that happens? So 3 slips becomes 2 slips and a gully after that last shot, which was run down through the vacant gully area.
Yeah, and it was a boundary that just brought the deficit down under 200. And that is going to be a single, but Luke Proctor has overstepped. So it is going to be a no ball. So that'll be another 3 added to the total. Plus, Luke Proctor will have to bowl another delivery.
It's just scruffy from Proctor, and very uncharacteristically scruffy from him. Ben Sanderson handed him over the baton, went off to get his isotonic gel, and or a Woodbine, and Proctor's not really picked the baton up, has he? So far,
no. I mean, that's a better delivery, isn't it, to Marcus Harris?
There.
Yeah,
he ran in and attacked the crease. That was a different approach, in terms of the speed, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's an interesting. I mean, he moved over from Lancashire, didn't he, in 2018? That kind of winter 17-18 move from Lancashire down to Northamptonshire. And I think as a county to go up against, just looking through a couple of the statistics, and there's obviously a lot more to unpack, but I think he's found them quite difficult as a county to play against. I mean, he's not got 100 against Lancashire, and he's only taken 2 wickets in first-class cricket against Lancashire since 2018 as well. So it's not been a happy team for Luke Proctor to come back up against. I'm sure it's completely coincidental, but
won the championship with Lancashire 2011. And during that year, not all year, but during that season, opened the batting and the bowling in some games. So there's some pedigree there.
Oh, absolutely. He's a fantastic operator, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. Yeah.
Someone that I think a lot of Northamptonshire supporters, and us two included, were thrilled to see at the end of last season that contract extension was offered and signed, and
eventually
kept hold of our captain.
Yes, exactly. He's an important man, and he's better when he runs in faster. I know that sounds like very basic, but it is the case.
Yeah, well, Harry Conway gets to the end of his mark at the Lynn Wilson Centre, and it's a long run, isn't it, for Harry Conway?
It is a long run.
3 slips back in place for the Australian overseas. And
catch that.
That is a beauty as he goes past the outside edge of Marcus Harris, who has had, well, I think everybody else must be looking at Keaton Jennings and going, are you batting on a different pitch to us?
A very good point.
Because George Bell's sitting there going, well, I've had an absolute peach here from Liam Guthrie. Josh Bohannon's gone, well, I've been sandoed. And Marcus Harris has had Ben Sanderson and Harry Conway all over him like a rash. Jennings is stood there, say casual as you like, leaning on the bat, hand on his hip. What's he, 32 off 36, just striking the ball around Northampton where he wants to, when he wants to. Conway makes his way back into bowl again, on left alone.
Yeah, that's a really, really good point. I don't think he's been beaten.
No.
Keaton.
No, I don't think he has.
Oh, Harry Conway's having a chat with him.
There's definitely a smile on the face of Harry Conway there, isn't there?
Brilliant. I think Keaton's enjoyed that as well. I can hear him from here, chuntering away.
It's another good crickety word, though, isn't it?
Chuntering.
Yeah. Again, it doesn't get used in society. Nicely bowls, nicely played. Proctor does the fielding. again, it feels similar to Woodbine. It feels like a word that you would have heard in the 60s or the 70s. But then again, you'll hear a 22-year-old pop out with it on a cricket field. And you go,
Yeah.
really?
Yeah. This is crucial. This is a game within a game within a game. And whoever wins this is going to be in a very strong position. Whoever wins this little battle. There's a bit of Chris Rogers. You remember Chris Rogers?
I do indeed.
There was a bit of Chris Rogers in the way he played that.
He had a fantastic career, didn't he, Chris Rogers?
Oh, my goodness me.
Spent a lot of his time at Somerset, if I remember
Somerset,
rightly.
Northants.
Northants.
Yeah, played for Leicester a bit as well. Yeah, God, he could play. Not the prettiest.
Doesn't matter.
But gee whiz, did he get them?
Does not matter, does it? Doesn't matter how they come. No one looks back and in the scorebooks and go, thing is that 4 wasn't played technically correct. Oh,
Do you know,
it's still 4.
He opened the batting here with Stephen Peters, and that was a phenomenal partnership between the two of them. They kind of fed off each other. They got on really well on and off the field, and they fed off each other on and off the field, actually. Gee whiz, they could both play, those two guys. Sort of old school opening batters.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Try and get them out.
Not many of those left in
There's
the
not,
modern game, is
not
there?
enough,
There's
no.
a few kicking about, but not many. Conway to finish his 3rd over. Big inside edge from Harris. Well fielded by Liam Guthrie, who I think is just rolled on the cricket ball there, isn't he? And given himself a little bit of a bruise where he didn't want one. End of the over then. 45 for 2 after 12. Stream at Northamptonshire is powered by Daffabet. We bring you the evening session from Wantage Road. What do we have? 27
overs
remaining in the day.
Yeah.
Bit like playing cricket, isn't it? Commentating. You need to get into a rhythm and you need to spend that time in the middle. You and I, we had the first, 2 days and half an hour, didn't we?
That's
and
right.
then Northamptonshire haven't been at home since. It was home to Kent, away to Lancashire, away to Derbyshire, week off, away to Leicestershire, and then back again to start the season again.
Yeah.
Change of angle for Luke Proctor this time around. Keaton Jennings, still just the 2 slips and the gully with James Sales.
Okay, so he's trying not to open up the offside, Tim.
Oh,
That's already had rewards.
He said, didn't he? He said he hadn't been beaten yet.
Yes.
And he has now.
Yeah. It was a false shot, wasn't it? And he just bounced a wee bit more than he thought. He was trying to run it away. Yeah, just got done over the angled bat. When he's playing so well that Keaton Jennings is probably entitled to play that shot because he's playing so well.
Yeah, bounced and just seemed away, didn't it? Which
Supposed to nick those, Keaton.
I think the movement probably did enough for him, didn't it? That one is too straight into the hip. I'll give Luke Proctor the opportunity to bowl to Marcus Harris, which I'm sure won't upset the Northants skipper. Good news as well. We saw James Sales last week bowl a couple of overs up at Grace Road, didn't we?
Yeah.
Hadn't done up to that point in the season, so nice to see him back with the ball in hand and provide Luke Proctor with another option, particularly where they haven't gone for Justin Broad in this fixture.
Well, that's where Calvin Harrison is such an important. He's not one of ours, so he's not part of the squad, but it shows that that's going to be close. Oh, it's well in, actually. It shows what an important cricketer he is for Northants, because he can potentially bowl those kind of 4th seamer, 5th seamer overs, and he does not weaken the batting at all as well. So he's a handy bloke to have around.
Yeah, it's been a good addition for this being the 4th game that he would have played for Northamptonshire. Don't know whether you can read anything about that comment that Graham White made earlier in the piece, but
it was
kind of indicated that there might be slightly more than just 4, and then. But hey, who knows? Who knows? We'll wait and see.
It was, it was interesting, wasn't it? He does play a central part in their in knots. This is
Yeah.
they're being knots. He plays a central part in knots T20 cricket. So it'll be interesting to see how they view that. You know, I mean, at this stage, you'd think Northampton might think, can we make an offer for him to come across?
Yeah.
But from the player's point of view, he gets in this Red Bull team, probably doesn't, well, obviously doesn't get in the Notts Red Bull team, otherwise he wouldn't be here. But where does he want to play his T20 cricket, and will Notts want to let him go? That's a lovely straight drive.
What a shot, Keaton Jennings. That is and might be the shot of the day, I reckon. Over pitched from Luke Proctor. Keaton Jennings just leans on it. Straight drive, back past Marcus Harris, who does well to get out of the way of it and brings up the 50 for Lancashire, who have, well, taken a decent chunk out of Northamptonshire's first innings score of 238, now that they've settled down, having lost George Bell and Josh Bohannon both without scoring. Most of this heavy lifting done by Keaton Jennings on 37. It does feel like an innings that's kind of replicating what we saw earlier today, isn't it?
Yeah.
Top order didn't work for Northamptonshire. Ricardo Vasconcelos, one of the openers, got the bulk of the runs. It's almost playing a bit of deja vu here for Lancashire.
Hit that incredibly hard, that straight drive, with no apparent effort, just leant on it, raced away to the boundary. As you said, nearly collected his partner at the non-striker's end. Smashed that.
Yeah, it just looked easy, didn't it? He's made batting look easy. He's been beaten once by Luke Proctor at the start of the over. And other than that, it's been pretty smooth going for Keaton Jennings, as it was for Ricardo Vasconcelos for that innings of 37 that he got earlier on this morning. Got 26 overs remaining in the day. Lancashire trail by 187 with 8 wickets remaining. As Harry Conway is about to start his 4th over. 3 overs, 2 maidens, just conceding 1 run off the bat so far for the big Australian. Makes his way in with 3 slips in place. And that's left alone by Marcus Harris as it continues just to swing away from his Australian compatriot. The other fielders out there at the moment, you got a deep square leg, got a deep backward point, a cover, a mid-wicket, and a mid-on and a mid-off.
I wonder if he'll go around the wicket, Conway, because he's been left. Okay, he's been played at once across the left-hander, but he's been left well from over the wicket. That ball just kept a little low, as he's indicating to the umpire, as though he didn't see it.
Cool, that's gone a long way off the surface, that as well, hasn't it?
Yes.
That has jagged a long way back in towards Marcus Harris.
I would like to see him around the wicket. He's going to struggle to get an LBW from over the wicket because he's so tall. He's got to be so full. It's going to have to be so full to pitch in line and be hitting the stumps that you think, well, that's probably not going to. That'd be an exceptional, almost Yorker length.
Yes,
that he'd have to miss.
Yeah, you're kind of looking at the dismissal of that. Well, the edge into the coordinate, really, from this angle, just moving the ball away from Harris.
So you just bring LBW bowled and caught in from around the wicket, but he's, he knows his game. He's a very experienced bowler.
Yeah, he looks incredibly comfortable on this angle, doesn't he? It just looks like he's settled straight into it.
He does.
He's found a nice length for English conditions, and that's an absolute seed, isn't it? Harris stares back down the pitch as if to say, what on earth has happened there? As
That
Conway
is an absolute beauty.
He walks back with a smile
Does he
on
need
his
to play
face.
at it? I didn't really, we're just off straight. I almost certainly did need to play at it. Oh God, yeah, he got play at that. That's a beauty. So he's enjoyed that as well. Brilliant.
Absolute Jaffa from Harry Conway.
He's a good bloke to have around, isn't he, this fella?
It certainly looks like it on first viewings.
He's got so much energy.
On much wider. and no stress that time. Left well alone. Just feels a little bit quiet, doesn't it, in the ground again at the minute. No, Northamptonshire haven't been known over the last couple of years of being the most vocal in the field in comparison to what we had earlier on today, particularly with Keaton Jennings himself. There's kind of just an air of, I don't know, would you call it nervousness around the crowd maybe? There's not really a hum, is there, of those that are in? It's
I'd say it's a bit nervy, yeah.
Nervy.
I'm a bit nervy.
Enthralled, I think. They're kind of locked in.
It's key, this.
Oh, it's uppish and it's just wide of safe save, but cover. And I think it's going to trickle away. It's not. Sanderson does really well to get around and saves his team a single. He stops it with the fingertips just inside the boundary rope, but it hung in the air for an age as it went past safe save. Harris adds 3 eventually, and the score 54 for 2 after 14.
I mean, that shot shows the pressure that Harris has been put under by the Northants bowlers, because you get caught cover there. That's a pretty soft dismissal, right? And that is not a Marcus Harris type dismissal. So he played one in the last over from Conway that got a thick inside edge and ran into the leg side, where he's playing on the walk away from his body, not over the ball. And that was a similar shot in that he wasn't in control of that at all. Could have gone anywhere. Another day, it just looped straight to cover. It was just out of reach of safe save on the offside. It keeps the strike, which is probably a good thing from a Northants perspective, because, as you said, Keaton Jennings is playing a different game.
Yeah, I'd imagine Keaton Jennings at the non-strikers end for as long as possible will be quite a nice idea for Northamptonshire if they can manage that. It's just Luke Proctor starting his 3rd over. It's been expensive, isn't he? He's gone for 18 off 2.
Yeah, really expensive. He bowled poorly, actually.
And well, he almost has no choice but to tighten up here, because a couple of boundaries for Harris here, and you could get away, couldn't you, quite quickly?
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's been a good start to the over, though. Just 2 dot balls.
Interesting, Ben Sanderson only 5 overs. I mean, there's a lot, as we know, about the return from injury, the workload management, and all of that good stuff. But he's fit to be out there. I just wonder whether one more might have been the order of the day. Round the wicket, Proctor. He started round, he's gone back round. Right on target again. We've seen a couple of balls bounce a wee bit more, particularly one from Conway to Jennings, but only a couple and only a bit. I haven't seen extravagant sideways movement. It's been it's spread pretty well, actually.
I would say so. I would say it's been a good cricket wicket again. It was that opening weekend of the season, wasn't it, against Kent? It had pace, it had bounce, it had carry. Yes, it moved. There was lateral movement through the air and off the surface, but I think, like Graham White said earlier, the second team coach that came and joined us for the afternoon session, it said, well, what do you want to play your cricket on? Do you want to play your cricket on a sporting pitch, or it's uppish again, half stopped by safe save, and Harris will go through and add a single. Or do you create the ones where it's 500 plays 500 and you get a couple of draws out of it?
Yeah, it's been the vertical bounce which has been something that has been on offer, but it's not been, when it's happened, it's the bats have had to take the bottom hand off the bat generally. It's contributed to 1 dismissal, which was Luke Proctor. It's not been, it may increase, of course, as we've said. Oh, that's nicely bowled. Back over the wicket to Keaton Jennings for the last ball of that. It was a better over from Proctor. And that ball, another day, just nicks that. Pitched and left him going across the lefty. Oh, yeah, that has gone.
It's gone a long way as well, hasn't it?
It has, and Jennings gives the wicket an old-fashioned stare. That's gone a long way, yeah. I mean, you don't nick that because it's just gone so far.
Well, 55 for 2 after 15. Lancashire trail by 183. Looks like we're going to have a change of bowling from the Lynn Wilson centre end. So it was 4 overs for Harry Conway, 4 overs, 2 maidens, none for 4. And Liam Guthrie will return. It was a short spell for him earlier on. 3 overs, no maidens, 1 for 17. Picking up the wicket of George Bell. LBW, just swing the ball back into the pads of Lancashire's opening batter. Maybe there is a 4-5 seam bowler option here for Luke Proctor, that he can shuffle that pack round quite quickly. You do trade off not allowing your bowlers to kind of settle into a rhythm, don't you? Maybe a change of ends for Harry Conway, potentially?
That's on my mind, yeah. It's a nice start from Guthrie. Yeah, was it 4 overs, you say?
Yeah, 4
Harry
overs,
Conway?
2 maidens, none for 4.
I mean, yeah, you'd think he's going to have to go from the other end. But I mean, yeah. I mean, he was worrying Harris. And you ask Harris, who would you rather face for this next over?
Yeah.
And the answer would probably be, I'd rather face Guthrie.
Just a issue with the cricket ball, spotted by Rob Keogh, and then addressed by Luke Proctor. Are we getting the gauge out, or are we getting the nail scissors out? What's going on? If the umpire could turn around for us for our live stream camera, that would be quite helpful, wouldn't it?
Yeah, that'd be good. Yeah. Yeah, I think it might be a pair of scissors rather than, because the ball wasn't. Yeah, Rob Keogh alerted the captain to the ball. I guess the captain, being a bowler, is probably right, but it wasn't shown to the bowler. That's what.
Yes.
There was no. Yeah.
Rob Keogh giving it a good shine before he hands it back over to Liam Guthrie. Should still be in pretty good condition, shouldn't it? The outfield's lush. It's not been crashed into the boundary boards.
Yeah.
2 slips and a gully in place as Guthrie looks to swing this away from Marcus Harris, and does so, but is left well alone.
I'm asking a lot here, but I don't know, because we've not been here, have we? Watching cricket at home, about Guthrie's ability to move the ball back into the left-hander. And a straight one would be good to the lefty, just to keep them honest. They can't necessarily leave him so easily then.
Has he nicked that and it's not carried?
I don't think he nicked it. That was my first thought. He might have hit the floor, maybe. Played over it, maybe.
Yeah, looked close. Didn't go through with any pace, did it, to Lewis McManus? It almost picked it up on the second, well, stopped it on the second bounce, I think. It's one of those you just have to try and put your body on the line and hope that it hits your gloves and not anywhere else. Well, that's
beautifully bowled.
Absolute beauty from Guthrie. A few more of those and you'll be thinking, can't be long until he nicks one. Oh, good news. Northants super fan Wendell Pemberton is in. Looks like he's in conversation with Ben Sanderson there, isn't he?
Yes, he is.
Just checking if his eyes are tricking them, that Ben Sanderson's back on the cricket field for Northamptonshire.
See, Wendell got a cricket ball in his hand there.
I wouldn't be surprised.
That's brilliant. Ball it again.
He makes it look like a golf ball.
Yeah, he does. Yeah. We both spin. And,
absolute buckets.
Yeah. Wendell, this is not Ben. And yeah, he gets his fingers right around the ball. Yeah. Still playing on a Saturday?
Yeah. Yeah, for those Lancashire viewers that are just tuning in, we're Wendell, there's the chap that you just saw on screen. He hasn't got the flag out at the minute though.
Oh,
but
hasn't.
I'd say he would be the Northamptonshire mascot, super fan,
cheerleader,
ultra.
I like that.
One of those. Oh, I'm pretty sure that's a bump ball.
Yes, it does.
Didn't look much like cricket to me, that did it?
No,
but
no.
Good stop by Say, but at gully, it's a dot ball to finish, and there is Wendell just in front of the supporters club, the old signal box.
That is as quiet as you will ever see him.
Yeah.
Yeah, normally to be found riding around the ground on a bike, waving a Northants flag, singing, shouting all sorts of encouragement.
Giving any advice, any cricketing advice to anybody that's prepared to listen.
Yeah.
Home and away.
Yeah. Yeah, not so many away, but he does, yeah. Anyway.
Sorry, no, I meant the advice to the home and the away
Oh,
players.
sorry, yes.
Yeah, it's a long way to cycle up to Durham, isn't it?
Yeah.
There's a change of ends, as we had predicted. So Luke Proctor, his spell, it was expensive, wasn't it? 3 overs, no maidens, none for 19. He's going to be replaced by Harry Conway from the David Capel end. Be interesting to see how he goes from this end. He's obviously the taller of the Northants bowlers, and traditionally, the taller bowler does get the success from the Lynn Wilson centre end, just with that. Well, there's such a slight incline, isn't there, as you walk up towards the David Capel end here at Wantage Road, but tend to find the success for the taller bowler comes from this end rather than the other.
35, the partnership. Feels like they've been out there quite a while, actually. It's been intriguing cricket for that 35.
Well, they came together the third ball of the 4th over.
Right.
When Bohannon was dismissed and the score was on 20.
That's a good start.
Very good start. Very well played by Keaton Jennings. Just looks like he's got so much time, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. I mean, I was talking to Steve Crook about this yesterday, about that very bit of cricket. That's where the bowler wants to land it, and that's exactly the response that you want as a batter. It's full face of the bat, all the way down to mid-off. But as a bowler, you just got to keep doing that, with skill, with attributes. Maybe just move it across a little bit from time to time, but stick to the basics.
Drive ball. And Keaton Jennings doesn't miss out. Over pitch there from Harry Conway. Jennings through the offside adds another 4. He moves to 41 off just 44 balls. The Lancashire skipper.
There was one shot he played off Liam Guthrie that you would say was quite an expansive shot. It was a front foot pull. But otherwise, he's just played orthodox cricket shots, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's made this top order batting look easy, isn't he? Considering or compared to what we've seen so far today. And he's got him. Conway's gone straight through Jennings. He was 41 off 44. He's 41 off 45, and he's gone. Conway gets the breakthrough. The big Australian who debuted against Leicestershire last week breaks the partnership and gets rid of the captain as well. What a wicket that is for Conway.
I mean, how has that got through? Because Keaton Jennings was playing it so comfortably. Did it nip back? Did it hit the pad and go onto the stump?
We'll have a look at the replay. We'll get a better look of it on the other end, won't we? Has it seemed back? It didn't look like it swung through the air much.
Oh, yeah, that's come back into him. That's beautifully bowled because he's mostly gone across the left-hander, and that's just the perfect delivery, isn't it?
Yeah, beauty.
And that's, that actually is kind of what we were saying. It was almost a replica of the first ball of the over that was blocked very firmly up to mid-off. That one swung a bit, and there was just enough room between bat and pad, just enough for the ball to squeeze through and dislodge the bails. It was a beautiful bit of bowling, and it needed to be as well to get rid of Jennings. He was playing beautifully. That's a big wicket. Northampton desperately needed to see the back of Jennings. 41 he got, almost a runner ball. and was making batting look incredibly easy. And nobody really has done that all day, but he did. But what a good delivery it was. And credit to Luke Proctor. What a good bowling change it was as well. Swapping him from this end was a risk because he was settled in and bowling nicely. The captain wanted to get himself off if he wasn't bowling well enough. Okay, Harry Conway, you're going to come up this end. We maybe raised half an eyebrow. Is that the right thing? Well, it has been the right thing. Well done, Luke Proctor. Well done, Harry Conway.
It's interesting, isn't it? I mentioned the slight elevation change, and coming downhill, I think naturally just forces that length just a little bit fuller.
Yeah, it does.
And I mean, he was driven through the offside, the ball before. The ball before that was full, and I mean that was incredibly full as well. I wouldn't have been surprised if Jennings hadn't just played that through mid-on for four. It was a full delivery. But the new man to the crease in at number 5 is Matty Hurst. And Conway starts on the money. I mean, so far, Matty Hurst this year, 187 runs at 26s. Up at Old Trafford against Northamptonshire in those 2 innings. Scored 16 and 8.
Yeah, and that's they're they're not great numbers, are they? From a number 5. I think this kid's talent is immense. But it's going to be tested because Conway he's at it.
Going through a good pace as well, isn't it? From Harry Conway. That one just tracking back in towards the off stump of Matty Hurst. I think you mentioned, didn't you? You said you kind of recognise Matty Hurst as a bit more of a white ball cricketer at the moment, or from what we've seen up to this stage.
That's what I've seen most of him. Yeah.
Good performances in the 100 for Manchester, and then was recognised with that big bash call up over to the Perth Scorchers through the winter as well. I think Keaton Jennings was there at the Perth Scorchers that same season, I think.
Okay.
Conway's last ball of what's been a successful over so far finishes with the wicket of Keaton Jennings and 4 runs from it as Matty Hurst negotiates the final 3 balls, and a round of applause from the Northamptonshire supporters as Conway takes his first wicket at Wantage Road.
He's going to be a crowd favourite, isn't he?
Yeah.
Harry Conway. He's only here for 4 games, but obviously he's already had one of those up at Grace Road. But yeah, he's bringing something that is different. In every sense, he's different. Different in terms of height, different in terms of pace. And he's a big, bubbly character that is obviously infectious. And the crowd have already taken to him as he walks back down to take his place at fine leg in front of the Spence Pavilion. There's a lovely prolonged ripple. If you're going to have a ripple, have a prolonged one, I always say.
Yeah. Led and joined by Captain Luke Proctor, I think, there as well from mid-on.
So Guthrie's got another catcher, so they've reinforced the cord, and there's 3 slips and a gully. So Gully's been in and out, and it's back in. I think that's right. That one swings away down the leg side. Started far. That would render him. Look to bowl the impossible ball there that starts well down the leg side and swings and hits off. As the ball goes down the wicket there, you can still see the gold on it. It's 17 overs old. It's been well looked after. Rob Keogh doing a lot of work on it at mid-off there. Interesting that they've dabbled with gully and have gone back to it. Aussies generally like a gully. It's been generally when you get an Aussie overseas, they can't understand why you'd ever play without a gully.
I guess that's just because of that extra bounce that they would get.
That's absolutely right.
In those Sheffield Shield matches.
Yeah. Absolutely right.
I suppose there's an element as well with the overseas bowlers, and Liam Guthrie I'll include in that conversation, but kind of make them feel comfortable, I suppose. You put them in a familiar space, and that could work.
Absolutely. It's kind of the picture they're used to. We had interesting times when Trent Copeland played for us, and very successful spell that he had here at Wantage Road. And there was prolonged, to use that word again, discussions between him and the captain about gully. In those days, Northamptonshire wickets were particularly flat. and Trent Copeland could not understand or accept that he couldn't have a gully. So yeah, that was an interesting time for Stephen Peters in particular to try and negotiate his way through that whilst keeping the overseas ready to go. Just over trying here a little bit, I think. Liam Guthrie looking to bowl. I say that the ball can't swing back from down there. And that's gone way down the leg side a couple of times this over. And Marcus Harris just thinking, I'll flail the bat in that direction because if I get any bat on it, I'm going to get a 3-4. Hasn't managed to do that. He's on 14. He's been there quite a while, but he's still there. And that's the important thing about batting. Closer to the stumps on that delivery, got a leading edge. Just look to turn that into the leg side. Got a leading edge on it. Up to mid-off, Rob Keogh sprawling stop. Having another look at the ball. Hiding that from the umpire.
I'm not sure with the way that it's nibbling about here. They'd want to be showing it to the umpire too much.
I agree.
Looks like it's going quite well for Northamptonshire
Absolutely.
right now.
I can imagine Harry Conway's down there at fine leg saying, leave it alone.
Yeah.
It's fine. It's a better line. Still a little too straight. Quicker, that one.
It was. It's not a terrible result, that, is it? The one off the final ball of the over. Yes, fine. Marcus Harris keeps the strike, but on other news, Marcus Harris keeps the strike.
How many balls has he faced?
50.
50 balls?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's testament to how well we've bowled. We've bowled very, very well at him in particular. Didn't bowl as well at Keaton Jennings until that beautiful delivery from Harry Conway. It took a good, it's going to take a good one to get him, we thought, and it did. He did get a good one, and it was too good.
Yeah, it was a beauty, wasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely it was. That was a fine piece of fast bowling, that. So a slight adjustment in the field for Harris facing Conway. The gully has gone out into the offside. I'd leave him in personally, but where he's gone to, gully has gone to cover. I thought he was going to be on the catch, but he's more of an orthodox cover. So 3 slips, 3 men saving, 1 on the offside, 2 saving, 1 on the leg side, and a long leg. Oof, that ball has bounced. Get Gully back in. Harris has lifted the ball into the covers once with a false shot. He does play on the move a bit. He's not a guy who really gets much of a stride, and he sort of plays on the move on the front foot. So that can be difficult for him to get the ball down, particularly if it's bouncing. But it's just as likely to slide off a thick outside edge towards Gully as it is to go to cover, I would think. Let's hope we don't regret that.
It's been an interesting innings, isn't it, so far? I mean, there's been a lot of leaving, a lot of that from Marcus Harris. There's been a fair amount of playing missing as well. And there has been those couple, haven't there, that have just floated through vacant fielding areas for a couple of runs. That's got some real lift on it from Harry Conway, isn't it?
It really has, yeah, that flew through. Does not look ruffled though, does he? You know, if you walked in and someone said he's on 100, you could believe it.
Yeah.
Just look at his body language. There's a lot of experience in there. There's always going to be some yelling going on and shouting and hollering because Conway is such an enthusiastic cricketer. He squared Harris up with that ball, pitched and left him off the wicket. Harris adjusted well. It's a good contest, this. 2 quality performers, both recognising that this is a key wicket.
Yeah, it's a big challenge, isn't it, for both of them in this battle right now.
Stay full. I'd say. Keep it full. What's his economy be? What was his economy in the Leicester game? Was he pretty miserly as well?
Let's have a look.
Harry Conway, 2.77, going under threes as well. Okay. It's a pretty good debut, that, wasn't it?
I mean, you couldn't ask for much more, I wouldn't have thought.
Strike rate of 30, 8 wickets.
Yeah.
That's under 14, an economy of 2.74. Carry on, big lad.
More of the same, please.
He's come round the wicket now for this, the 5th ball of the over. Pitched it up. It's gone away from the left-hander. Well left. Kind of get the feeling that Marcus Harris is saying to himself, they're bowling extremely well. I'm not playing at my best. I am not giving this away. They're going to have to drag me off here because I am going to get better. It's going to get easier. And when it does, I'm still going to be here.
Yeah.
I'm going to make a score. If he's not thinking that, I'd be surprised. Certainly looks like the way he's playing it. Last ball of this 6th over from Conway is full. Beats Harris on the outside. Oh, it's a no ball. I don't there's no suggestion that he nicked it. It just beat him on the outside, but it was a no ball. And it can be a difficulty of coming down that slight incline that you do overstep because
Doesn't that for
back foot no ball, yeah.
Yeah, just broke that line down the side of the wicket there, didn't he? I don't think we'll be able to see it with the scoreboard.
It's a good bit of umpiring that to see a back foot no ball.
Superb. Considering everything else that you have to think about at that moment in time, to have an eye on the feet and then quickly look down the wicket.
He used the extra ball well to conclude that over. That's the end of his 6th over, Harry Conway. 6 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 10. Which tells the story of how well he's bowled. Bowled extremely well and caused Marcus Harris in particular all sorts of problems. Wasn't causing so many problems to Keaton Jennings until he bowled him an absolute beauty that pitched middle and off. Came back into him. There was enough of a gap between bat and pad. It squeezed through and knocked middle stump back. Keaton Jennings contributing 41 of the 62 runs that Lancashire have currently got for 3. They're still behind by 176. And it's fascinating cricket, actually, right now. It's a really key stage of the game. This next 20 overs. I think I've said this before about cricket, but if either side wins this 20 overs significantly, I'd be putting money on that side to win the game. But I mean, if it's a marginal win, then both sides are still in it. But if either side dominates this last 20 overs.
Yeah. There's just enough time left in this innings in this session. There's still 20 overs remaining this evening, bro. It's 20 to 6 and we've got 20 overs left in the day's play. That actually it's going to be really difficult to have an even Stevens 20 overs with the amount of cricket that is left, isn't it? You kind of think, well, if Northants pick up another 3 wickets here in 20 overs, Lancs are 5 down. If Lancs don't lose any, they're quite a long way in front.
If they score at 4s, they'll get another 80. And say Northants pick up another wicket or 2. So 150 for 4, 150 for 5 is probably then even money. But if, there's 20 overs that could be bowled out in 20 overs, or they could score at 5s and not lose another wicket, in which case 160 for 3 they're well on top. So all 3 options are open. It's a big 20 overs, this.
Yeah, it's a long evening session.
It is. What time is it now? 20 to 6.
20 to 6, yeah. So we should be here till at least 1:30, shouldn't we? I would have thought.
Oh, crikey, yes.
And some, I would imagine. This matchup for Guthrie, I think, just feels more comfortable, doesn't it?
Definitely does.
The right-hander for Liam Guthrie, it looks right with the ball swinging back into the... And it might be because I'm just picturing Zach Crawley again. but it just feels like a more natural challenge for Liam Guthrie to take on rather than swinging it away from the left-handed Harris.
Yeah.
Well, what a stop that is by Lewis McManus. Big inside edge from Matty Hurst. McManus had to go a long way in the wrong direction to get that tidied up.
And that ball's a long way from where he's trying to bowl it, right?
Well,
Look at the field.
that swung away.
You what? I did it.
Oh, yeah,
Did
yeah.
it go away?
That definitely swung away
Did
from
it?
Guthrie, yeah.
Okay.
First one I think we've really seen from him in a Northant shirt.
Okay. But I'm looking at the field. He's got 4 men on the leg side. He's got to bowl straighter than that. Out there. That's nice. He's certainly, I think he's moving the ball around as he releases it, because that ball, that was a different parabola to his normal parabola. It normally swings sort of fairly early, continues on that arc. The ball of the season candidate that got Crawley went later, didn't it? It was angled across and just came in absolutely.
Yeah, it was about 5th stump, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Right into the top of middle.
That one was a more gentle swing. Oh, he got glove on. He got a hand on that.
Certainly did.
Safe save, got a hand on that at mid-wicket. It was pitched up. It's swinging into the pads. Hurst hit it hard into the leg side. Didn't get it down. Safe save, dive, full length. It was a great attempt. Full length dive. Got a really good hand on it. But it either goes into the middle of the palm and sticks at that speed, or it doesn't. It's instinct. It was a very, very good attempt. It's the sort of thing that kid pulls off quite regularly, though. He can do those things. It wouldn't have surprised anyone had he got up with the ball in the middle of his hand.
No, he's one of the better movers, isn't he, in the Northamptonshire squad? T20 nights will spend his evenings patrolling one of the boundaries with the ground that he can cover and the athleticism that he possesses. And I mean, it's a fantastic effort, wasn't it?
It was. He's dirty with himself that he didn't catch it.
Yeah.
He would have expected himself to catch that. I mean, that's a hard bar that he's put out, a high bar that he's put there. It was 50-50 at best, that. Conway continuing to trouble Harris, inside edge, down to backward square leg, essentially. How many of Harris's runs have come off the middle of the bat, do you think?
I haven't been keeping count.
No, I haven't.
But
not many.
I can't think of a full-blooded drive at any point. Obviously, there are the 2 boundaries, but they came both off the edge off the bowling of Ben Sanderson, didn't they?
So there's 8 of them. That one's 9 of them. So there's 7 others. Yeah. I'm struggling to remember a firmly struck ball.
It's been gritty, isn't it, from Marcus Harris?
Gritty,
nuggety innings.
Gritty it has been. That's interesting there. Conway inviting Matty Hurst to get forward, and he didn't really want to, did he? It was a bit of a James Sales sort of playing from the crease defensive shot, which opens him up to the nip backer and for the nip awayer, but in particular for the nip backer. We know that Conway has got that ball. Mustn't forget, of course, that Harry Conway, I think this is his first stint in English cricket.
Yep.
Will be the first time that he's bowled with the Dukes. Oh, what a delivery that is. A moral wicket. What a great follow through that is.
That was superb. There was an appeal, followed by a pause, followed by a celebration, followed by another pause.
Oh, Matty Hurst enjoyed that. He's had a little smile at the bowler as he's come through as well. Quite like that. That's nice.
You can't miss Harry Conway, can you? Larger than life character, I think, in every sense of the word, based on what we've witnessed so far today.
Well, you're not going to forget him, are you?
No. I mean, that follow through the stare down to Matty Hurst there. I don't think it matters how tall you are. You're going to be stood there with your bat in your hand, kind of looking off into the sky.
Bowled well, hasn't he? He has bowled well. Quick enough, not express, but quick enough. Coming down from 6'7", can gently swing it away, but can nip it both ways, and looks to be pretty accurate with it. What a combination of attributes that is. As he gets driven square for 4. First really bad ball, and Matty Hurst, who does like to put bat to ball, needs no second invitation. That beautiful square drive for 4 takes him to 6. You can't land them all in the right place. That one wasn't in the right place.
No, he's not going to miss out, is he?
He's not.
Just had to get it past Ben Sanderson, who I think is having bowling or batting lessons there with the square leg umpire. I'm not entirely sure which, but he must be chomping at the bit to get this ball back in his hand. Must
About time.
It's been an age since I've seen
I'd
Ben
get it.
Sanderson
I wouldn't
bowl.
be hanging around getting it to him. Oof. He was quick enough off the mark there to make sure they didn't get a single off the last ball of that over. Yeah, how many has Guthrie bowled in this spell? Is it 2 or 3? 3.
This will be his 4th.
Yeah, so 3 in this spell. Okay.
I mean, I would have thought if Sanderson comes on, it will be from the David Capel end, won't it?
You'd think so.
It will be to replace Conway.
Yeah.
And I think he's bowled 7 now, I think, with obviously the change of ends. Yeah, 7 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 15.
A 4 and a 3, right?
Yes, correct.
So maybe one more for Conway and then Sanderson at that end.
Yeah.
With the skipper at this end.
Well, yeah, I don't think Ben Sanderson will. Well, it's his end, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's where he operates. That's
where he lives.
That's his office.
The mayor's office. Guthrie to continue for now. That's driven just behind point. Ben Sanderson parries it, saves 2 runs. They pick up 2 as Harrison comes all the way from slip, which tells you how short that boundary is, that he can come from slip and only get 2. I think Ben Sanderson will be a little bit grumpy that he didn't manage to prevent even 2. He had to dive away to his right, but he got a good pair of hands on it. Not known for his goalkeeping skills. And we are going to have another conversation about the ball.
Yeah, they've not been happy with it,
no,
have they? Well, certainly Rob hasn't. Rob Keogh hasn't been that happy with it. It's gone back to the captain, Luke Proctor, quite a lot to see what his thoughts. Is there a rule that it's only the captain can speak to the umpire about the ball, or can anybody make that out, initiate that conversation? Or a law, I should say. People get quite particular with rules and laws.
well,
don't
I
they?
think it would be a playing regulation rather than a law, to be really pedantic about
Oh,
it.
yes.
I mean,
yes.
as you've opened up the pedantry,
Please.
I'll jump in on it. So it would be a playing regulation. And having said that, I don't actually know.
No. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if it was
I
in
wouldn't.
place.
Yeah. A bit like reviews.
Yeah, precisely.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you could have them firing in from every different direction.
And would, wouldn't you,
Yeah.
as well? Yeah, you absolutely would. Ben Sanderson's has gone. He's gone off the field mid-over. He did tumble away to his right in trying to prevent a 4, which he did prevent. I think he's moving okay. Maybe just a little knock on the finger or something. He's gone off to get a bit of treatment.
Yeah, it was
That's well bowled.
hit pretty hard, wasn't it, by Matty Hurst?
It was.
Was it Hurst or Harris?
It was
Harris, wasn't it?
Harris,
Yeah,
actually. Yeah.
apologies.
Yeah. He didn't look in any great pain, discomfort, or even a great deal of hurry to get looked at. So hopefully that's nothing too serious.
Yeah, could he go off to get himself prepared for a second spell? I mean, would there be any logic there? Could he have a different pair of bowling boots or a...
Yeah, he's wandering around trying to find a physio by the looks of things, in and out the dusty windows. That's well bowled again. Nice line. Not swinging like that. That's good. Has he found someone? Yes, he has. Yeah, it looks like finger to me. He just tumbled awkwardly, didn't he? Like,
Yeah.
I'm not too sure what's going on there.
Well, it is the short side, isn't it? And whether that naturally means you end up standing a little bit closer than what you would do normally in that position, that just got to him a bit quicker.
Inviting the drive from Harris. He accepts the invitation. It's not convincing. It goes down to third man all along the floor, so he's never in any danger of being out to that dismissal. But again, it's kind of slid off the face a little bit. He was aiming that more through cover, and it ends up down at third man. Harris will not give a care in the world. He'll say, I've got 4 thanks, and I'm on 22, and there's a star next to my name, which means I'm still here.
Yeah, and as this ball gets older, as the sun continues to just bake the pitch, as you said, it will get easier, won't it? And that age-old saying, you can't score runs in the tee-up, but Harris is still there at the moment.
Yeah, it's about how many. It's as simple as that, isn't it? It's absolutely about how many. And knowing your game.
Yeah.
It's, he's not going to try and do things that he can't do. He's not going to worry about getting beaten. He's been beaten all around the world. He will know that the next ball is the important one. I'm ready for it. I know my game. Yeah, sometimes I nick those. Sometimes they go to hand. But more of the time they don't. And that's why he is currently, let's not forget, the best player in the country.
Yeah, I just wondered. I didn't say it out loud, but I was just curious to know what he's now gone past 600 first-class runs this summer, which is fantastic. Great achievement for Marcus Harris. Well, a fantastic signing as well for Lancashire, wasn't it? But I wondered what the strike rate was up until today, because this has felt, I say, gritty and nuggety and uncomfortable at times, isn't it?
Yeah.
And I've just had a look, and I'm sure you're probably just about to tell me anyway, but it's around 60, isn't it?
62.
Yeah.
Prior to today. This will bring it back a bit. But
Yeah.
He's got power to add. That's for sure. Big Harry Conway pounding in from the David Capel end. Gets one to bounce a little bit on Matty Hurst, but he has no trouble in turning it off his hip into the leg side. They rotate. George Scrimshaw is on the field as 12th man.
Good to see him back in whites.
It is.
Didn't get to see much of him last year, did we? Unfortunately, he did play one first-class game and a couple of blast games, and I think ended up with. Well, I can almost kind of say with some certainty as a guess, but I'm sure it was a bit of a stress fracture.
Yeah,
in the back.
Yeah. Again, causing problems for Harris, that one from around the wicket. He does ask questions of the batters, doesn't he? He's always at you, not giving you many balls off. I like that. Doesn't waste it. Yeah, I think it might have been a stress here. He has had stress fractures before, and I think you may well be right that it was another one.
It almost feels like a rite of passage, doesn't it? As a fast bowler.
He's had a few. That's a worry then, that when they can keep happening, he's getting on he's not a spring chicken now. False drive. No danger up to a tumbling Rob Keogh at mid-on. The general pattern, I mean, you get a stress fracture at any age, and it's not good things to have, but generally occur when a player starts to add a lot of volume on harder surfaces and perhaps isn't conditioned as well as they might be, or as well as they would be in later years. It's, how many years of training have they had into them? How strong are they, etc.
Back on the ball chat. Shall I give you a quick run around the counties?
Good idea.
Down at Chelmsford, Yorkshire are visiting Essex. Yorkshire all out for 216 in their first innings. Top score for James Wharton, 63 not out. Adam Lyth got 58. Pick of the bowlers. Matt Critchley with 4 for 49. And
Wow.
Essex in response are 19 for 1. Charlie Allison, the man out. Warwickshire, 347 for 4 against Surrey, having been asked to bat first this morning. Rob Yates, 86. Al Davis, 45. Tom Latham is 133 not out. And Ed Barnard, 27. Dan Lawrence has 2 wickets. Nottinghamshire, having been asked to bat first this morning, 311 for 8. Freddie McCann, 121 not out. And 5 wickets for Kyle Abbott.
He's good. There's something of Kyle Abbott in Harry Conway, isn't there?
There is, yeah.
As you said that, actually, yeah, there is something.
Very, very similar. And then the final game in Division 1, where Worcestershire chose to field first at Hove. Sussex are 272 for 9. It's 53 for Tom Haynes. Jack Carson is currently 94 not out.
Wow.
And James Hayes, who is a name I don't recognise, looks like he's making his first-class debut for Sussex. It's currently 31 not out. 5 wickets for Tom Taylor. Once of, I'll use your phrase, once of this parish.
Once of this parish, yeah.
And then the final game, the game down at Canterbury, Kent won the toss and chose to have a bowl first this morning, and Glamorgan are currently 366 for 6.
Oof.
Asa Tribe, 94. Ben Kellaway, who had a fantastic week last week, he's 85 not out at the moment. Colin Ingram, he made 70. And then the Pakistani international seamer, Kashif Ali, is 4 for 67 for Kent.
When is he going to bowl him the big nip backer? That feels like, oh, it's just too straight. That feels like the one that might be the best one to get him out. Ben Sanderson has re-entered the field of play. I'm very pleased to say, from a Northamptonshire perspective.
Yeah, I'm sure it was a little bit of running repair, wasn't it?
The fact he went off in the middle of the over slightly concerned me, but it didn't go off with any great urgency.
Yeah.
Ah, but George Scrimshaw stays on the field because Rob Keogh leaves the field. More staring at the ball takes place, but no change of the ball, no change of the bowler, because Liam Guthrie is going to continue from the Lynn Wilson end.
Do you know, it's kind of puzzling me and fascinating me in equal measure with this cricket ball. The amount of time that Northamptonshire have spent inspecting it and engaging the umpiring conversation with regards to the condition of it. It's not like it's not doing anything.
No.
And that's what I'm a little bit puzzled by.
Yeah.
I mean, you potentially run the risk of having it swapped out for something else that actually doesn't do anything at all. Yes, it might do more, but you could end up in a worse situation.
Yeah.
And it's not really been hit around. It should still be pretty new. And I think Liam Guthrie will highlight that with some of that gold leaf on the side of the Dukes, as you can still see through the air.
Mm-hmm.
And it's still swinging. Yeah,
it is. And it's actually, it's probably swinging slightly less than it was, but I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing, because it's helped Guthrie with a little bit more control, I think. He's kind of as likely to get one past the inside edge. If he can hit the seam and just nip it back in. Harris is not really going anywhere on the crease. Well, that's well played, though. Looks like nothing, that, doesn't it? But a lot of players miss that. They don't get to play for very long. But
you know what's been really nice about this innings from Marcus Harris? 23 off 67. Not the most stylish he'll ever play, and certainly not the most stylish that he's played this year. But it's really nice and refreshing to see somebody who's prepared to dig in and do some really hard work. It kind of feels like the modern way, doesn't it? I'll counter-attack it. I'll go hard at it, and I'll stamp my authority. As he cuts that one away for 4 through backward point with a real loosener from Liam Guthrie. But he's wanted to dig in. He's wanted that fight and that battle, and he wants to absorb the pressure and face deliveries, and it's refreshing.
It is. Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Absolutely. It's a big, big part of batting, of batsmanship, is, as Graham White was saying earlier, is recognising the situation. What are the bowlers trying to do to me? What can I do? What should I not do? How do I manage risk? And his job is to make the biggest number possible, not the fastest number possible, the biggest number that he can make. That's what his team needs. And he's playing accordingly. He'd love to be playing more freely, but that is not what his team needs from him. It's good cricket. And that's why he's where he is. Oh, that's very nicely bowled. Again, not the middle of the bat, not close to the middle of the bat, but bat. It's good, this. It's been a good contest to watch.
Yeah, it has. Still 15 overs remain in the evening. You mentioned about this final 20, and if one side or the other particularly wins the 20, you kind of feel like that goes a long way to winning the game. Has your thoughts changed on that at all? Is it swayed either way? Or
no, it hasn't. I still think that's true. I mean, we're 5 overs into that nearly now, sort of 4.5 into that. I think Northamptonshire just got the rate back a little.
Yeah.
It was at 4s at one time. It's more like 3.5 now. I can't do the sums quickly enough. So that's good, because you need to get hold of the rate. You know, you don't win cricket matches if you're going at 4s very often. So we have got the rate back, and Conway in particular has been responsible for that, replacing the captain as he did, who was going at 9s. If you control the rate and then pick up a couple of wickets, you're right back in it. I just feel Harris is such a big wicket. You know, it is such a big wicket for Northants.
Well, that's the beauty really of that Lancashire batting lineup is full of them. Really, when you look at 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, Jennings, Bohannon, Harris, Hurst, Wells. There's big wickets all the way through that top and middle order, and they get no less important, do they?
I reckon he's a biggie. I do. I think Harris is a biggie because of he's the international. He's the overseas. He's the best player in the country at the moment. I just think that puts a bit of a premium on him.
Yeah.
That's not to say the others won't come in and score more, because of course that's the way the game works. But psychologically, and he's also, the way he's played, he's set his stall out, hasn't he? Oh, that's a great effort. I think that is a drop, but it was a full length diving one-handed attempt. Yeah, it was from Calvin Harrison, and that would have been a worldie of a catch. Oh,
would that have carried to Vasconcelos second?
I don't think so. I think it was a good decision to go, and they're very, very close as well. That was a great effort.
It's hit that so high on the outside edge. How's he got it down?
Yeah, it's a good question.
But you are right. I think the way that Marcus Harris has gone about his business today, he's faced 73 deliveries now for 28. You can prize him out.
Gives you a massive boost.
Huge.
Oh, it was a great effort. A great effort from Calvin Harrison. He is a great catcher in there. And yeah, that's a 30%er, something like that, 25%er maybe. Wasn't to be. So that's both these guys have now been dropped. It was the late great Shane Warne that said, you know, if nothing's happening, create a bit of theatre. Well, things are happening, but Harry Cowan is creating a bit of theatre as well.
He's keeping people engaged, isn't he?
He really is.
Working incredibly hard for his county. What a difference that would have made had Calvin Harrison held on to that. As you said, it's a 30%er. It's 30%, but it's one of those that on another day, another county.
Jack Leaning.
Yeah, Jack Leaning.
Not bold.
I'm not convinced Jack Leaning's ever dropped a slip catch.
I'm not. Certainly not against Northants. I'm O'Reilly. I mean, that's probably as difficult as it gets at slip. You know, you catch less of those than you drop, and that's the reality of it. It's a very good attempt.
It's a pure
stick.
reaction, isn't it? And if you react in the right way, fantastic. If you don't, then well, he's certainly saved 4, isn't he?
Probably 2 inches away from being out. You know, just hit the top more of the thumb area than the palm or the finger. Sometimes they go in the fingers there nicely as well. But more fingers than palm, to be honest.
And maybe if it hit slightly lower down on the bat of Harris with a bit more wood behind it. It's a wrapped Harris, isn't it?
He is a great watch, this guy. How can you not be enthused if you're a Northants player with this guy on your side? Because he just bangs the drum, doesn't
he? It feels like it's right. You 10, get on my back.
Yeah.
I'm carrying a lot of you through this.
Yeah.
Through this session.
It very much does. I want to be on that bus. I want to be part of that. I think that's the end of that spell, probably.
Yeah, down the leg side to finish for Harry Conway.
Yeah, he's going off.
Well, very well bowled. 9 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 17. Could have been 2 on a different day, but a well-deserved sit down, change of shirts, socks, cold drink, and potentially, what have we got? 14 overs left in the day. I suspect his evening's work might be done, but we might see a little burst before close.
We've got a change, and it's a very unusual change because we've got Ben Sanderson bowling from the Lynn Wilson end, which is interesting given that Harry Conway's just walked off the field, so he's not going to bowl anymore from the David Capel end.
Yep.
That is a surprise.
I mean, Luke Proctor has to come back. Does he give himself another burst from the David Capel end? I don't think it would be a change of ends for Liam Guthrie. That would be into his, what's he bowled? That's 5 overs from this end. I suppose he could go for a couple from the other end as a change or a different look, but
yeah, that's interesting, isn't it? I mean, there's no. If Sando wanted to bowl from the other end, he would be bowling from the other end because he is your man, and you give him the end he wants. In particular, I mean, in any case, at any time, ever, but in particular when the other lead bowler has just left the field, that end is open for him. So he must be entirely happy to bowl from this end. It's good to see him back bowling, that's for sure. Oh, there we go. Doesn't matter which end he bowls at. I don't know that Matty Hurst had to play at that. It looked like it nipped away, but it nipped away from a leave line. That was my first instinct to see on the replay. Does he need to play at this? Not really. Yeah, so took him 1 ball to get used to bowling from the Lynn Wilson end. And he's back in. Still think the nip backer is the one. I might be proven right. I might be proven wrong. That's well bowled. Is it me or Harry Conway off the field? Just someone's let a bit of air out of our tyres.
A touch.
A little bit,
touch, I think. Yeah, it's not, as we said, it's not the most vocal squad on the circuit, or at least not the loudest. It's not to say that they wouldn't have their quiet words of encouragement amongst one another. Oh, I got a bit excited, and I thought I heard a bit of a click through the effects mic.
And then you saw the umpire's arm go out. And you go, oh no, we won't be able to see anything from here, will we? Oh,
still guessing.
It's turned a bit chilly.
Yeah, just that sun losing a bit of strength, isn't it, as it sets down, and the floodlights now, the shadows have stretched from one side of the ground to the other.
Again, the field for Matty Hurst is 4 men on the leg side. 3 of them, well, there's a man just behind square on the leg side. Certainly, so let's start with the boundary man. There's a long leg, a man just behind square on the leg side, a mid-wicket who's very tight, and a pretty orthodox mid-on. So the plan is to bowl straight, only 2 men saving the single on the offside, 3 catches that slip, 1, 2, 3. That was the one that goes away, just held on the wicket. Was that the 5th ball of the over? Looks an LBW candidate to me, this guy. He really does. We haven't got one past the bat to test that out. Just plays quite shallow. Doesn't really get forward. There's nothing wrong with that. Plenty of players have succeeded playing that way. Yeah, so a reasonably uneventful over for Ben Sanderson. Just went past the outside edge on the one occasion as he returned to the attack, unusually from the Lynn Wilson end. Harry Conway has returned to the field. Luke Proctor is going to replace him from the David Capel end.
Yeah, it'd be important for the captain to bounce back here, won't it? 3 overs. Was it 19 runs? I think he conceded from the 3 overs.
It was exactly that.
I mean, that could, if that happens again, that could have a big impact in that mini 20-over evening game that we're playing between ourselves and the comment. No, nobody else is playing it, but we're playing it.
No one's interested.
We're having a great game. We are. We still don't know who's winning, but it's 86 for 3 at the moment. Lancashire trail Northamptonshire by 152 with 7 wickets remaining. The stream at Northamptonshire is powered by Daffabet. It's going to be that man, Marcus Harris, on strike again. And Proctor starts straight into the pads. Harris adds another one to his score. He's on 29. Matty Hurst, the other man, on 9. Both of them have had a little life, haven't they? Hurst was dropped by Safe Save at mid-wicket, and then more recently Marcus Harris by Calvin Harrison at 3rd slip. I do feel a bit cruel by saying that, but they were both chances.
Yeah, I think that's right.
They were both chances.
Yeah.
Still the 3 slips in place as Luke Proctor makes his way in. Hurst defends on the top of the bounce. So what have we got left? 12.4 overs remain in the day. Sanderson, Proctor just starting new spells. So that would be, well, I suppose, ideally 5 or 6 each with another Conway Guthrie at the end potentially, or a Sales. Yeah,
Sales I think might well be the guy.
I'd like to see James Sales bowl.
Yeah, I would. I think he might well do. I've got a feeling that he might well do. I'd like to see a bit more of that, asking Matty Hurst to play straight down the ground. I'd like to see a little bit more of that. He did that very well, but I'd like to see him continue to do it.
That has gone like a leg break from Luke Proctor.
That's a beauty.
You just hope that you miss it, don't you, as a batter, when it moves like that. That's gone late off the seam, just past the outside edge through to the keeper, McManus. Well, it's been a much better start to this second spell for Luke Proctor than it was his first. Can he break this partnership? That's not going to help. That's going to run away, I think.
Just got his run up completely wrong there.
Yeah.
He got to the crease with no momentum at all. And I thought he was going to pull up. He just was, look, there. He was nowhere. Should have pulled out.
It just, well, so far just hasn't worked, has it, for Luke Proctor with the ball in hands in this fixture?
Well, that particular ball, Dan, he was not ready to bowl it when he arrived at the crease, because he decelerated as though he'd lost his run up, and it came out, not very well.
It's a better ball, but well played by Matty Hurst. I'll give Ben Sanderson some work to do down on the boundary edge, and does exactly that. Hurst comes through, adds another couple of runs to the tally, and it's 7 runs off the over for Luke Proctor. 93 for 3 after 27. Just what generally have you made of this innings so far for both of the counties?
I think Northampton bowled pretty well overall. Prox, well, this is he's bowled 2 poor overs and 2 decent overs. But no more than that. 2 poor and 2, no more than decent. So that's not really backed up Conway, who has been very, very good, and Sanderson, who has been pretty much in his normal self. Guthrie's been a bit mixed, I'd say. And I think that's what we're going to get from him for a while. Controlling the swing of the Duke's ball will be something he needs to, get his head around, and working out what plan B is a little bit too. So we know that he can swing the new ball very nicely. When that starts to subside, how's he going to get people out? What's the next? What's plan B for him?
Yeah.
Because you need more than one method, unless you're outstanding, which, very, very few bowlers can have one method of getting someone out. And from the Lancashire perspective, I don't think they've done a whole lot wrong. They've played pretty well. Bell got one that he just missed, full ball that he just kind of played around a bit, LBW. Good dismissal of Bohannon, good delivery. And the ball that got Jennings was a beautiful ball. And I don't think they've done a whole lot wrong. And they're ahead in the game at 93 for 3, that's for sure. $145 currently the lead. Lancashire, as I said, 93 for 3. This partnership has deceptively crept up to 34. So this is established. Sanderson going now back over the wicket to Harris.
Yeah, that's been the difference, really, this kind of top middle order. They've put on 30 so far. There hasn't been that period of processional wickets, which there were in the first innings this morning.
Yeah.
And a lot of that comes down to the fact that Marcus Harris is still there.
It's at times, this is a bit clumsy to say it this way because it's more complex than this, but at times you see opposition teams bat more like Division 1 teams than generally Northants bat. It's no secret, is it? The numbers are there. We've talked about it plenty of times. The stats will back us up if any backup were needed. That the lack of runs from the batting lineup has been an ongoing issue for Northampton over the last few years. That's a given. And it's Division 1 cricket is more attritional. People can operate their skills at a high level for longer. You get into that way of playing, into this way of playing, into the Marcus Harris way of playing. On a good day, as Keaton Jennings, he got some 4 balls and he hit them for 4. If they hadn't come along, he'd have been scoring at about 30. But they did come along and he put them away. But he just plays. Oh, there are 2 sorts of leave. That didn't hit the stump, so it was very close. He just sort of plays. Whereas I do think at times Northants, in general, not singling out any individuals, that's a good leave. At times Northants don't seem either don't seem prepared or don't seem capable of playing in that way.
Yes. Yeah, I think it's a fair comment.
I think Graham White used an expression which I want to use in the same way that he meant it. We'll see this one from Luke Proctor coming down the wicket there for the first time. Matty Hurst put a bit of pressure onto Proc. He said, you want to play your own game, you've got to know your strengths, we want to take the game to the opposition, all of that good stuff. But also said there was a big caveat in what Graham said, which was, but at times you've got to accept that you need to absorb pressure. And it's that's quite a big if, or a big but. And have Northants recognised those moments? And if they have, then they've either not recognised those moments with the bat often enough, or they have recognised it and they haven't had the capability to apply themselves for a longer period through that. So it's one or the other. And I'm not trying to be smart.
No.
But they haven't scored the runs. So there's a reason for that. Which is it,
Yeah.
Possibly a combination of the two, I guess. But that's what you find, that the teams that get promoted generally do that. They generally bat more balls. It's just kind of simple as that. As you said earlier, you can't get them from the tea room.
Yeah, and I mean, if you needed a better example of that than Marcus Harris, you're going to be looking a long way, aren't you, based on what we've seen today? What are they?
He comes here as the best player in the country with 585 runs at a strike rate of 62.
Yep.
And he's making batting look very, very difficult.
Yeah.
He's currently 30 not out. Vital.
Yeah.
Vital for his team.
Well, and from what we've seen in the context of this game as well, 30 is a fantastic score.
Yeah.
I know Lewis McManus went past 50 and Liam Guthrie got that 43 at the end of the innings, but 30 is a good score.
Yeah. It was interesting to see Matty Hurst just advance down the wicket at Proc. He's gone over length there. Is that going to go for 4? No, it's not. Just 2. It's a deep backward square.
Is Luke Proctor bowling considerably worse than his teammates in this innings, or are Lancashire looking to target Luke Proctor as that 4th bowler?
I think it's more Proc's not landing the ball. I think it's more that. But I do think that I'm not reached a conclusion on this. I was interested to see that little advance down the wicket from Matty Hurst, because that did have a feel of, we're going to put you under pressure. You're not at your best. We're going to put you under pressure. And if that is what he was thinking, that's really advanced cricket from a young player.
Yeah. Are you going to have to bring back Conway, Guthrie earlier than what you want?
I know you've gone at less than 3 and over for the last couple of seasons, but you're not on it today, and I'm going to put you under the pump. And you've got to make a decision as the captain. That's smart cricket. If that's,
it might not be. Just an observation from me, I think, from a distance.
Might not be, but it might be. And if it is, it's smart cricket. Very smart cricket. We need to get rid of this guy.
Can it be Ben Sanderson? Starts with one that just holds its line outside off stump. We've invested in the slip cordon today, Northamptonshire. Those 3 slips, or those 3 catches at least, have been a permanent fixture pretty much, haven't they, throughout the innings so far?
Yeah, they have. Yeah, it's mostly been 3, and occasionally it's been 2 with a gully, but it's always been 3 of them minimum in there.
141, the deficit. Sanderson again, just swinging it away from Marcus Harris. Just be looking to get that one that we saw at the end of that last over. Just that touch straighter.
If he walks off here not out, he will get a very warm hug from his teammates, Marcus Harris, and deservedly so.
Yeah. And that is the edge. It doesn't carry. It's a great stop by Harrison at 3rd slip, but it's played with such soft hands. Double teapots there for Ben Sanderson as Marcus Harris I'm sure coincidentally comes down and does some gardening, engages Ben Sanderson in a bit of conversation.
I mean, Sando is entitled to have a double teapot there. The only downside to this is that we're currently 4 behind the over rate. It's early in in the innings. It doesn't yet take effect because we haven't bowled enough overs yet, but that's going to take some claiming back. We need to get around.
Yeah, I suppose the run-ups for Conway in particular are so long, aren't they?
They are.
And that is the one that just goes back into Marcus Harris, but wide enough to be left alone, something that he's done incredibly well through the course of the innings. So he faced 91, 92, 91 deliveries.
So he's scoring less than half as quickly as he has done this year to date. And there are 2 reasons for that. The main one is how well we've bowled, and also he's finding his way a bit, isn't he? He's not as fluent as his numbers would suggest so far. Oof.
Just figuring it out, isn't he? And doing it well.
Yeah.
Spending time in the middle. I guess what you said with the reaction that Northamptonshire would have if they were to prize him out, he will have that knowledge on his shoulders that he is the overseas professional. He's the one that's come over from Australia for Lancashire. He's the one that's got to go out there and score the runs and prove that he is worth the overseas slot in this team. End of the over to finish a maiden for Ben Sanderson. 1 for 19 off 8. And the score after 30 is 97 for 3. 9 overs remaining in the day's play. It's 6:30. Is there a complete cutoff? I mean, we're going to be pretty much going till 7 o'clock here tonight, aren't we?
Yeah, we will, and later. Yeah. Actually, I spoke to my wife earlier. She said it'll be 7 o'clock, and I said, "Nah, it won't be that late." What do I know? It's going to be after that.
9 overs to go. It's been a cracking day, though. The weather's been fantastic. There is absolutely no danger of bad light stopping this, unlike the T20 that I played last night that finished at nearly 9 o'clock and
Jesus Christ.
was pretty gloomy, I think, by the end of the evening.
Where was this?
At home, down at Eastergate. Got the season off to a winning way. Scored 210 off the 20 overs.
Oh, wow.
Restricted them to 130, so a good evening's work in the middle leagues of the Sussex cricket.
Good start.
Tiering.
So that's a league game on a Friday. No, on a Thursday
night.
evening.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So we have a Saturday league, and then we have a midweek T20. Well, it's called the Slam, but it would be the equivalent of
These marketing people.
It took them ages to come up with that name, Rowie.
That's good.
Took them ages, but it's good fun. Coloured kits, pink balls. Have a bit of fun.
Nice. 210.
210. It was going. We were going some. I bowled Luke Proctor, while left Marcus Harris.
Well, how many of those did you contribute?
Not as many as I'd like. 18 off 12 at the top of the order.
Right,
just felt like I had a job to do and
150 strike
did
rate.
my best. Yeah. Slowed down after the first 3. The first 3 went 4-4-6, and yeah.
Good lad.
Then I think I thought I was a bit better than what I was, and thought I was the second coming of Chris Gale.
There's more rhythm there. Just attacking the crease.
Yeah. But we know how good Luke Proctor is.
Oh,
and can be.
Yeah.
And you mentioned the economy rate that he's had this year of just over 2. It's just taken him a little bit longer to settle into this today than what it had done in the previous games. How many wickets has he taken this year? 5 wickets. 5 at 44s. That is a great shot by Marcus Harris. Up towards the Curo Wealth. It's just going to trickle over the boundary. We haven't seen much of it, have we, from Harris? But that is as good of a shot as he'll have played in the innings, the on drive, and it brings up the 100 for Lancashire.
That's his first boundary in front of square, I think.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm pretty confident in saying that. And what's it, about 100 balls faced?
Just shy, I think. think that puts him on 96.
Right. Okay.
96 deliveries. So yeah, striking at 30s.
Oh, that wobbled after the bat.
Dot ball to finish the over. 5 off it. 102 for 3. 31 have been bowled. 8 overs remain in the day's play. And Lancashire trail by 136. So I'll ask you the question again. I asked you at 20. I asked you at 15. I forgot 10, so I'll ask you 8 instead.
8.
But again, obviously the game plan that we're playing here is still the same. But you said it's important 20 overs. One team or all 3 kind of results here are possible. It's gone away from Northants here a little bit, hasn't it?
It has, yeah.
Ben Sanderson makes his way into bowl from the Lynn Wilson centre end.
That's nicely played.
Nicely played, guided by Matty Hurst, backward of point. Bartlett will cut that off. Probably just be 2, I think. It is just 2.
So, yeah, at the time, I invented this 20-over game for the last 20 overs to have a game within a game, which is always good to break the game down into chunks because you can manage those little chunks. If from that point, Lancashire lost no further wickets, then they were almost irrelevant to the score. If there were only 3 down at the end, they would have won that. In my money, they'd have won that session of 20 overs significantly and be in the box seat in the match.
Yep.
I'll stand by that.
Yeah.
The deficit at the minute is 134. It'll probably be closer to 100 by the time they walk off. And if that's still 3 down, then they are in the box seat in the match. Northampton need to have a brilliant first session tomorrow to get back into it.
Yes. Yeah.
There's a long way to go.
Yeah, of
I don't want to
course.
get. I always complain when people get too far ahead of themselves in 4-day cricket, and I'm in danger of doing that. But it does, at 3 down, they'll be, say, 130 for 3. They're in a very strong position in the match. But it's not unassailable, just very strong.
Another dot ball there for Ben Sanderson. I think, ironically, the ball just seems to have stopped swinging about here. And I think this would be the time, if I was on the field, that I'd be trying to put it under the umpire's nose to have a look at it and just see if there's anything untoward. It still looks pretty new, doesn't it? As Rob Keogh spun that up in his fingers and throws it back to Ben Sanderson.
It's been well polished, that's for sure, that one side.
It's been well looked after. I think Rob's been the key protagonist of that as well, isn't he? Oh, that's a beauty from Sanderson. Well played, Matty Hurst. Keep it out. 21 or 40 for Matty Hurst. 34 off 97. It was 0, wasn't it? Matty Hurst was put down at mid-wicket by safe save,
yes,
so it's already gone on to 21. Harris less expensive so far, but I dare say the damage he's doing with balls faced here is the key measure for the Australian rather than the runs he's got on the board. On the leg side, an appeal for caught behind. Umpire says no. I don't think Ben Sanderson was particularly convinced.
No, he wasn't.
And there wasn't really that joined up Lancashire-esque appeal, was there, for the caught down the leg side. Maybe just brushed the thigh pad on the way through, didn't it? But Sanderson knew.
Yeah, that was not a convincing appeal, was it?
Northampton take it. If that's the way to remove Matty Hurst or Marcus Harris, they would certainly take that as an option. Sanderson finishes on the money. Dot ball to finish, 2 runs from the over. 104 for 3. 7 to go. There is just a review of the day's play we've had here at Wantage Road. Northamptonshire all out for 238. Top score for Lewis McManus of 53. 4 wickets for George Balderson. And in response, Lancashire trail by 134. 104 for 3. Jennings, 41. And Harris not out on 34. Is that Calvin Harrison getting loose?
It is.
Rowie?
Yeah, it is. I don't mind that. as an option. I was hoping it would be James Sales, but it looks like it won't be. Looks like it'll be Calvin Harrison. Either that, or he's making an elaborate attempt to catch the captain's eye. One of the two.
It's a different look, isn't it? Bit of extra. It might not turn, but from that height, there should be a bit of extra bounce
That's worth a look. Yep.
For Harrison. That's driven square of the wicket. I think it's going to go as Guthrie gives chase. Another couple of runs added. The other thing as well is Calvin Harrison picked up 11 wickets against Lancs earlier this year.
Yes, he did.
It's not necessarily to say that he would be a bogey bowler for Lancashire, but could be a few skeletons in the closets.
Yeah. I mean, the Old Trafford's a good place to bowl your twirlers, isn't it? But he did get over the top of the ball nicely. Oh, that's not carried either.
Carried again. Genuine nick. It's about 2 or 3 of those now for Harris that one did carry, and then the next 2 just haven't got there, have they? And I mean, the one that did carry was dying on Harrison as well.
Yeah, there's very, very, very little energy coming at the ball from the bat. Just watch it on the replays. He's moved the bat about 4 inches towards the ball, and there's another edge and another boundary.
Yeah.
Oh dear, oh dear. The ball before, from an opening batting perspective, you'd say, he hasn't pushed at that. He hasn't accelerated the bat through that. It's been a very soft hands. He's moved the bat about 4 inches. There's no energy going into the ball, so therefore it doesn't carry. You'd say good technique to that degree. The next one, I'm not so sure. I think that was a genuine, I'm trying to score off the ball, and it just found the gap.
Yeah, brought up the 50 partnership as well between Harris and Hurst.
There's the moon. I can see the moon.
Oh my word. That's a nice shot by Marcus Harris, but goes straight to Harry Conway at mid-off. So they've 1 ball left in Proctor's 7th. He's none for 41 so far. And this second spell, well, it's dragged that economy rate back a little bit, but it's still just inside 6. It's not really changed all that much. Bold. Dot ball to finish then. 33 done, 110 for 3.
So is Harrison coming on now? He is, yeah. So we're going to see Calvin Harrison replacing Ben Sanderson. 9 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 21. Well bowled, Ben Sanderson. Calvin Harrison's going to get a go from this end. 6 overs remain in the day, so obviously the maximum he can bowl is 3.
Yep.
It's not the over before lunch. It's not the over before the close. It might be 3 before the close. And it'll be interesting the way that Lancashire play this. I think I know what the answer might be. But there might be a temptation to say, we could clout a few here. There's a short leg side boundary. Matty Harris is a very aggressive player. Generally.
Yeah.
He hasn't been allowed to be today. I suspect.
Let's get that deficit down under 100.
I suspect his intention will be as walk-off, not out.
I would have thought so. Do you get a bit of, with Matty Hurst, you get a bit of exuberance of youth, and maybe there's a bit extra there, whereas, as you say, Harris will be, no, that's fine, I'll come back tomorrow and I'll go again. I think the thing I'm most interested in here is, as curious as I am to watch Calvin Harrison for the first time in a Northamptonshire shirt, well fielded on the 45, is what happens at the David Capel end. Does Luke Proctor carry on? Or does he have a switch of ends for Sanderson?
I'd keep him going. He's found the outside edge twice in the last over. I think I invented a new Lancashire cricketer then, by the way.
That's a drag down from Harrison and cut away by Hurst. Timed really well. Long boundary. George Bartlett, the sole patroller of the offside, and can't chase it down.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure on reflection I've invented a new cricketer called Matty Harris.
It kind of sounds like a 90s Premier League left back, doesn't he?
It does. Hurst was the one I was trying to describe as being generally a more aggressive player. But I do, yeah. Even he's cut that was a short wide ball. He's got to hit that for 4. I suspect he'll just play in his bubble.
There's a bit more energy going back towards the ball, isn't there?
Yeah.
Against the spinner. I'm certain there will be an element of, nah, you're not going to bowl to me here. As that one is, worked really through the offside. It wasn't far away from a diving safe save again. He's probably felt like he's been in the game 3, 4, or 5 times, catching in there on the offside. Does go past him, and Hurst picks up another couple of runs and just rehearses the shot that he wanted to play.
The bad news is that ball went to very deep extra cover and was fielded by the captain, who's bowling from the other end, or is he?
Well, actually, I don't know. I mean, the umpire's given Ben Sanderson the jumper back. Just waiting to see whether Ben Sanderson gives the jumper and the cap over. I'm good at this cricket, Lark, aren't I?
That's very good.
Give it Sanderson.
Interesting that. So why did Ben Sanderson bowl from this end when he could have bowled from the David Capel end all along?
I don't know. I don't.
I mean, the only reason that I can see is to accommodate Luke Proctor from bowling.
Yeah.
That's not a good enough reason.
I would say no. I would say in the previous seasons as well, with Jack White, who's now obviously moved on to Yorkshire, that Ben Sanderson would have chosen that David Capel end, and Jack White would have bowled from the Lynn Wilson centre end because Ben Sanderson didn't want to. I don't think it would be a case that Jack White wanted to bowl from this end.
No.
So yeah, it's curious, isn't it? But he's got a couple left in the day's play, and again goes past the inside edge this time of Marcus Harris. 5 overs remain in the day. So the sun's out on one side of the ground, the moon's out on the other.
The moon is out. Lancashire were involved in a very famous one-day game. The moon was involved. Oh, is that it? That's not it. Oh, my goodness me.
It's a beauty again, isn't it? Sanderson continues to have this cricket ball on a string. And Marcus Harris, importantly from a Lancashire perspective, continues to occupy the crease. 40 off 105. It just goes like an offie, doesn't it, as it pitches that one?
Oh, I've not had a lot of luck here, have we? I think that's fair to say. Not had a lot of luck.
I think, I don't know, the luck's a curious one, isn't it? You could say that I think Northamptonshire could bowl worse and pick up more wickets.
Yep.
Just to play devil's advocate to it slightly.
Yep.
Northamptonshire have put 2 down.
Yep.
This partnership is worth nearly 60 now. This partnership would have been worth 0 had that catch had been taken by Save. Yes, it was a half chance, but maybe that was the bit of luck that could have gone. I don't know. And I know the fielding and the catching for Northamptonshire over the years hasn't been the greatest. So I don't really want to spend too much time dwelling on it, but it's certainly a factor, and it's one that's cost, well, it's cost 27 from Matty Hurst, and it's cost 12 from Marcus Harris.
That's fair comment. It's fair comment.
Still the 3 slips in place, though. They are waiting for that outside edge from Marcus Harris. And he leaves that ball with the air of a man that has absolutely no interest whatsoever in playing anything that he doesn't have to.
Yeah.
Almost looked at it go past and just gone, another one?
I wonder, it'd be interesting to chat to him about this innings and when it concludes. And does he enjoy this as much as he does flailing it around the ground? You know, scoring at 60s, because it's a very different side to it, isn't it? You know, you can't always do that, and that's what he's saying. I've got to accept what's in front of me in the way I'm playing and the conditions and how well they're bowling, all of those things, and play what's appropriate to that situation. And that's what he's done extremely well. And there must be a real pride in that, I guess.
I would have thought so. I think there'd be two answers. There'd be one answer to a reporter with a microphone and a camera, and I think there'd be another answer between your mates behind closed doors. I think, because it probably isn't as much fun. But I think I do agree with you. I think yes, if you were to sit there with a reporter and go, "Oh, yeah, it's fantastic to be in the battle," and I knew that my side needed me and my teammates needed me to play that role, and I think, I think you would say yes. I think behind closed doors, I think you'd probably go, oh, I'd much rather have just smoked a couple into the stands.
I don't know. I don't know if you can do that. If you can play this innings, if you think like that. I don't know.
No, I'm not sure.
I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, but it'd be interesting to talk to him about it without a microphone to get the, as you say, to get the true answer. Yeah.
Absolutely, yeah. Harrison has his first look at Marcus Harris. And I don't think there's been any great turn, if any. But he's bowling with good flight, isn't he? There's a nice bit of dip on it when it gets down to the batter.
Not many tall leg spinners, are there?
Not a huge amount. You can certainly see why he's a popular pick in the white ball sides, can't you?
Yeah, oh God, yeah. Oh, absolutely.
I mean, they're worth their weight in gold when it comes to T20 cricket in particular.
Well, he ticks all three boxes, doesn't he?
Yeah.
That's there's no box unticked. He ticks with 2 ticks in each box, really, particularly in one-day cricket.
Nicely bowled, nicely played. The dot ball there. Just a few singles coming off this over so far. The score has gone up to 119 for 3. There's just over 3 overs left in the day.
Googly, round the wicket.
Well, that has turned. It was very wide, but it did turn, didn't it? Back into the off stump.
Fairly flat as well, wasn't it? But yeah, it turned off the foot marks, didn't it?
Yeah, well, 3 overs to go, 18 balls remaining. Sanderson will have 2 overs left. Harrison will have 1 over left from the Lynn Wilson Centre. And so it's 119 for 3. Deficit is 119. It's been a good start to this first innings for Lancashire, hasn't it? Let's be honest, it's been a fantastic start.
Yeah, it has. Yeah.
Deficit of 119 with still 7 first innings wickets remaining, including these 2 at the crease and Luke Wells and George Balderson. It's just starting to look a little bit ominous for Northamptonshire as Sanderson finds the edge once again. But we saw in that Kent game, didn't we? It just felt like things happened quickly for hours, for an hour. Something happened for an hour and then the game went a bit docile for another couple and all of a sudden it fired back up again. So if that script is anything to follow by, it's 119 is still a decent gap, a decent distance between the 2 sides. I mean, they'll chop off another couple of runs.
That's well run.
From that one there. That must have just come off the body of Marcus Harris.
I think that's the first time George Bartlett's fielded the ball in hours.
Yeah, no, well, he picked up the one from down that bottom end, didn't he? I think he saved a couple of runs.
Oh, yes, he did.
But yeah, he's been quiet.
Yeah, you're right.
He's certainly been quiet.
Because he's always in the ring.
Yeah.
It's just not... This probably tells you something about the nature of the cricket that's been played. Pitch it up, Benny.
It'd be the calls of take one with us. Well, there should be, shouldn't there? I would have thought amongst the Northamptonshire players. As we get to the closing moments of the first day here at Wantage Road.
Is it still day 1?
I think so. Yeah, I think so. I think we've had day 1 since tea. I think.
I thought it was lunch for day 2. A little bit, dare I say, is a little bit of tiredness in that last couple of balls from Ben Sanderson.
Yeah, Yeah, I wouldn't
Not had his normal zip, have they?
argue with that at all. I mean, the ball is now over 35 overs old. And yeah, he's come back from a knee op, and 2 games in 2 weeks it's hard going, isn't it? It's a cliche of the county grind, but I mean, cliches normally exist for a reason. It is tough going.
I'm guessing that operation, it just took him longer to come back than they expected, because that is a regular operation.
Yeah.
Maybe they found a bit more in there than they expected and had to dig a bit deeper or something. But you'd normally be doing that straight at the end of the season.
Yeah.
To give, obviously, the longest recovery time. It didn't quite pan out that way.
That is down the leg side. Cry of catch from Sanderson. Nothing from anybody else. Dot ball to finish the over. Leaves us with 12 deliveries left of the day's play. What have you made of the day generally, Rowie, other than the fact Lancs are in charge?
It's been a really interesting day, isn't it? A very interesting day. At 67 for 6, it looked like Northants were almost out of the game at that stage.
Yep.
Obviously, you should never say too much until both sides have batted on the surface. But great recovery, what we've talked about a few times. Guthrie 43, McManus played brilliantly for 50, and his partnership with Harrison, who only got 29. Sorry, yeah, only got 29.
Yeah.
Other contributions, Ben Sanderson as well. Vasco got 30 or 40 at the top of the order. 238 all out from a very, very unpromising position. And Northampton are back in the game. They come out and they bowled extremely well up front and picked up 3 wickets pretty quickly. But the partnership between Jennings and Harris, and now Harris and Hurst, has really put Lancashire in charge in this game.
Yeah.
They're not out of sight by any means, but they're ahead. They are well ahead at the moment. But a good first hour tomorrow morning. Got a lovely shot for 4, that is. A good first hour tomorrow morning for Northants with the ball, and we can get back on par.
Yeah.
But it will take that. It looks very much like these two will be there. These two being Harris, who's approaching 50. Again, he's already got 350s and 200s this season, which is not bad. This is his 9th innings.
Yeah, it's a good return, isn't it?
It's a good return.
A very good return.
Yeah. And actually, Matty Hurst has played an innings of real maturity. He's recognised what's required, and he's played exactly that innings. I've seen him more in one-day cricket, where he just looks like he's got every shot in the book, and some others really they're not in the book. And I thought I'd see some of that today, and that hasn't been required, and he hasn't done it. He's just played very, very nicely. So yeah, we'll come back tomorrow, and failing these last 7 balls getting a wicket for Northants, they'll have to get 7 wickets.
Yep.
They'll have to try and control the run rate in getting those 7 wickets. So that won't be entirely straightforward.
No, and that's 50 for Marcus Harris. That's 3 boundaries in Calvin Harrison's final over of the day. And Harris has put away the bad ball incredibly well off that over, and he's gone to 53 off 119. That strike rate that was below 30 is now up at 45. He's battled incredibly hard and worked really well for Lancashire at the end of day 1, recognising, as you said, Rowie, how important of a session, how tough it was, how big of a challenge it was at the time. He's well past 600 runs now for the 2025 County Championship. And that's another 50 to that tally of stats that you just read out. Sanderson will bowl the last one, and it will be Matt Hurst, or Matty Hurst, on strike. Still the 3 slips in place for Northamptonshire. Still they believe that outside edge will come. Has felt like that last 15 overs, the game has just gone a little bit docile. The pitch has gone a little bit docile for Northamptonshire, whether that is tiring bowlers or the shine's just going off it a touch, or the pitch is getting better. I mean, day 2 at Northamptonshire, that's a cliche again, isn't it? It's the best time to bat.
I think Northampton haven't been bad with the ball. I think Procky as fourth seamer hasn't been his normal self by any means. He's gone at nearly sixes, 7 overs, 41, but he has still gone past the outside edge a number of times. And in fact, I think it was off his bowling that Harris was dropped.
Yeah.
So that could be a different story. But he didn't start well, and we didn't quite manage to keep as much pressure on as we might have done. But the pressure that we did exert and have exerted, and it's been good, and we've created chances and gone past the outside edge a number of times. Lancashire have responded by just batting. They haven't done anything exciting, particularly, or out of the ordinary. They've just played really hard Division 1 attritional cricket. Well, that's what's been required, and they've been able to play it.
Yeah, I mean, they are a team that came down from Division 1. Not much has changed about their squad from where they were last year, so it's no huge surprise, is it? I don't think. And some of those draws, yes, they haven't won a game yet this year, but the 4 draws that they have had have been hard. They have been attritional. You only got to look at the reverse fixture of this. It could have gone Northamptonshire's way, but no. Lancashire stuck in that fixture and worked hard and made sure that they didn't come out on the wrong side of it. 2 balls left in the day. Sanderson just looking to take Matty Hurst with him and Northamptonshire as they would make their way off the ground on what's been a cracking day here in Northampton. 133 for 3 the score. That is outside edge, but well played by Matty Hurst. So 1 ball remains. I think the partnership, again, is something that we spoke with Graham White earlier today about partnerships. This now is the biggest in the game so far. 74 of 134 balls. And it is one of those partnerships, isn't it? If these two, if Harris and Hurst come back tomorrow morning and that 74 turns into 150, suddenly that deficit is gone.
Yeah.
And a bumper to finish the day's play. A maiden for Ben Sanderson to end his work. And stumps on day 1 at Wantage Road is 133 for 3 for Lancashire. Marcus Harris not out 53. Matty Hurst not out 31. And with 7 wickets remaining, the visitors, Lancashire, trail by 105 on day 1 in the first innings. Anything more, Rowie, from you to wrap up? Or
big first hour tomorrow.
Always is.
Big first hour.
It's key. It's key. Look, thank you so much for joining us across the course of the day. We hope you've enjoyed the commentary and the live stream. And Rowie and I, we will see you at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning for day 2.